I ran into this problem. I was trying to help someone start a Hangout last couple
Hold on.
nights ago.
Hold on. Since we're just starting this one, in case people are watching this one, this is the July 2016. Every second matters. We're doing it all day long today. So welcome to the chat. If this is an early one, it's only 10 o'clock in the morning in Arizona. So I'm guessing that's 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the East Coast. So if you're watching this one later on in the day on Saturday, then I'd highly recommend you check out, see if we've got another one up, because there might be something live right now. You don't have to watch the recorded one. Okay, sorry, Smacky, go ahead.
Good morning,
Oh,
everyone.
oh, yeah, and hey, how's it going, Hawaii? But
6:52 a.m. here.
I can barely hear you. I can barely hear you.
6:52 a.m. here.
Okay, there you go.
all right, the thing I ran into, I was trying to help, like I said, start up a live chat, and when I'm sure you walked them through the whole going to YouTube and live event, blah blah, whatever. Sometimes there's a button on the bottom that says like quick use Google Hangout, or then the other way, which was a lot more complicated and had a bunch more options and stuff. So I would recommend just going like if when you go to hit start live now, if that button's not there, scroll down. There might be a little thing that is not selected to use Hangout. Once you click use Hangout, you can hit go live now, and it will start the event.
Sorry, I was looking at other stuff and clicking on things. You're saying when you're starting it in Google?
Right. When you know you schedule a new event and then you hey like go now or whatever, that little
Okay.
button you hit.
Right.
If you don't have Google Hangout selected, if you have like this other one, it says like YouTube encoder or something, then you can't go live right away. Like you have to set a time, and there's a bunch more options and stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see what you're saying.
So I don't know if you had mentioned that. I think it was Dead Horse was trying to start one. He's like, I've never been able to do one before, and I showed him, and he screen shared, and his screen was different than mine. I'm like, what the heck? I just hit these 3 buttons and I'm done. And then we figured it out. So
Okay, I added every second matters to my bookmarks. I'm gonna throw it in my guns folder for all my bookmarks. And I gotta sign up.
So this is the one that we're using to go live right now. We've been live for half an hour on the stream portion, as opposed to this Hangout, which just barely went live a second ago. So we're actually live twice right now. We're live on the gun website side for half an hour, and we're live on Every Second Matters account also for like the last couple of minutes. So what I guess I'm even screen sharing. I guess I should screen share on this one. So I'm basically devoting today and this computer to working on Second Amendment issues, everything from, well, everything. So I know it's going to look a little confusing here, but I'm jumping back over to my live stream because I can see my comments down here. So I'm going to address some of these comments and try to make it so it doesn't mirror the screen too bad, so you can actually see the comments I'm talking about. So we started out with Nixon giving me that first comment and letting me know where the comments are, so I do appreciate that. Then we had Joe asking, are you guys going to discuss the new California gun laws? Definitely. Many times, I'm sure, today. We're going to be doing this chat as long as Google will allow me to run this chat. So if I can run this thing till midnight tonight, I will do so. And if I can only run it for 8 hours, we'll do back-to-back chats like we've done in the past so that we can do this all day. A couple of reasons for this. One, it's in time to get awareness out there and time to get people motivated. How much longer are we going to wait? How many more states are we going to lose? So inaction is an action. We're going to try to remind people about that. Another reason is we've got the everysecondmatters.com website up and running with the new system, and we're going to be sending out emails today. I'm going to be sending out emails today to various people I know, and I'm going to be inviting them to use the new systems. I'm going to invite everybody that's watching to jump over to everysecondmatters.com and feel free to sign up and explore the system. We're going to talk about the new website and how to use it. We're going to talk about what the whole goal of the whole point of all of this is, right, to get people active and to facilitate the things that they do. We're going to talk about those laws. We're going to have as many people on as we can invite. at last minute like this, and we'll start preparing for uh, other things, like more prepared things for the coming seconds. You know, the next second, the 2nd of August, the 2nd of September, and so forth. So we got a lot to do today, and we'll be doing it all live. So
So when I sign up, should I select regular member, founder, or advocate?
it's allowing you to change all that.
Yeah. I'm signing up right now, so I'm just curious if there's any difference.
I would think you would sign up as a
That's not
member.
supposed to be an option, so don't worry about it.
Okay, well, I'll just put
Uh,
regular member for now, and if I need to change it, or you can change it.
Ruler of the universe. I pick that.
How about I don't want to be ruler of the fucking universe. I'll just stick with the Constitution if that's okay. Oh, you're not allowed to use spaces in my name. All right, so I can't be Hawaii Space Volcano Space Squad. All right,
That's why underscores are invented.
it doesn't matter. I don't need any spaces or underscores.
Oh, there you go, Moon. You got the nice Every Second Matters patch.
What has moved on?
Hey, I think I have. I don't know if I have my picture for it still. Let's see.
Is Moon in here?
Yeah, he just jumped in. He hasn't said anything yet, though. So I can't tell if that's like a green or a tan background or whatever, but the writing's in black.
It's a green.
Yeah, I was leaning towards green, but the light was hitting it weird.
See, I don't know how much time you guys have to hang around, but like I say, I'm going to start. I kind of started organically here, like say, setting up the Every Second Matters chat on websites, and then setting one up on the Every Second Matters account so that you guys could join me. And then I kind of turned it into an explanation since I had to do something to fill the time there. So if you guys want to kind of run the show here for a bit, what I'd like to do is come up with a list of shit I wanted to do today, which was basically invite everybody to the new Every Second Matters, and then send out some emails, basically inviting people into the new Every Second Matters, and then this chat. And then while we're waiting for those emails to do their thing, people to find, get the emails, and then depending on how much time they have or when they have time of the day, come over. But I figure there'll be some time before those people actually get to even start showing up. Then we can start planning out what we could do for the rest of the year, or dig into the Every Second Matters page itself and talk about it, and start filling it up.
I would say we need some kind of California ballot initiative written by very well crafted by some.
Yeah, we're not going to. The whole
Yeah.
point of Every Second Matters is not to rebuild it, or not to rebuild a mousetrap. So the point of Every Second Matters is to let people know what's out there. So I don't think I wouldn't recommend anyone start to write a ballot initiative. Instead, let's find out how many ballot initiatives are being written and start to evaluate which ones we want to encourage others to share and support.
Okay. How do we
Right,
do that?
and it's definitely a way of connecting level stuff because these guys have been doing it for a long time. I mean, I want to help. I don't know where to start. I'm not going to start up my own group. I'd have no idea what to do.
I
But
think phone calls to these organizations are underused. I mean, they're pretty easy to talk to. Call up and ask them what's going on in their organization and what they're doing at the moment, and just give them a call. And
Well, that may be in the olden days, but now we're going to have Every Second Matters, so we're going to encourage them to have a representative or at least send us an update so that we can let people know every second. what they're up to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to know if anybody has written a ballot initiative, so I guess I have to call up all the organizations and find out if
Is
anybody
that how you're going
has.
to do it? Seriously, if you want to find out if something's for sale somewhere, you start calling every store you can think of, or do you just go on Google and type in California Ballot Initiative and see?
Well, those lawyers have their fingers on the pulse of the Second Amendment universe, so I figured any one of them, those organizations should, if you talk to one of the legal guys, they know their business. If they don't, they wouldn't be there.
Yeah,
So,
okay. I'm just saying, why would you want to bother dozens of lawyers when you could just find out
well,
what,
I figure I only need to bother one.
well, if you find the right one, that'd be great. Yeah, but I don't agree.
It's okay.
And once you find out, you can share it with all of us on Every Second Matters.
I'll do my best.
Because I'm not going around calling people. I get nervous talking on the phone to people I don't know.
But I guess
I'll
building
talk to anybody. It doesn't make me nervous.
building the website or building the Every Second Matters, uh, I guess you'd have to call people and find out what groups are what and invite them, right? Is that the plan? To invite groups that you might not have known about before, too, and including the big ones.
Right. Well, and I think he kind of set up already the ones that he did know as like a framework of, hey, this is how it could work,
Yeah.
and of approaching, the other one saying, hey, you should use this too. And like I said, I'm optimistic and hopeful that like the official, whatever you call them, for the PR people from the group or whatever, the social media people, they actually are active on Every Second Matters, and at least once a month, if not more often, post up updates. What are they doing? What do they hope to do? What just got accomplished? What were setbacks? Like all that kind of stuff. So you can go there and find out across the whole country everything that's going on related to the Second Amendment.
Yeah, that's
And
the goal of the project for sure. I'm going to jump back because I kind of started and I got sidetracked. I kind of started addressing some of the questions that were coming in now. So, what's up, folks? Yeah, basically what Smeggy just said. We're building Every Second Matters so that it can be a place that everybody can go to find what's current on Second Amendment information. Are we testing stuff today? It's always a test, right? This is something that we're building, both, actually literally building the software as we speak here, testing the various Google technologies, but we're also testing people's abilities to be interested in this stuff and to pay attention. And obviously, we're not going to be doing the best job. This isn't some sort of highly produced, efficient information getting across. This is the nuts and bolts of it. So I guess in every sense, we are definitely testing stuff today. How did California fuck up? I don't know. I mean, California's California, so they did their thing, right?
Well, let's talk down to California some more.
response to the yeah. I think he's in the response of like, oh, what'd California do now? So he might not even know about all of these gun bills that just got signed. They basically took away all the freedom in California.
I think Sean was talking about when I was talking about setting up keywords and stuff, and I don't know. There's definitely a strategy for using keywords that aren't on topic in order to reach more people. But I find that there's, I don't know. I guess we could debate that, but that's another strategy for sure. I wouldn't recommend it though. So I personally don't think that works. The audio is too low. I hope that's been fixed. We were playing with it, and everybody seems good here. I'm sure you guys can hear me okay, but I'm not sure. We'll have to just keep listening to feedback, see if everybody's hearing everything okay. There's basically 2 live feeds happening right now. Let's see. Then they're just chatting, I guess. So I wanted to make sure there was any specific questions because it is a little bit confusing show today. So Every Second Matters is an awareness campaign. It's a group of us. We're on YouTube having live chats. And at the end of 2013, we started to see I don't know what to call it, like the amount of advocacy was just kind of declining. People were having that sigh of relief, and they were going about their day, doing their thing without worrying too much more about the Second Amendment. It didn't seem to be under attack, so people, were leaving the fight, which is to be expected. However, some of us knew that that was just going to be the next. The other side isn't done. They haven't decided not to fight. They just weren't able to pursue with our resistance. So in order to prepare for that next round and to keep people kind of aware, I guess, whatever what you call an awareness campaign, we just decided to eventually, after a couple of chats to kind of come up with what we came up with, we decided to on every second of every month get together and talk about the Second Amendment and what kind of stuff has been going on and what direction efforts should be focused on, and just to keep the conversation alive. And part of the goal was to have conversations with others with the concept that if the 7 or whatever 5 million NRA members would go out and recruit one more member, we'd have 10 million people in the NRA in a relatively short period of time, and that the political splash that would make would be interesting, if nothing else, but it would definitely be probably advantageous to the Second Amendment issues for sure. But using that same principle, if every gun owner, which was many more gun owners than there are NRA members, if every gun owner went out and tried to encourage that person who's on the fence, who probably could be a gun person if they had a little encouragement, took them out shooting them a few more times. If everybody were to work on that person and bring another gun owner on board, we would really cause a political splash that would be hard to ignore. And
I would think the best way would be to go down to the range and recruit there, and just make friends.
definitely you can network that way. But that was the concept of the idea of individuals being aware of the Second Amendment and the issues around it, and intentionally once a month making a point of going out and creating a conversation with someone, or at least setting the foundation for a conversation, I like to say, because obviously it's not always opportune to have a conversation about guns with somebody at work or somebody at church, or who knows, even some family members, right? So according to circumstances or whatever, though, if you can think about it once a month, then you're really thinking about it, and you're looking for those opportunities, and we have conversations together about how our conversations went with other people and what worked and what didn't. Knowing what worked for a lot of other people and know what didn't work for a lot of other people, knowing where the conversation went awry or whatever, that's what the Every Second Matters campaign has been about, so that we can each become better at having those conversations with others, become more comfortable with having those conversations with others. As we get more comfortable with the subject matter, we get better. We are able to concentrate more on the conversation we're having instead of the facts. Once the facts are now known, then you can start having an actual conversation with someone and have recall of all those data that you need, but also tune the conversation to that individual so you can have more effective conversations. So if each of us are thinking about this and doing that, and we're all able to bring somebody else on board every month, that's even better than everybody bringing one person on board, right? If we could each bring one person on board every month, that would be great too. So these are some of the goals of Every Second Matters, and for years, really, I think it's been around for 3 or 4 years now, maybe going on 4 years now. Can't be 5. Got to be 4 years now. Basically, at the beginning of this year, we had some guests on in an effort to try to bring it to the next level. I guess I had tried to bring on some Second Amendment people. We almost had Pratt on, Larry Pratt, I think. DB had scheduled Larry Pratt to be on, but then I'm not good at keeping, juggling so many things at one time, so I just wasn't able to give him a call that he needed or whatever to verify. So he just didn't, he didn't know that it was a legit thing, so he didn't show up. But we were close to getting him on. We did get Sean from Florida Carry. We got Charles from Arizona Citizens Defense League, and after Sean had seen what we were doing over here, and after joining it a few times, he had encouraged me earlier this year to take it to the next level. So whatever that meant, this is an election year, and I started to see how things are going, and we practiced with the we have lots of practice with gun channels. It's a community we built a while back that allows thousands of people to get together and have conversations about guns or whatever. So I know we could do something like that again. We practiced on the AK-47 one, putting it together in a gun channels went together over a couple of years, so I had to know I could put the thing together at one time, not over the course of a couple of years, and that was what the AK-47 site really allowed me to do, the AK-47 Buyer's Guide. We didn't get to test the membership system of the AK-47 Buyer's Guide as much as I would have liked. The concept of the AK-47 Buyer's Guide project was to get the software community built again quickly, like built in one piece, and then get some practice using the membership system a second time. So we use it over at gun channels all the time, but again, it's a system that's been around for 3 years, and it has its own perks and peculiarities and things that have developed with the way that the users use the system. With a new system, when you think about it from the software side, it's going to be a little bit different every time the software is laid down because of the interaction from the individual people and the way that they use the site. It's just going to have its own nuance. So really wanted to test that on the AK-47 one. For lots of reasons that didn't get to happen, and we got to this point where we could continue to wait on the Every Second Matters project until all these little wrinkles were figured out over on the other projects, or we could get to work on this project and just do it. So I had a conversation, a really inspiring conversation with AZCDL. I'm their media guy, and I've been trying to get them to use a different form of communication for intergroup communications, or whatever you want to call, like when the group is talking to themselves and strategizing and stuff. So I knew that Every Second Matters. If we were to upgrade it, like Sean from Florida Curie had encouraged me to, one of the goals would be to give groups like Every Second, or like the Arizona Citizens Defense League, a place to have those kind of conversations in a more modern venue. And I figured, okay, screw it. At this point, we can't wait forever for everything to be perfect. Let's just get started. So I basically put all the software on a credit card. I bought some server time on a credit card, and we'll figure out how to pay for it later. So for now, though, this is the first month where we're going to be able to, it's online, it's up and running. It's basically gun channels, except you strip all the gun channel stuff off. We only put Every Second Matters stuff on. None of the bells and whistles, like all the little community building stuff that the gun channels has, like some of that stuff can be added. But right now, it's just the groups and then conversations within those groups. So the groups are things like Second Amendment Foundation, the NRA, Gun Owners of America, the American Suppressor Association. I forget how many we have in there now, but we're definitely going to need help. I know of at least 100 state-level organizations, and we have like 4 in there right now. So encourage anybody who joins to, if you look through the list of organizations that are already there and you don't see your local organizations, put them in there. That's what it's for. The next step will be to relay. If they do a newsletter every week, we're going to start putting their replaying their newsletters there. We're going to enhance their reach. We're going to help them. Everyone hopefully will pitch in on this, and we will help them put their their newsletters or their updates or their action alerts or whatever it is that they do to communicate with their members. We'll put it on Every Second Matters in their section, and then what Every Second Matters becomes is everybody's pipeline, right? We've got alerts coming from everyone, and we can have these conversations like we do on gun channels, except Second Amendment specific over there as well. So anyway, that's the gist of the main project. And then today what we'll be doing is having an Every Second Matters hangout all day long, or at least in 8-hour chunks all day long. And then we'll have, like I say, I'll be inviting as many people as I can to use the new Every Second Matters, and then together on the screen here we can go through and answer any questions people might have, or work on stuff, or do whatever we can do to keep this conversation going, keep these pipelines open, and facilitate people using this place.
So can the members also like network their own organization or just event?
Sure.
Outside of all the other organizations that are on Every Second Matters? Like Flippy wants to do that benefit shoot for the victims of the Pulse nightclub.
Okay.
People could do stuff like that. Is
Hmm.
there
I
like a
could
spot
I
on
could
the
make
site?
it. I could definitely set that up. It would just be another, like right now I'm in my account over here, and I just went to my profile, right? And from the profile, I can add pictures, and I can, connect with other people or whatever. I could add that feature. Like I said, I just had it limited right now because I'm not trying to make it a big community so much as um,
Right, just like an
engagement stuff.
information hub.
Yeah. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that something that it would be confusing, or is that something that would be beneficial?
I don't think it should be like the forefront of it, but somewhere inside of it that people could easily access, I guess, without it being in the way of the
Now, I
main.
can tell you, we definitely have that on gun channels. You can definitely do it on gun channels when
Oh
you
yeah.
log in and go to your member profile or whatever it's called. Gun channels, it's in this little drop down here.
Well, I mean, I see a thing on Every Second Matters that says events, but is that only for like organizations can add that? Like I see one by the Second Amendment Foundation, one in Arizona Citizens Defense League. Like,
Correct.
so do you have to be at that level to add an event as of right now?
Correct. Right now, when an organization, if you dig into an organization, like I'll dig into Every Second Matters on Every Second Matters, I can go to its events tab and then create an event. Like I'll create one for right now. But yeah, I have it set up so that because it's organization centric. I have it set up so that the events being displayed are all from the organizations themselves. So if they were going to have like a annual meeting or a fundraiser or an awareness thing for, like, something FPC might have been doing for this whole California garbage. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just flipping a few switches that I could set it up for members as well. Like I was saying, over on gun channels, you just go to your member profile. Depending on how your stuff's being displayed, you click on the little more thing and go down to events, and it'll show you what's going on. Then you can add your own event there. But like I say, gun channel is made to be just a big community, so I've got all that kind of stuff turned on for everybody. I just didn't uh, think about doing that for the Every Second Matters individuals.
So it seems
Yes.
like you've been doing a lot of work setting up these websites. Yeah, how much work is it? I'm just curious. I mean,
Mm.
You mean since
run.
1997 I've been working on the internet so that I could get to the point where I can build one of these in a week? Or
Yeah, how much work is it like,
I
to
know you
you?
don't like hearing the whole story, so I could say a week, but that makes it sound like somebody could pick it up and do it for a week. I suspect it might take someone a little longer. They've never done one before.
Well, I just mean like every week, how much work is it for you? I mean, I was
When I
curious.
wake up in the morning and then when I go to bed at night, all that in between time is working on stuff like this.
Wow.
That's all I do. I don't have a 9 to 5.
Well, that's living and breathing the Second Amendment in an internet kind of way, that's for sure.
Well, I've seen what it can do, so I don't need to be convinced. I'm just trying to make it
Oh,
happen.
yeah, it's
You're hooked.
definitely powerful.
Anyway, so I'm posting an event here. I don't want to look for my pictures on it. I've got this way. You guys can see what I'm doing on my screen, right?
Is he making an
Yeah.
event? Yeah.
Okay. I need to change these categories. So now when you go to the main page and then click on events, that's posted in there. So an event. So anyway, I could set that up for the members. Like I say, I don't know. I just never thought about it. So give us some feedback if you think it's something people would be. Right now, it's empty. So I'm not gonna assume I know what people are gonna want to use it like. Like I said, we've talked about before. When we built the gun channels, I had no idea how people were gonna end up using it. So I know what I'd like people. We're gonna set it up so that it could be used the way I think it'd be neat to fill a need, but if it gets used in a different way, that's fine. Or people figure out better ways to do it, or different, or more stuff to do with it. That's what it's all about. All right, so where am I gonna find what we got going on here? So seriously, there's no comments coming in on this one. I guess nobody knows about the Every Second Matters channel, but I can probably grab
So
it.
you can add local organizations on your own,
Oh yeah, you should be able to at least.
and then
When you go to
what should you
organizations,
do after that? Like get in touch with that organization and let them know they're on there so that they can update.
exactly. That's what I'm thinking we'll figure out today. I mean, I got plenty of time. It's only 10 o'clock
Okay.
here. I figure I'll be doing this for the next 14 hours. So I'm gonna get, I don't know, let you guys take over for a bit so I can come up with a list of all the stuff I wanted to do here. But one of the things I wanted to do is invite a bunch of people, and to do that, I figure, yeah, in creating a procedure for it, or a way to do it would probably be helpful for people that, instead of just saying, make it, save the Second Amendment here, say like, here, post their thing like you're saying, then send them an email like this, and then maybe if they don't have time, offer to relay their stuff over here or something, and then if they've got time in the future, here's how you can bring them on to take over their uh, group over here. So in other words, when you create a group, it's going to say over here somewhere, when I look at one, it's going to say who put it together, who built it. For right now, most of them are me, right? Because I put it all together so far. But let's say, Larry Pratt or Alan Gottlieb or somebody comes over and says, "Oh, this is cool. I want to use this." Or like when Sean from Florida Carry signs up, uh, or maybe he already signed up. Then I can go over here and change the owner from me to him. So so that they're the appropriate owners of the channel, or
Yeah.
whatever they call them, the organization. Um, but yeah, or since it would be a lot to ask for somebody to come set up their own. But one of the other things we can do today is make up a video on how to set up your own organization. So we're going to have to do one on how to set up an organization. Do me a favor, guys, when you click on the organization like page or whatever tab, do you have this create new organization button right here?
Let me go look. Organizations.
Yeah, create new organization. I see it over there.
Okay, some of you might be mods, I don't know, but I'm assuming, I think I set it up like that. Because the worst thing that happens is somebody puts something bullshit in there, we just delete it. But hopefully people can start putting in, I'm thinking, like here in Tucson, if I started thinking about it, there's single action shooting clubs, there's all kinds of hunting clubs for like dogs and different things, not hunting dogs, but like hunting with dogs. Like groups for archery, there's all kinds of stuff. So I figure if people wanted to use it as, if it becomes, if we figure out a good way to let the Second Amendment organizations communicate with each other, then it just seems like why not let the shooting sports and the hunter safety and all the other, very close to being Second Amendment advocacy groups use it as well, especially if it's a kind of thing where they can just include it, in an email address or something, and then boom, it's just, just like Twitter for me. I don't go to Twitter ever, but I know the people that use Twitter are seeing everything I do on YouTube or Instagram because I have it automatically sent to also go to Twitter. So if people can just automatically send their things to also go to Every Second Matters, or there's just enough people who are always out there talking about the various things that are going on that they know that the people on Every Second Matters are also going to get this, then it's like we're just holding an amplifier. It's like we're holding a loudspeaker up to their speaker, so that, or a megaphone up to their speaker, so that we're helping them get their message out there, but they don't have to really change too much of what they're doing. Because really, what do we talk about in our live chats all the time? We should do this, we should do that, we should do this, we should do that. And then sometimes we even get really motivated and get working towards it, like Tony did with the repeal gun laws thing. And, all that. And he didn't get as far as he would have liked. But even if he would have got ultimately far, he could have turned around and found out that the NFAFA, the NFA Freedom Alliance, is a national level organization that's been around since for a while now, and they're doing the same thing. That's what they're there to do, is to remove the NFA.
I don't have that button, by the way, but just since you asked, create organizations. But
Here on the right.
yeah, I see you have it by looking at it, but just I guess a regular member doesn't. So that's cool.
Well, Smeggy said you had it though.
Yeah, I do have it. I didn't think I had any special powers over here.
I don't know. I set people up as managers or as stuff.
Well, that was silly of you. You know I get drunk with power.
I just get drunk.
I'm just kidding. I would respect every second matters.
So, yeah, how effective is the National Freedom Alliance? Because I don't know anything too much about that particular organization, so I guess I have to learn.
Todd Rathner, he's pretty good. He's one guy, so he's I forget what his first job was. He was like a lobbyist for NRA or something, and then so he's in the know.
He struck out on the on his own to do away with the NFA Act. I take it.
Well, as an individual who has quite a bit of resource and knowledge and what do you call it? Like he's
Experience.
in the industry, yeah, experience in this realm. And I don't think it's his only thing though. He works with other things. So I can't. So what I'm gonna say is I can't answer that. I don't know, but it doesn't mean that they haven't done anything. He's done quite a bit because from the way that others have referred to the group makes me think that he's done actually quite a bit.
All right. Well,
when I mentioned something about, we should get rid of the NFA, they're like, well, don't you know about the NFA? FA? They've already been doing it.
Well, that's what I'm here to do. Learn a little bit more.
Yeah, you're the same level member as Smeggy, so I don't know why you're not seeing it. What browser are you on?
Oh, I have Firefox. Maybe that's it.
That's what I'm using.
And I have WebRoot Secure Anywhere for my spyware.
Well, I'm not going to try to software.
All right. I'm sorry I brought it up. You just asked, so I answered.
No, I hear you. I'm just seeing if it was something obvious. But if you guys are using the same browser, then I don't know. I mean, you're both the same level of user, and you're both got everything consistent here, so I'm not sure why one of you would see it and not the other.
Which that's something we can look into in the future. I mean, it's a good thing to know, I guess, right?
All right. I'm going to sign in again. Maybe that was it because it's somehow... After I signed up, I wasn't automatically signed in. Maybe that's it.
Oh yeah, that could be. If you're not logged in, then you wouldn't see any of the like.
Oh yeah, now it's there. Okay, brilliant. Yeah, because
Cool,
when I
so
signed up, I assumed I would automatically be signed in, but I wasn't. So now that I am.
I think I have the Hawaii Rifle Association in there, but I don't know what other Hawaii stuff there might be.
I have to say, I really like the organization, how you did that, like the different categories. As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, that's perfect, because you have, the gun owners' rights, the self-defense groups, legal rights, shooting sports, and firearm education. Like, those are the main ones, and I could see each of those categories growing, depending on which type of people like using the site more. And that'd be kind of interesting to see. So.
Who linked the dang it? Who linked the Mr. Guns and Gear video earlier? Was that DB?
Yeah, I think it was about the California thing. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, just watched that earlier today. That is a really good, concise update.
It is.
What, you want to link to it or something?
No, I was just That's it.
Oh.
I don't know him enough to be able to play it or whatever. Okay, so now can I save this again? Or do I save it? It just happened. Oh, look at that. That's nice. So, kind of neat running with this new stream thing. Can definitely do more. Yeah, I was hoping to be able to play some. I don't know. I don't really want to play a whole Every Second Matters from before. Did like Yankee or Matt or somebody do like a what is Every Second Matters, like a 3-minute video on what Every Second Matters is, so I could play
I
it?
think Yankee has one.
Wonder how I can change the. I guess it's just showing whatever's on the screen, maybe. No, I don't know what it's showing. I'm just playing with the what would you call this? Like the control panel, I guess, for the live stream. Keep losing it.
So you're not even screen sharing. This is just a whole different feature.
It's kind of like screen sharing, but it's not. So let me close Windows. I don't need open anymore. And oh, that's what I was doing. I was looking for something here. So this is this thing I'm using. It's called Open Broadcaster. So this is right now looking at my one monitor, but I just turned my monitor off, and like now I'll put in that graphic, that graphic, that graphic, that graphic. See, I haven't figured out the graphics very good yet, but I can flip it back to this monitor now, and this thing is running on my machine, and it's a piece of software. Let me get rid of this to make it more confusing. So this thing here is running on my machine. It's a piece of software. Then I open up YouTube here, and I go to the stream now instead of events, and then this stream now is connected to this piece of software.
Oh, so it's like an app?
What?
It's like an app, like an add-on to the YouTube?
Well, this is software running on my machine. This is a browser that needs to hook up to a piece of software. So I guess it's not really an app, I don't think. Maybe you
like,
could with software when it's on a machine.
but it works with YouTube. It's designed to work with YouTube.
Because like back in the day, you could hook this stream up to like a camera, like literally just plug it into a camera, kind of. You would plug your camera software in, like webcam software, and it would plug right into that stream software. But without having a camera that has all that super expensive like software, you can just get this open source thing called Open Broadcaster. So what I can do then is run it like a TV broadcast, like a whatever they call that room with all the screens and stuff at a TV studio. So I can queue up whatever I want here, and then click them on and off like a director. And I think this muted me. So you guys can still hear me, I think, right?
I can hear you. It's called the control room.
Yeah, it's like being in the control room. So I can probably do more. I've only barely started playing with it. This is, I think, the 3rd time or 4th time. But like this thing, this piece, is also connected to my phone. So I have something like this, but an app, like literally an app on the phone that can also plug into this piece, the stream now on Google or on YouTube. So I can also jam shit straight from my phone up into YouTube now using this stream now. And this is all thanks to Hoshnasi.
Yeah, I saw part of that where he was explaining it, but so you still can't start a live event from your phone with that.
No,
right?
that's the one thing that you can't do yet, or at least I haven't figured out how to do yet. I can start a live stream from my phone though. So now this thing is just an option on my YouTube now. You consider it like just it's always there now. Whenever I want to, I can just start running my phone into it and it'll go live. So I can click like 2 clicks on my phone and my phone will be live streaming. but it's stupid because I can't plug it into my camera and go live streaming. I can plug it into a stupid video game and go live streaming, or I can plug it into my browser and go live streaming, but I can't start a live chat and then go live
Well,
stream.
that makes sense. I mean, a lot of big channels just, are people playing video games and
Exactly,
people
that's what they
watching
built
other
it for.
people play video
Well,
games. Yeah.
Built for
Just-
video games. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it work with live, and they haven't allowed you to use the camera. They just let you do the video games, really.
you'd think
Yeah, well,
YouTube would add
that's
the
a
feature.
very large niche on people
Well,
like
yeah,
that.
he's saying it's bigger than Hollywood, right? Video games make more money than Hollywood, so that's definitely.
I don't know the numbers myself, but Hollywood's pretty damn big distribution hub, so I don't know.
Well, you know how Facebook does the live streaming now?
Hmm.
The YouTube should do that.
Well, they do it. That's what we're doing right now.
But you should be able to do it from your phone, like a mobile device.
Oh, well, maybe this is a step towards that. I really don't know. I don't know if we should go live on Facebook also, but then that would tie up my phone, and I don't like being this. I'm already double live right now.
Double live.
Don't know where to
Double
mute.
bad.
I think if you do it 3 times, you like open another portal to some other dimension.
Alright.
Then I
I'm
can
just getting comfortable with the Google Hangout one, so I still like doing it that way.
If we open three streams at once, then like guns start magically appearing from other dimensions.
Oh, I'm getting that third one open right now. Right now.
It's like the Matrix.
And-
You instantly
And
become
G-Web's, oh, sorry. I put a link to Yankees video for Every Second Matters in the Google Hangout screen,
Oh, thanks.
so you can pull it up whenever you want.
Yeah.
I also kind of started a list of notes of like stuff we can talk about.
I want to
use
go see
I don't
Independence
think I
Day.
can even mute, really. Because if I can mute you guys, but I can't mute everything else, people won't hear this, I don't think. So I'm going to go fart and stuff in the other room.
I'm gonna go see Independence Day today.
I talked about Every Second Matters, and I talked about what I did on the day that we observe Every Second Matters Day, which is the second of every month. Now, a lot of people slammed me because they said, well, you told us what you did, but you didn't really explain everything to us. You didn't give us links to like go to the web pages or to get information or to buy shirts or anything like that. Well, if you people knew what I have on my to-do list every day, on just like an average day's to-do list, I have so many very, very important things. I mean, I'm a very busy and important person. So if you saw that list, you'd understand why I didn't have time to really go into it on those videos that I made. Because those videos weren't really about that, so I had to stick to what the topic was simply for the sake of time. But now I have time, so I'm going to tell you what Every Second Matters is. Every Second Matters is a little movement that a lot of us got together to start. It's something we wanted to put together to kind of promote awareness of not only firearms, but the people that own them, the everyday people, and how many people actually own and carry firearms every day. Now, we wanted to bring awareness to this in a very non-confrontational, non-violent, non-aggressive way. So we thought of some ways we could do that. Now, some of us are going to open carry on that day. We're going to openly carry our weapons so people can see that this everyday guy is carrying a gun, and maybe they can talk to us about it. Now, that's not for everybody. That's just for a few of us. In fact, where you live, you might not even be able to do that legally. If you can't legally carry a gun openly where you live, we're asking people to carry an empty holster if they want. An empty holster can draw a lot of attention, get a lot of questions asked while not violating any laws. But that's still a big step, too. Some people might not want to do that. So another way to do it is simply get the shirt. Wear the shirt on that day, on the 2nd of every month. Now, we would recommend you wear the shirt on the 2nd of the month, even if you're doing the other things. But if you're not doing anything else, wear the shirt. We also hope to have soon armbands, bracelets, some other things, maybe some decals, just different things that you can use on the 2nd of every month, or even every day of every month, other than just the 2nd, to promote gun awareness on every day. But the 2nd is the day we want everyone to do it in unison. So there's several different things you can do, several different levels of involvement, for whatever you feel comfortable with. Now, another question we're getting a lot also is, what does Every Second Matters mean? Well, it actually means several things. When we're fighting for our gun rights in this country, every second matters. It's a battle that we can't afford to slack off on. It's something we can't afford to back down on. Every second of that fight matters. We have to be seen, we have to be visible, we have to be doing the right thing, we have to be being smart about it every second of the day. And that's what it means for one thing. Another meaning is everybody's Second Amendment right matters. The Second Amendment right of every single person in this country matters. Not just red states or blue states, not just carry states and non-carry states. Every person in every state matters. And until every person in all 50 states has the right to defend themselves, we haven't finished our fight. It can also mean when you're in danger, every second matters, especially when a cop is several minutes away. Every second matters. So it just means a lot of different things. So it means a lot of things to a lot of people. It means multiple things to every one of us, I think. People also ask, why do we choose black and white as our colors? Why is it black shirt with white print? A lot of people wonder, well, I want a pink shirt, and I want a gray shirt, and I want a black. I'm like, no, I think they should be black and white. People wondered, why do they need to be black and white? And to me, the black and white represents that this is a black and white issue. I'm a person that sees a lot of gray. I'm a fairly liberal person. But when it comes to everybody's right to defend themselves, there is no gray area. This is a black and white issue, and that's why I chose black and white for the colors of the movement. Now, I'm going to put a link below to the websites, the YouTube page, the Google Plus page, the Facebook page, places you can go to those pages and find links to buy shirts, hopefully later buy other different materials, and all the materials are sold at no profit. We make not a nickel off of any of it. So go buy the shirts, go buy whatever else we can come up with later, really show your support for the movement. I'm also going to ask other channels to get involved. Now, I'm not a person who bothers other channels. I don't send them requests. I don't send them share videos with them. I just don't bother other people. I just don't do it. But this time, I'm going to send this video to other people, other channels, and I want everybody out there, if you have a channel you would like to see get involved, you'd like to see them help spread the word, send this video to them. Tell them to contact me directly or contact people through. Because we really want to get more and more people involved, and hopefully this movement will grow and grow and grow. Now, we do want to set some criteria for how people get involved. We don't want people open carrying AK-47s. We don't want people doing things that could be considered aggressive or in your face. You can do that on your own.
But you gotta get in AKs.
Completely not aggressive. We want to spur interest, not outrage. We want to get people curious, not frightened. So this isn't really the place for overt activism. This is just an awareness campaign. Now, I'm not saying that your overt activism isn't correct or isn't proper. This just isn't the place for it. Right now, we're just trying to spread awareness. So in a nutshell, that's Every Second Matters. So now I'm going to end the video with just another call to everybody out there that has a gun channel. Spread the word. Make your own video. Order your own apparel. Get involved on the second. And let's try to make this take off, and let's try to make a difference for gun rights for everyone in all 50 states.
That's a lot of Yankee.
Yeah, that's all
It's a
the
little too
Yankee
much,
Marshall I
Yankee.
can take this early in the morning.
Yankee the burglar.
Yeah, doesn't he look like some kind of henchman?
Hey, if he's being a henchman for our rights, then I'm okay with it.
He's a Second Amendment thug.
He's gonna burgle our rights back for us.
I don't know about all that. Like, obviously, we didn't all agree on the black and white part.
Yeah, because I remember I think he wanted like a map of the states on the back.
Yeah, red, white, and blue would be okay.
And I forget what he wanted each state to have, like, I guess, different shades of black to gray to white of good versus bad gun laws.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. Obviously, there's disagreements among people, but he kind of even said in there, Every Second Matters is different to every person.
True.
That's why I have a
But he
green
kind of
and
meant
black.
The way I see it, no matter what you look at it, if you're helping our rights by engaging people or doing whatever you think's the right thing to do, that's cool. I mean, I've been known to, if it's the second, I'm going to go spend money on guns because I'm helping the industry. Might not start up a conversation, but I bought a couple boxes of ammo. That helps somebody.
Go
I think
down
that
to your
counts.
local gun shop and buy some ammo or buy some accessory or buy a scope. Keep
Right.
them in business. Just every little thing matters.
And the thing is, I
And
mentioned
it's
to
like throwing
them,
a pebble into a pond. You're going to make waves, and those waves will make new waves.
right, and I mentioned to them, oh yeah, I'm specifically buying this today because it's the second. Have you heard of this thing called Every Second Matters? And that's a way to start a conversation with, a gun store. Maybe they want to do whatever. If it's a range too, maybe it's half off range day on the second of every month. That'd be a cool little promotion to do.
I
That'd
wish
be
we had a
awesome.
range.
I haven't agreed. I haven't gotten anyone to agree to that yet, but
Yeah, so I guess I got to get the T-shirts or something to start wearing on my YouTube videos when I go shooting. Can't wear Hawaiian
And
shirts all
just
the
like
time.
pop the business card out of your sleeve. And be like, here you go.
yeah, I always forget to take
Flash
those
up
with
to
me,
you
to
today.
be honest. I took a bunch to NRA show, but I other than that, I have a whole stack of them from, every time you buy a patch or something, you end up getting a big stack of Every Second Matters and gun channels and gun websites and all sorts of business cards.
Oh, yeah, I gotta
I need to
grab
start
that.
giving them out a little bit more.
So I'm gonna go watch Independence Day today. I'm gonna go see that movie.
The new one?
Yeah. Then I'll do just because my chat lock and load Monday is the 4th of July, so I'll just do an Independence Day chat. So I'll figure I'll go homework for my chat on Monday because Monday is Independence Day. So hopefully it'll be a fun movie. If not, I'll just have some popcorn and sleep through it.
I can't see it being as good as the first one. It's too spacey now. It's like
If you guys want to do a lobby, you can. But we're going to keep this one Every Second Matters for the day.
I want to see The Purge.
Yeah, I saw the ads. The ads for that. Is that going to be a movie theater or HBO?
Movie theater. I think it actually came out today.
Am I muted? We're not going to talk about lobby crap in here. You guys, we have Gun Channels, which is a website that's 4 years old now, almost 4 years old. That's all about chatting about that kind of stuff. I know we're broadcasting on Gun Channels, but this is an Every Second Matters chat. I like to keep it on Every Second Matters topics.
For sure. You got it, boss.
Okay.
So other than watching a movie about independence, does anyone have any plans for the second today? I- I've been rattling around the idea of going to the range,
Was
but
somebody said that when Jerry Brown signed all those gun laws, control laws that he signed, that was like, just a crappy way to rip up the Constitution for the Independence Day weekend and then fly to Europe.
right. Yeah, I was worried about that because, right, it's the Friday before a holiday weekend. That's normally when stuff goes down because people don't have the time to pay attention to it. You
I was
know,
expecting it too. You were right on that.
I'm celebrating by being in the Every Second Matters chat, so I figure that's legitimate. And I'll have to go out later to get some dinner, so I might open carry, but um, that's how I'm gonna celebrate. I bought an upper yesterday, so
Is that for the Jack one?
yeah, I sold the Scorpion to get that.
So, but Yankee was saying that open carrying an AK was just not something good to do or something for some reason. I don't know.
That's
What was
like,
the date on that video? That was probably back when we first started, and part of the conversations that started it all was the Chipotle thing. And
it has definitely evolved.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely changed since then and everything. But I would say, if anything, it's changed to where there's few rules. Yankee wanted more rules, I think, than anybody else. He had more parameters for it.
right. And that's the thing. Nobody owns Every Second Matters. No, like this isn't, well, you own the website and whatnot, but the movement is a grassroots. It means to you what you think it means. It's like putting a peace symbol on the back of your car. Do you have to put it on the left corner? Can you put it on the right corner? It's a peace symbol. People just believe in the movement.
Right.
And I
Well,
prefer my peace symbol right next to my Every Second Matters symbol.
my
If you
peace
want
symbol
peace,
is on my
prepare for war.
surfboard. My peace symbol is on my surfboard. So I think do I have a picture of that? I know I have a video of it. Let's see.
Oh. So, have you guys ever had a conversation spark up because you're wearing a T-shirt and some random person at the grocery store is like, "What the heck does that mean?"
No, not random person at the grocery store, but I've had to basically defend myself against people's assumptions or preconceived notions about guns and what who I am just because I own guns.
Yeah, there's that notion that only evil people own guns for evil purposes out there, and which is
Or I'm
just
right
not true.
wing, or I'm right wing Republican,
Right. Yeah.
whatever, whatever stereotype is the
Well,
most popular.
I'm always right, so that
I
makes me right
definitely get
wing.
that. I get that a lot at work. I know you guys have heard me talk about it before. There's a guy I work with who he says he's okay with bolt action rifles and shotguns and stuff, but why do you need an AR-15? He's one of them guys, but he goes more anti-gun because he knows it makes me angry, and he likes like getting me riled up. And that's his strategy to win the argument is, well, I'm wrong, so I'm just going to make the other guy mad, and then I win because I can laugh. So, and it's mostly lighthearted. I've never been too aggressive about it, but he always, well, I'll see him, he's like, oh, so how's your best friends, the Republicans, doing? This, that, and the other. I'm like, quit don't make a straw man. I'm not a Bible thumping Southern redneck conservative Republican. So when you argue with them, don't do it by talking to me. Argue with me, the person that you know.
There's nothing wrong with being a Bible thumping redneck Southern conservative.
I never said there was. My point is, I am not that. So don't argue a point against them by talking to me. Argue my point is all. And he does that on other stuff too, taxes and spending and all sorts of stuff. I'm like, I I disagree with the Republicans half the time. So yeah, he'll bring something up and said, yeah, those guys are bad guys. They didn't do the right thing. What else is new? But he's trying to, shoehorn me in. But I know I probably will never change his mind on guns, but I do it in a way that the other people listening, because I mean, I live in a cube farm, right? I work in a cube farm. So everyone hears what other people are talking about.
What's
So
a
when I
cube?
pop my head up and talk to him, there's another 8 people or whatever that are within earshot, and hopefully they will agree with me.
Well, I've encountered enough of them to know that they use the term gun nut in a derogatory fashion. So therefore, it's it's bigoted. They're bigots, and it makes me want a safe space. But other than that, they're uh, they're really using the terms that they use, like amosexuals and gun nut. They're using them in a derogatory way. So I take it as an insult.
Well, the only way to take power away from words is to take it back and be like, you know what? I am a gun nut. I am an enthusiast for guns.
Well, yeah, and that's the other side where I embrace it, and well, whatever. I'm a gun nut. Like a car person's a car nut, and whatever. It's not a bad thing. But I'm not gonna wear a T-shirt that says I'm an amosexual. I've seen them for sale.
They're saying there's an echo. Do you guys hear an echo?
No.
No.
I don't hear an echo. I do hear, I think, someone talking in the background or something.
Well, I've got a TV on in the background. Are you guys hearing that? Here, let me try muting myself and see if it's still there.
I don't hear anything.
But I don't know. I also did just notice that my laptop volume was turned way up, so it might have been me echoing. It was loud earlier. I had to turn it up to here, and then I forgot about it.
I just have the History Channel Revolutionary War on. They've got a couple shows. They got shows all weekend on the Revolutionary War. So
Yeah,
when they were
I have
fighting
that on
for
as
the
well. It's
Second
just my
Amendment and all
TV's
this other
muted.
stuff.
So that's funny. I've been watching that too. Well,
Mine's
that was part about gun control, right? I mean, the
yeah,
English wanted to take the
definitely.
American guns away too.
All they got was our bullets, and then basically the French Navy came in and it became a world war instead of just an American Revolutionary War after Saratoga. So yeah, if it wasn't for the French, we would have never been a country. There would have been no America. It would have still been English colonies.
And
We
we
needed their navy
Well,
to
we give them
intervene.
their
probably
due credit with the French fries and French toast, but they didn't help us. They didn't have a Second Amendment.
Well, they had a navy that beat the
oh, of
British
course,
navy.
comes back to the Navy.
Oh, come on, let's not get into old gun channels arguments here
You're right. I'm sorry.
Second Amendment matters. But I was just saying that the French did intervene at Yorktown and trapped Cornwallis, and it, so he couldn't escape, and he had to surrender.
All right. Well, speaking of every second matters, then, do you guys want to dive into the California stuff? We've kind of touched on it a little bit, but
Well, we
do we
talked about
want
it
to take
all
the time
last.
now and explain what was passed and what was vetoed?
We had Heavy B had his Friday Night Sights show on specifically that topic on gun channels. Uh, Basically, Jerry Brown signed a bunch of stuff, and he vetoed four. Uh, uh,
Thought he vetoed 5 and passed 6.
I'm not. I thought it was four. I have the website up that.
Or DB, he's
I
got
I
that.
was looking at Cal Guns, and that's where I was getting my information off of when we were talking about it. I posted a specific letter on gun channels were that Jerry Brown issued from his office saying which numbers of the bills he signed. Try and find it on Cal Guns again.
Yeah, see, I've seen a couple different lists that either include or drop out like one or one or the other bills. Like some of the you have to report a stolen gun or whatever. Like some of them include that, some of them don't. So
Yeah, vetoed AB 857, requiring a person to get a serial number from the DOJ before making or assembling a gun. AB vetoed AB 1674, which would have add to the current restrictions that are placed on an individual in regards to how many firearms they can purchase in a 30-day period, including long guns. So, vetoed 2607, which would allow an employer, co-worker, or mental health worker to file a uh, uh, restraining order on an individual to keep them from owning a gun. The individual would not be allowed to defend themselves until 21 days later. During this period, their guns could be confiscated. He also vetoed SB 894, requiring the reporting of lost or stolen guns within 5 days when a person knows or reasonably should have known of the theft or loss. And the last bill he vetoed was AB 1176, which would have clarified that stealing a firearm is felony grand theft. He signed Bill.
wait, hang on a second. Before I want to kind of dive into those a little bit on the veto thing. So he vetoed a bill that would make it illegal to steal a gun. I mean, isn't it already illegal to steal a gun?
Well, it would have made it felony grand theft.
Oh, it would have been
It was depending whether it was a felony grand theft used to depend on, well,
Value.
what would depend on the value of what was stolen. Not so like if you steal like a little 380 subcompact, that wasn't grand theft, but the bill I guess that he vetoed would have made it grand theft, you know, because it's supposed to be based on the value of the item stole, not just
right. Like if it's over $1,000, it's worse than if it's $10.
right. So, but he
Want
vetoed
it to
that
be
for.
a felony, so if you steal any gun, it's a felony. So the bullshit there is they act like, oh yeah, see, this stops people from stealing guns or blah blah blah, all the good stuff that law might do, but they ignore the part where if you make it a requirement for someone to call a gun stolen, and especially now that they can't transfer them to their family or friends or whatever, now you can't even lose track of a piece of your property without now being uh,
A felon
felony liable, yeah, for
just for
for
not knowing where something was.
you didn't know this was misplaced and you didn't report it soon enough, and it is just putting
Well,
a massive burden on stuff that makes no. Mr. Gunzinger said it good in his thing. It doesn't make anything safer. It doesn't change anything. Like you say, there's already laws. It's just a field
I'm
over
I,
the government type of step. So that's why they blocked it.
I'm assuming he vetoed these because he thought most of them would lose a challenge in court.
Definitely.
well, then why didn't he veto the other ones that would also lose a challenge in court?
Well, because some of
He
them have.
definitely thinks that they're not going to lose in court.
Well, yeah, they had. He knows that the Ninth Circuit is packed with Clinton liberal justices there in the Ninth Circuit Appellate Court. So, um, as we saw in the Peruta and Bank ruling. But can I read the ones that he signed now? He signed
Yeah.
AB 1695, makes it a misdemeanor to report a local law enforcement agency to a local law enforcement agency that a firearm has been stolen or lost, knowing the report to be false. I mean, it's already against the law to file a false police report.
Yeah.
I mean, all right, well, now it's a misdemeanor to file. I don't get it. I mean, it's already filing a false police report is not only stupid, but it's a crime already. So they just needed an extra crime, I guess. So
Right. The only thing I can think of with that, and it kind of goes along with the requirements, like to notify stolen or whatever, is they have this idea in the head that you give a gun to your buddy and he goes and uses it in a crime, and then if he gets caught, you then hurry up and go in and go, oh, that was stolen. I don't know what happened to it. So then you're not in trouble. Like your buddy still gets in trouble because he got caught, but it doesn't come back on you. That's the only scenario I can think of that this law is trying to prevent. But honestly, I bet you that doesn't happen. Like that just seems dumb to begin with.
well, they can charge you with being an accomplice. I mean, I know that if your gun is stolen, at least in this state, and used in a crime, and they trace the gun back to you, and they get the gun, and they catch whoever did it, then you're going to go down too for the DA is going to try and charge you with anything he can think of, like accessory before the fact, accessory after the fact. They'll just and not having a safe place to keep your firearm, they'll charge you with anything they can think of. And they don't, I guess they just want more laws to charge people with crimes that didn't actually do anything, except to have a friend over at their house and not watch them every second. Every second does matter. But anyway, let's see. AB 1511 limits infrequent lending of guns to specified family members.
Unspecified family members. That's
Yeah,
a pretty vague one.
Yeah, I think. Well, on Heavy B's chat, he specifically read the detail of it, and if I remember correctly, it was like infrequent lending, that means like lending it to them for over 30 days and not getting it back. Or so if they have it for more than 30 days.
Oh,
It
so
was
it's like
something like that.
a time limit on lending.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I refer you for the details to Heavy B's Friday Night Sites from last night, and he specifically read the detail of these bills out loud off of the legislative uh, uh, legal counsel summary of each bill. I'm just reading a blurb off of Calguns on each one, so it's not as complete as the whole show was last night. But for the purpose of being quick, I'll just read the next one. SB 1235 requires background check for ammunition purchasers, licenses to sell ammunition, and the collection of sale information. Restrictions on ammo purchases creates a DOJ database of ammunition owners, bans internet and out-of-state ammunition purchase.
So does that
That
mean they keep a
one is
count?
crazy.
Does that mean they know a count on your ammo too?
I assume so. When you're going to need a license to purchase and a license to sell ammunition. I mean, it reminds me of that movie I saw, Elysium, where I think does Matt Damon play the uh, protagonist, and he has to he has an AK-47, he has to go on his laptop and activate each round of ammunition before he puts it in the gun so it'll work. Uh, and you see him clicking it in, and he fires an anti-aircraft round out of his AK, But
Oh yeah, I remember that part.
that would be cool.
Yeah, see that one's
Anti
really scary though.
anti-aircraft rounds out of the AK. Yeah, but okay, sorry, we're talking about the bill now.
Yeah, I was getting back with that. Because they're not allowed to keep a database of gun owners, although Hawaii's finding a way around that one. But it's not a database on gun owners. We're just keeping a database on ammo owners. That's not illegal to do. So I almost encourage people who don't own a gun, go buy some ammo. And help dilute the database. If every single resident of California buys one box of ammo, then
dilute the database. There's a lot of storage room for data. I mean, how can you dilute it?
well, just if it includes everybody, then it doesn't single anybody out. But either way, that's just a harebrained idea. But the fact that you need a license to sell ammo, I mean, I get it. Stores, they already do, right? I mean, FFLs already have it. But does that mean you can't sell ammo to your buddy?
Yeah, so if you're at the range and he says, hey, can I buy a box of ammo off you or something? And you can't do that, I guess.
Yeah, see, and that's not
And as
cool.
far as
That's not
internet,
good.
out-of-state ammunition purchase, that's a lot of internet sales that won't go through. I mean, if you're on the mainland, that's a damn convenient way to buy ammunition is on the internet. Out here in Hawaii, it's not. But on the mainland, the shipping isn't a problem because it can all be ground shipped, so it's not terribly expensive. Anyway, next one is SB 880 and AB 1185 would redefine assault weapons to encompass specified guns capable of accepting any type of detachable magazine, you know. And I think it goes into that's the bullet button thing, which is commonly known as a magazine release. But I don't know, fucking California. Let's see.
Right. Well,
SB. Go
say
ahead.
that one's a little different than the bullet button thing. That's a separate one. So basically, they said anything that takes is an assault weapon now and needs to be registered and will no longer be able to be transferred or sold. Like, so if you have one, you're okay, but
and it redefined it like protruding, conspicuously protruding, hand grips or foregrips or any of these features make it an assault weapon. whatever an assault weapon is.
Right. It's a made up category. We obviously all agree with that. But it's a category nonetheless that they have started to define.
It's a
And
political word.
as people worked in the inside the limits of what they set up the category as, like back in the day, people were just grinding off the bayonet lug. Well, now it's not an assault.
But it's still all
It's
semantics
a
in the
loophole,
heart.
but really it's like, yeah.
Oh, you broke up.
Well,
Yeah. Uh, the argument should be whether, or the argument is whether people should have them or shouldn't have them. And we get hung up too much on the terminology and the look and whatever. And I think we should have them. I think we should have the same things the military uses.
And finally, SB 1446 prohibits the possession of magazines that hold more than 10 rounds, confiscation of lawfully acquired standard capacity magazines that can hold over 10 rounds. So basically, it's a confiscatory ban, which the Ninth Circuit upheld in the Sunnyvale case, by the way, um, in California.
no,
So
do you get compensation for those confiscated mags? Like
I
they're gonna
doubt
at
it.
least pay you $10 per mag or something?
Shit, why would you turn them in for $10 when you could probably flip them for 200 in a band, I mean, it'd be illegal to flip them, but
$100 for the first one, $250 for the second one, and $500 for everyone after that.
yeah, that's the fine. But that fine wouldn't stop people from selling it, to people that wanted it, you know. I mean, that's why this is part of the reason why they want to eventually do away with cash. They want it to be a cashless society so that the government can control everything. You said that there won't be any way to sell somebody a outlawed item if there's no cash.
Yeah, because they'll never be able to trade. There'll never be barter. There's no black markets. So all those things.
And they can tax everything too. So and control everything. It's all about control. It's not just gun control. It's plain out control. I mean, gun control isn't about gun control. It's about
Well, that's definitely a true statement. I guess that's a good point. You can sell it to out-of-state people until it takes effect. But I'm just curious. There are probably a lot of people. We all think it's a big deal and everyone knows about it and all this, but I know tons of people that maybe they're gun owners or whatever, and they're not really into this as detailed as we are. I bet you there'll be people that got stuff in their closet, they haven't looked at it in years.
And they'll be shocked to know that they're now felons for not having turned this in. Their magazines into your local Gestapo.
All right. Well, so is that a way to approach the subject to people? Like, did you know you just became a criminal overnight, and then and then list a bunch of reasons why they might be a criminal now after Monday or Tuesday, I guess.
I'm not sure what the best way to approach this is. If you live in California, I don't, I think in Hawaii people would just be, the gun people would be like, do you have any for sale? But they're still legal in Hawaii, so you can just go to the gun shop and buy them. And last time I checked, there's still plenty of them. So, but if you're in California, I guess that's no longer the case. So I'm not sure how to bring it up. What's the right way to bring it up?
I think that can be an effective way. The whole, kind of pointing out the ridiculousness of it. I know I was talking with a guy at work a while back, and this isn't off the California thing, but I was talking about 922R compliance. This guy's not a gun owner, doesn't know anything about the parts or anything. And I told him all the requirements, and he goes, "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard." He goes, "How do you keep track of all that stuff?" Because I was telling him I wanted to get some things, but then I'd have to change other things to swap it out and all this crap. And so just pointing out the ridiculousness of it, like I created an ally. Because if he ever sees that on a ballot that says, "Oh, we want to, get rid of 922R," he'll say, "Oh, I've heard of that thing before. That thing's dumb. Yeah, let's get rid of it." And you could do a similar thing, I guess, with California, pointing out, do you realize how stupid these laws are about, you can't loan a gun to your mom for more than 20 days or whatever? Or your dad wants to go hunting and you give him your gun, or.
Well, technically, can't they just give it back for like a couple seconds and then loan it to
Yeah,
them
but
again?
you know that not everyone lives right next door to people they loan their stuff to. What if your parents live in Northern California, you live in Southern? Like, isn't that a
Yeah.
6 hour
Yeah, hey, I
drive?
live in Hawaii and my folks live in California.
So,
It's not like I can loan my dad my AK if he needs it. But he's got a Winchester, so
mm, the other thing I heard too was, what if you're, going out of town for a long period of time? This hit home for me, but he goes, and you want to, take your guns over to a trusted friend's house or a family member's house. So that can't do anymore if it's going to be a long period of time.
you're kind of roboting there in the middle of that last sentence.
Oh, sorry.
Well, it's not your fault. It's the internet. Yeah, so it's not like I can
Yeah.
loan my
NSA tracked me
dad
down.
my AK and 40 round magazine that goes with it. I got a couple of those Bulgarian polymer 40 rounders. But I don't even shoot those because of Hawaii's silly gun laws uh, that say you're not allowed to have a more than 10 rounds that can be utilized in a handgun. And ever since they made AK pistols, then any rifle magazine or AR pistols can technically be used in a gun, but those pistols are specifically outlawed uh, in Hawaii anyway, so they can't be used in illegal. But basically, mine are all rifle magazines, and nobody has ever been prosecuted for that Hawaii law because it's so it's doesn't make any sense. So you can still buy rifle magazines, but I never make a video with my 40 round AK mags. I just pull out a 10 round AK mag if I'm gonna shoot it, just to avoid any somebody going, "Hey, he's got a magazine that can be used in a handgun that's more than 10 rounds." But well, no, it can't because there's no legal handgun in the state of Hawaii that you can legally own that it can be used in. So it's just a rifle magazine. Nobody's ever tried to enforce that law. So, but it's on the books.
It's good that no one's trying to enforce it, but it sucks that it is there because the possibility is always there.
Yeah, like I said, so when I shoot a YouTube video with my AK, I just use a 10 round mag. But hey, the 40 round mags are fun. I mean, you could shoot forever with them. But it is hard to keep. It's easier to count to 10 than it is to count to 40 as far as keeping track of how many rounds you have. You generally tend to wait for the click to know that you're empty. But I have been definitely buying a few extra magazines just in case Hillary wins and they try and do some national ban. In which case, I'll probably just flip a lot of them before they do the right. I assume we'll have some warning before they try and if she gets elected, she could just sign an executive order and make them all illegal overnight, I suppose. But
I'm not quite sure how she could do that, but they
Well,
could.
she'll be the queen of America, so she can do what she wants. You're definitely roboting or cutting out there. I know you're trying to say something.
Oh, I just said I don't think you can ban mags with an executive order. Some way of doing it, but I can't think of a way that it would work.
Well, you're not as evil as those Brady campaign people.
Hmm. Think them, because you got to get inside the mind of your enemy.
Well, I know G-Webs would disagree with me, but again, as far as I'm concerned, it's just you need well-written ballot initiatives to just make everything they passed, just to turn it all around on them. And you have to fight them in California where you can use ballot initiatives. And it seems to me like California could become a battleground if people would stop fighting each other on the Second Amendment side and just put together some well-crafted ballot initiatives. But you know, um, I'll just have to get on the phone and see if anybody's doing that. Give me a little project to work on.
Yeah, and if you find those ballot initiatives, you can share them with everyone on everysecondmatters.com.
I will. I will. I'll share it. And believe me, if I find any information on some ballot initiatives that have been written, then you guys will be the first to know. So, in the meantime, I just wanted to wish everybody a happy 4th of July weekend. Everybody be safe out there and have some fun. And America's still the best country on the planet, so it's worth fighting for to make it better and keep our keep save our sacred rights that were handed down to us by the Creator and listed out there by the founding fathers and the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. So we may have our problems, but America's still a pretty damn good country, if you ask me, compared to everything else out there.
Well, that is definitely true. And I to be optimistic, we have gotten more pro-gun laws in different states recently. I know California got a big hit, but wasn't it, is it Tennessee? I'm sorry if I get the state wrong, but now if you put up a no gun sign at your business, you are liable for any harm that comes to the people in the business because they were disarmed. So as in if you get robbed and like one of your, customers get shot and it's a no gun zone, their family or them if they survive can sue you for not providing adequate security. I
Well, this
want to
is
say it was
America.
Tennessee. I
Anybody can
forget
sue
exactly though.
anybody at any time. This is America, the land of litigation.
Well,
So,
yeah, but they specifically made it a law saying if you put up a sign, we are telling you you are liable. Like basically, it will now be a slam dunk case, not just like kind
well, you
of a
still
case.
have to prove it. You can't take somebody's money without proving it. So, but yeah, if you can
Well,
prove
yeah,
it,
but now all you have to prove is that they had a no gun sign up. Therefore, the responsibility of security was on the business owner because they're the ones that put the sign up. If you don't have a sign up, you might still get sued because whatever, but at least it's not a
it's
slam dunk.
really encouraging to business owners. Don't. Why you should put up a "This is Sparta" sign instead. That's what I would say.
Yeah,
And we had this gun owner, not a gun owner. We had some shop owner in Honolulu, and that was robbed at knife point by some guys, and he made a statement to the press that naturally they put on the front page because we have such a bunch of liberal left-wing media lapdogs for the Clinton and the Brady campaign and the left-wing people, and he said like something like, I refuse to buy a gun because a gun would create more problems, to defend himself. And I'm like, shit. I mean, if the shit hits the fan and there's no rule of law, I mean, he's going to be I could just back my truck into his store and say, I'm going to load up all your stuff and go. You take it and go. What are you going to do about it? And because he's just advertising to the criminals, the very people that were like, bailed out within like 8 hours, who had robbed him at knife point, that he's not going to have a gun to defend himself. He has no way of defending himself. He was saying something about maybe he'll get a dog in his grocery store, you know, and it's just such a, and it reminded me of that line from the Magnificent Seven, where Eli Wallach, who plays the bandit, says, "If he didn't want them sheared, God would have not made them sheep." So
Hmm.
don't be a sheep.
Oh, yeah, but that's I'm thinking of those. I'm sure you guys have all seen the sign, and they're normally at, gun stores or whatever, but it says, whatever, carry is encouraged in this store, and as long as you only unholster when needed, and if
What
so,
what happened in that store though is that he had cameras, and so the guy who robbed him at knife point was on video that went viral because and that's how the police found him because they saw him, and there was like the damn video had over 1 million views of the store being robbed at knife point, and then the store owner goes on the news and says, I refuse to buy a gun, blah blah blah, given all that left-wing liberal politically correct stuff of a gun would cause more problems because yeah, if the guy showed up with a knife again to rob him, and he shot him, then the fucking stupid DA would charge the gun owner, the shop owner, with you know murder if he shot somebody who was trying to rob him at knife point, because that's how left wing and how far down the rabbit hole they are over here. It's a deep, deep blue state, and so it's like one of those politically correct. Oh, this. Look at the nice shop owner who refuses to buy a gun. Nobody should buy a gun. Nobody should have the right to buy a gun. It's just like it's the whole guns are evil kind of thing. And
right. What was that thing with? Wasn't there some journalist that published the addresses of all the gun owners or something in New York, and then as a response, like he said something about not owning a gun, and someone put a sign in his front lawn that says, "This house is not a gun owner" or something like
um,
how that all worked out. But
I think I have
it's like, do you really
one
want
of
to
those signs
advertise
somewhere.
that you don't defend yourself?
Yeah, there was a video a couple of years ago with these kids going around to people asking about their political views on guns, and they would be all anti-gun. But then when they were asked if they wanted the sign on their lawn that said they were proud non-gun owners or whatever, or this
Was
is a
it something like
gun-free
this
zone
sign?
or something, they all turned it down. They were like, no thanks.
Was
We
it
don't want to advertise the fact
was
that
it something like this sign?
no, that's for
Sign.
the person, that's for you to put for your neighbor or whatever, right?
Well, dude, just like on the other side of that, I wouldn't want a sign saying I have guns in my house.
Well, right. Who
Well,
would,
there's a
I wouldn't want to sign either way either, but it was just
they have
funny the
those
way.
signs that say, you know, praying is a good way to meet the Lord, uh, to communicate, talk to the Lord, and trespassing is faster.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. I agree. I kind of don't like all those signs. Like this house doesn't call 911, we call 1911 or whatever. Like I don't really want
That,
to
that shit
advertise
must
on the
scare the
outside of my house that I own guns either.
that shit must scare the shit out of the UPS guy. You know what I mean?
Well, hardly anybody delivers. I mean, the mail person hardly ever. I was surprised they actually delivered a box up the stairs because they almost last night they had my Snow and Neely axe and a few other things from the canteen shop because they almost never walk up the stairs. You know, it's like 8 flights of stairs I had to walk up to bring up that big box of stuff. And they almost always just stick a note in my mailbox and say, go to the post office and pick it up. But anyway, I
I
love
just
these
bought.
gun memes.
You know, whatever, man. I was gonna
Sorry.
say earlier, I wanted to jump in because Hawaii, you're talking about all these laws, and if you, I'm just thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what, all these things really are. You know, in these chats or like in gun shops, you always hear like, for the last 10 years, I always hear like, it's a gun shop cliche, I guess. Well, I lost them in a boating accident or something like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like all all these laws are basically like some anti-gun guy or someone who knew, like a sellout, knows, like, you know, all this shit is irrelevant because people are just going to say they lost them in boating accidents. Like, I've been hearing about that for 10 years, 20 years. So it's like every single one of these laws is almost like anti-boating accident laws. Like, so that when they do finally get fucking confiscation or some sort of mandatory whatever, they're going to have so many ways to be like, dude, you were supposed to report it. What the fuck? Like, you know, we know you got them. You lent them to your cousin? No, you didn't. That's illegal. You know, it's like every single thing just shouted out to me like, we know you have them and we want them. So like, there's nothing you can do to like change our mind about it. Like, we're coming in to take them or whatever. But it's like the magazines. I don't think they'll ever come door to door to take them, but they'll just give you a certain amount of time to sell them out of state. That's what they're doing with the magazines. It's a confiscation law. What did you say?
Confiscatory ban.
Confiscatory. So it's not really like they're coming to your house to take them, but they're giving you a certain period to sell them out of state. Or you can turn them in if you're like totally dumb. But if the money stuff, if you don't sell them out of state by the time the law kicks in, then it's your fault. You know, like the compensation part is like they're trying to tell you like, we gave you a certain amount of time to get your money back, and now that's done. So turn them in. We don't owe you anything. I think they would do the same shit with guns.
Well, you know, I mean, the president has some laws, you know, if they declare federal emergency where they have the power to confiscate food, you know, transportation, you know, and this is just something else they can confiscate when they're on at your place. You know, it's like the government is actually stockpiling stuff. You know, the CDC, Center for Disease Controls, they stockpile emergency medicine, and they're stockpiling, you know, all those manufacturers of survival foods and stuff. The federal government knows where they are, and they're gonna, you know, if there's an emergency, they're just gonna, you know, they have the power. I mean, every president always passes some law, executive order or law or something that they have the power in a federal emergency to, you know, confiscate, you know, vital supplies. You know, I
Yeah,
guess
but
for distribution at.
They control resources and commodities, I guess.
Yeah, and that I assume will include guns, ammunition, food, medicine,
Your
and
house
magazines.
and
Yeah.
your house under eminent domain, like it's fucking for the public good, man.
no, dude, there's no soldiers quartered in your house. That's
No,
an
they just
amendment.
they could just take your fucking house. If they want to build an airport nearby or some shit, you're like, you need to sell us your house. Get out.
Yeah, but they can't use it to put soldiers in it. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, they could demolish it afterward.
But yeah, your thing with
That's
yeah, they're
because that's
probably
what the
not going to
British
come door to
did.
door to confiscate your magazines. That's true, but it's going to get to the point where
Well,
slowly
The
down the
Nazis
road,
did that too, though. Hawaii. They occupied people's homes.
the British did that, and they would quarter their when the British Army came into the American colonies, they would quarter their and house their troops, and they would assign homes each troop, somebody British soldier or two into a farmhouse and they just they didn't have a choice that the people that lived there they just had
ev-
new tenants.
Look at the Nazis with the Jewish people. They had lists. They had registration right. If you didn't have a Jewish sounding name, they made you take a Jewish sounding name, and they made you wear the thing on your sleeve. I mean, all of this shit just leads down to one final solution. Like this guy, Lieutenant Gavin Newsom. I know his name. He's national now. Like I don't know my lieutenant governor's name. Do you guys know who your lieutenant governor's name is? Like this guy is fucking famous, bro.
Unless they screw up completely or do something even more rare, which would be doing something awesome. But no.
Exactly, but my point is this guy is national, bro. Like he's on every fucking news channel, and he's a decent looking dude, no homo, and he's gonna run for fucking governor, bro. I mean, this guy's not retiring yet. You know what I mean? So now this is the Darth Vader, California. He's coming to power. So I would be on the lookout for this fucking guy.
well, no, you're right. He's running for governor, but also the dude from the Senate that passed all these things is going to run for governor next time.
What
So
state
they're
are you
going
talking
to battle
about?
each other
California?
saying,
Cali.
I hate guns more.
And what's fucked up is that if he wins, right? If he wins the governor, now he's the governor, right? The lieutenant governor now, Gavin Newsom. What that message sends to them is that this is how you get famous. This is how you get power. You know what I mean? Like this is a thing. Like this really works.
Well, part of this whole gun thing I remember reading was Gavin Newsom was like supporting one particular gun law, and one of his political opponents was supporting a different gun law, and the gun law that Jerry Brown signed was Newsom's law because he was lieutenant governor. I don't know, just political crap. All I know is when I'm going to visit my dad for his 81st birthday, and I'm going to try and get him to move to Arizona out of California because it's gone too far. I mean, it's not like
Yeah.
my dad doesn't have an AR, but he has Glocks and stuff like that can have more than he's got a Glock 30, but
Pin and weld the magazine, dude. My friend was asking me, well, how would you access? He doesn't know a lot about rifles at all, so I was telling him like, well, if you pin and weld your magazine, he's like, well, how would you load it? And I was telling him, well, when an AK, you'd take the top cover off, you'd undo the recoil spring, you take the fucking bolt out, and then you would load from down, right? An AR would be easier because you just you pop one of the pins and open it up like a shotgun, and you can access the mag, right? But this weld your magazine to your gun shit, it's just fucking bizarro, man. It's nut shit, and I still can't figure out if you do that, do you still need to register as an assault weapon?
I don't know,
No,
but man,
because it
my
doesn't have an
dad
attachable magazine.
he's got like a Winchester, so they aren't going after lever actions yet, but uh, I don't know. I think he's getting sick of this shit too, and no, I don't know. See if I can get him to move to Arizona.
I mean, what I was trying to say before was this Lieutenant Gavin Newsom's fucking gorgeous, man. Fucking.
Well, if you say so. I don't know.
I have to say,
dude.
I've never seen his picture.
He's
I've seen
fucking.
Gary Johnson. I've never seen Newsom.
This guy's like a fucking movie star, dude. So I'm scared this guy would run for president after fucking 8 years in California.
Like Max Headroom or something.
Yeah, he looks like I don't know, like fucking, I don't know. He just looks like a movie star.
Well, Jerry Brown liked him, I guess.
Well, that's the other thing. Jerry Brown kind of just stepped all over his little toes because his safety first shit public initiative is exactly everything he just passed. So like it's if you read it, it's almost word for word what just was passed.
Yeah, that was the whole heads we win, tails you lose on that bill. So because if it doesn't get voted and approved by the voters, then this other law that Jerry Brown signed kicks in for the exact same thing. So there's no way to win. It's heads they win, tails you lose, basically.
Well, I just know, like, from 8th grade, slippery slope, or what maybe it was college, but slippery slope. That's a slippery slope argument, sir. Like, that doesn't work here. That's a slip. Their whole shit is slippery slope, and I don't know where this is going, but ammo tax now, if they pass it, this whole thing is like just a setup for later shit. It doesn't seem, it's just a chess move, man. None of this shit even makes sense unless you go forward and push it even further, down the line. These are just like beginning steps.
Did you post the Mr. Guns and Gear video?
Yeah, he did a good one. I watched it this morning.
He did a good summary of it in the respect that none of these actually apply, right? None of these solve a situation that we have right now. I think he's the one that mentioned that.
Yeah, that's what made me think. Like, he's totally right. That all of these things are just steps to go that you need in place to later turn them in, like sell them out of state. Like they're just like beginner steps in terms of an assault weapon ban, confiscation, or sell them out of state thing.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering if it's going to be like the Nazis, where you could say, "Oh, I know that so and so." There's going to have an 800 number to call that to report in your neighbors that have
of course,
something illegal or.
Hey, see something, say something.
You're going to have Christoph Waltz walk in and be like, can we switch to English?
And in school they're going to
German.
And in the schools they're going to teach the kids to turn in their parents for this shit too.
Are they here, sir? Are the Jews under the floor right here? Cool.
Right. Let us know where your assault magazines are, and then they'll take your parents outside and shoot them. And then you can have all the candy you want because nobody will tell you, you can't have candy anymore. So whatever, it's going to be, it's like the Nazi Hitler Youth.
Well, that's my fear is that if this is working so well for this guy, and now when he becomes governor, what else will he have left to do to fuck
it's not that the Department of Education will teach all these values in Common Core if we don't win the White House, or if Trump doesn't win the White House. I know people don't like Trump, but you know what? I'm with stupid. I'm voting for him. So.
No, he's too anti-gun.
He's not as anti-gun as Hillary.
No, I'm pretty sure. Who's been surrounded by guys with guns longer, him or Hillary? So one of them appreciates the armed guard more. I'm just kidding. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But yeah, it's a nightmare. Because watching that Guns and Gear video was also the same conclusion I had. It was like, gee, none of this stuff does anything to stop crime. Like you guys just said, he vetoed one of them that was like a harsher punishment for actually doing a crime, like stealing the gun, making it maybe a harsher punishment. He vetoes that. Like, okay, well.
Right. I forget who it was. I'd give him credit if I could remember, but they were saying that the only gun control law that works is when you have harsher penalties for felons with guns or stolen guns or whatever. And they did that, I forget, somewhere, like in Virginia or something.
But it really sucks since you're dropping out.
They had harsher penalties basically harsher penalties for stolen guns or felons with guns actually does something, but they got rid of it because it was, racist or something.
Yeah,
I was,
well,
oh,
if you're gonna let people out of jail based on the color of their skin, whether even if they killed somebody, it doesn't matter just because the percentages of the people in jail wrong. They're putting people who did crimes away. That's why crime has gone down. I mean, because they locked up a lot of people, But
I was talking to somebody from Chicago a couple weeks ago, and they're like, dude, there are laws in Chicago. Like, if you're a gang member with a gun, it's a felony. If you're all these crazy laws, like if you're caught with some weed and a gun, it's this and that.
weed
So
in the
basically,
gun.
the inside of the barrel, and then you turn it into a bong. No, I'm just saying, like, there's so many laws in Chicago that you could roll the fucking, SWAT teams out, and they could just they could clear out the fucking gang members with the guns, man. It would be, you get caught with it, you're going away for a while, like, but they
Probably
don't
don't have
do it. They
enough
don't
prison
enforce the
space.
laws that are on the books. They don't enforce them, and that's probably why, there's so much violence in those places.
There's so much violence because of the money.
Well, that too, but
For
the lack of
selling
law
drugs.
enforcement, it's a problem.
Basically, the gangs fight for the street corners, the right to sell drugs on each street corner that they know this such and such a street corner makes, so many millions of dollars every year, or however many hundred thousands of dollars in drug sales every month by controlling a certain street corner. Then they'll fight over that street corner because they're fighting over real money, So
Gang, you need special SWAT mobile X-ray vans. They used to talk about that shit in New York like 10 years ago, where the NYPD would have a van that would roll around and scan people for guns, and just roll up on you, and boom, you're going away for a few years. There's this mandatory sentencing. So.
Well, stop and frisk. They do that all the time, right?
I thought they
Yeah, and
canceled
stop and
that.
frisk.
Walk down the street. Hey,
I don't
stop
like it.
here. I want to frisk you.
I don't like it, but they said it's down. Stop and frisk is down 90% in Chicago, and the murder rate has doubled since like they stopped doing this shit. And like their highest, I think it's the most violent year they've had since the early 90s, which was like a record breaker. So they're having issues, but whatever. Like I said, none of these laws in Cali seem to be stopping anything. They all just seem to me to be um, steps that they need in place for later laws.
You're right.
Well, I think
They
it's
are
laws
setting
that they
the
need in
board.
place for the, whenever they decide to declare martial law. If there's a crisis, some crisis, then they'll use it for their own purposes. Anyway, I need to grab a cup of coffee. I'm going to go AFK for a couple minutes. Because coffee makes my world go round. I'll be back.
I mean, how could you drink coffee at a time like this? It's an emergency. Can we do like a whisper chat for every second matter?
I need coffee to live.
I need a mission first tactical stock for my lower, but I need a paracord bracelet thingamajiggy on the stock.
What happened?
Well, we gave up. There was no fight left in us, so we all went to get coffee.
So then, you guys looking at what I've been putting aside there? So on the YouTube side, on the Every Second Matters chat, we have 2 live chats running on 4 different windows right now. Josh is asking, what's our opinion on someone carrying concealed with no license in a state where you need a license? Reason he asks is because there's people who do not have the time to take a 16-hour class, or work enough that they don't have time to take to take a class or whatever. So would you say that are we advocates of carrying anyway?
I would say it depends on the punishment. So if it's like a stern talking to, sure. But if it's some sort of way that they can take your gun rights from you, or prevent you from later on getting a carry permit in your state legally, is it really worth the risk? I mean, just make time to do it. It's important, you know. It's like going to the dentist. You make time for it. So it just depends on the punishment. I mean, I think certain states are like, it's not a big deal, but then certain states are like, fuck, man, it's a felony. Like I think in Florida, if you're doing it, it's a big deal, and you'll never get your permit. So that's my opinion. Just depends on the punishment.
Yeah, I think if it's, I don't agree with it, but if if you feel that you need to do it, then do it, but be aware of the consequences and just save up for it if you can, because it is somewhat expensive in a lot of states. I know it cost, by the time I was done, it was at least, I'm trying to remember how much all in total I put into it by the time it was done, but it was like 500, $600 by the time it was all said and done.
So
All right, so I'm going to the store. You think I'm ready? Go buy a Mountain Dew?
Little overkill.
Okay, I thought so too. I think I'll stick with just the shirt.
So it's 16 hours, if that's the length of the class, then yeah, that might be difficult to schedule. I'm sure, though, if it's a 16-hour class, whenever we had 16-hour classes here in Arizona, there was lots of schools and instructors that would offer a class broken up into like 4-hour pieces or something, so that it was manageable with the work schedule. If you choose not to, just keep in mind, like everybody else has been saying, there's consequences to actions. So if you have to deal with, even if you're 100% in the right and you somehow think that you're always going to act perfectly, so that thing's going to never show up unless it's necessary and you need it and it saves your life, and you'd rather ask permission than, or what do they say, beg permission than, or carried by 6, or judged by 12 instead of carried by 6 or whatever. So better to die, or better to be judged than to die. So if you're going to go with that philosophy, then keep in mind that when that happens, that 16 hours isn't going to be at your leisure or when you can schedule it. The 16, probably way more than 16 hours of your life that it's going to take to deal with the repercussions of that is going to be on their schedule, and you're probably going to live in their facilities while they're waiting to take more time from you to judge on whether or not what you did was okay. So it might seem brave or whatever to say I'd rather be judged by 12 and carried by 6, but again, I think it's definitely worth scheduling the time and the effort now when it's at your leisure, and it's obviously it's easier to deal with than a court case or something. And then if you ever should need to justify your situation, you've now done something. You've overcome a massive hurdle. You've gone through 16 hours worth of training. You've satisfied their horrible burden in order to exercise your right. So you've basically concreted yourself as someone who's diligently doing everything you possibly can, when there might possibly be options to have not done that. So I think it's easy to look at it and say, oh, it's easy to not do that 16 hours now, but the alternative is way more than 16 hours on somebody else's time frame, and it's obligatory. There's nothing you can do to get out of those hours, no matter how many they are. And I don't know of any situation where somebody's carrying in a misdemeanor situation, they need to save their own soul, so police show up to figure out what's going on, and they go, oh, well, you're in violation, but no worries because you were justified. They're going to be like, all right, well, our job is to prosecute each violation, and yours is one of them. So now you have to deal with your lethal force incident with a strike against you because you decided to carry in a fashion that isn't law-abiding. So I can understand both positions, and I've lived definitely both, but it's more satisfying to have done it with the already being a graduate of the class and a permit holder. And then all that time, grit your teeth and get mad and work towards constitutional carry. And then the eventual repeal of the 68, which would basically be gun control, or be concealed carry for the whole country. That killed the second matters chat. So I guess Maggie's off getting Mountain Dew and Hawaii's off getting coffee. We'll take this time. Let's see where we at. We're at one of these things is going to tell me our run time. Pretty sure this one. We're at 2 hours and 30 minutes. So for people that are jumping in, perhaps not since the beginning, this is Every Second Matters. So on the second day of every month, a group of us who chat online decided to get together. Well, maybe going on 4 years now, 3.5 years or something. We decided to get together and have a talk like this on the second of every month. Earlier this year, after a few years of doing that, Sean from Florida Carry encouraged me to take Every Second Matters to the next level, and just recently I was able to do that. So this month we're doing an extra long version of our chat. Started it 2 hours ago. We'll be running it as long as, well, until midnight, I guess, unless there's some requirement on the stream here. We'll include a hangout over on the Every Second Matters YouTube channel, which is what we've got going, and we have links to join that hangout over on gun channels. So we're incorporating a lot of our projects here. We're on the gun website's YouTube channel live, using the live streaming there. We're including a live stream from the Every Second Matters YouTube channel, so we have 2 live streams kind of merged together here, broadcasting on 2 different channels simultaneously. We're also simultaneously broadcasting that over on gunchannels.com, which is another website we used to build. We built a while back as a community focused on firearms for people to communicate and to facilitate things like this kind of project. So if you want a link to join the hangout, jump over to Gun Channels, and we've got the link over there. You can jump in like Heavy did, and it's like DB just jumped out. And we'll be going all day, so feel free to jump in and out or come in and ask questions. People are asking questions over on the Every Second Matters live chat that's happening. A few people are watching it over there because it's not a big YouTube channel. There's definitely a lot of people chatting over on the gun website side, and I've actually got that on my screen right now. So you're seeing the live stream of text that's coming up on the gun website side. Then, of course, we're over on Gun Channels, and we've got a chat over there. So there's quite a few people having a conversation over there. And then the people that are joining me here are Heavy from California. We've got Moon from Pennsylvania, Smeggy from Michigan, Hawaii, Volcano Squad's in Hawaii. Wayne, where are you at?
Devil Nowhere.
I was going to say Ohio, so I missed it completely. So Delaware. So then I'm in Arizona, and we'll have people jumping in and out all day. I've sent invitations out via email to some of the people at Arizona Citizens Defense League, at the Florida Carry, and some other groups that I'm trying to encourage them to use Every Second Matters. I'm going to continue to send out some emails to others that I know in the gun advocacy realm or community or whatever you want to call it. The NFA-FA, the National Firearms Act Freedom Alliance, run by Todd Rathner out of Tucson here. I'm going to invite him in. The Knox guys are up in Flagstaff. I've got their email. I'm going to invite them. I'm going to invite the firearms policy people. Those are all the people I've met. I'm going to invite the Pro Arms podcast people, and they should understand this stuff more than some of the other guys, perhaps. And if you guys know of, or if you guys and gals out there who know of others we can invite to the new Every Second Matters project, please either invite them or let us know, and we'll invite them. And we'll try to make this as inclusive as possible, so that we can basically help facilitate whatever their efforts are. We can help amplify whatever their projects are. We're a group of advocates, people that want to be a resource for the groups that need help, and I think part of all of our goals to not duplicate effort, to not waste anybody's time, and to amplify those efforts that are working well. So this is all an effort to do that. So Heavy, you're joining us. Are you getting sick of this already, or is there a safe space in California set up for gun owners so that you can have a shelter for this abuse?
No safe space. They won't give them to us. Yeah, it's. I don't know. It's looking glum, but there is still hope. Like a lot of these things don't go into effect for at least 6 months. One of them for a year, and then like the effects of one of them, you got until January 1, 2018. So we got time to fight it still. You know, a lot of the pro 2A groups are well, they have filed a federal civil action lawsuit against our Attorney General Kamala Harris, and well, we'll see where it goes from there. All I can say is that, get out there and if you can join these groups, support them, continue to bug your your state representatives and state senators, and try and nip these things in the bud and try and get some freedoms back here in California.
If I do that. Oh, I know why. Because I'm technically talking, so it's picking on me. Now I figured it out. Do you think there's going to be an avenue to resist some of this crap with the civil rights aspect? Like you're infringing on us, you're picking on us as a minority segment of the population?
We can hope. We are going to be appealing it. Obviously, it's going, or not appealing it, filing the lawsuit. So it's going to go to the 9th District, the 9th Circuit, and they haven't exactly been in our favor in the past. So I don't know. It all depends on how they're going to describe what they feel is constitutional and what is not constitutional. And I don't know. We still got some fight left in us. I don't think trying to remain positive. It could have been worse. They all could have got signed in, but all 11 of them could have got signed in. Instead, 4 got vetoed, 1 got left on deck, so to speak. And they all, all of our state Congress, they took off for their month-long vacation, and their governor took off to Europe. So I think these things are going to be settled, obviously, in court when they get back. But who knows?
All right, so we got that error. I'll jump back to a question from before. Well, I don't know if it's a question, but somebody said there's nothing we can do. California middle class left that state due to many jobs that vacate and move to other states. California has just been a diehard blue state for 20 years now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'd say unless like DeLeon and some of those other guys are voted out, come November, I don't think it's going to matter much. I mean, I would still get out of that state because you might be able to delay it, but I think no matter what, they're going to keep going down that same road, even if you can sue the crap out of them and actually win, which I'm doubting. I think it's eventually going to go down that road anyhow. Unless they can be basically voted out come November.
I don't think it came in real fast. I mean, they tried. Well, I wouldn't say that. They've tried a lot, and they get little nibbles, and occasionally they get a big bite. But the stuff doesn't happen overnight. They don't just come along and go, hey, it'd be a good idea, no guns, and then all of a sudden there's no guns. So I think that we can't expect it to turn around the other way. It'd be one day there's like, hey, guns are fine, and then all of a sudden they leave us alone. So I think it'll take some work for sure. Tony brought up on the YouTube side earlier, maybe going along with the same thing, maybe it'd be good to see a total gun ban in California as a social experiment. So do you think it's going to go that way to where you just can't even own a firearm in California?
I think they're going to try and make it to where it's so expensive and so difficult to own one that people just stop buying it.
So okay, so I mean that's their goal for sure. But do you think that, I guess when Tony mentioned that, and other people may have said something too, then there was opposing view to that, like that could never happen, like they'll never take every gun. So is that something that might be their goal, but is that something that could happen where all guns are banned in some state, maybe not California, but any state, and then I don't know. I mean, I personally don't think that can happen, but I guess it's possible.
Nah, I don't think so. There'd still be legal 22s and such. They'd never be able to justify getting rid of them all.
And now, how would they? Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's a valid exercise to try to figure it out. But yeah, I mean, how would they deal with police and with security officers, people that need a firearm for their occupation or whatever?
I wasn't even including them. That'll definitely never happen.
And then how would they deal with manufacturers or something? They would literally have to make them leave the state, I guess.
Yeah, in that movie with Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes, the cops didn't have guns. Nobody had guns. The guns were in museums, and the cops used those like taser wands. And that was California, so maybe that's what they're going for. They want their little gun-free utopia.
Well, I would be okay
elitists of just rich people.
I'd be okay with that if Taco Bell was a 5-star restaurant, because I believe that's in that movie.
Yeah, Demolition Man was the movie.
I kind of think that's what they want to do out here.
I mean, that's where they're starting the sustainable communities already out in California. So I really do think it's a test bed for all things they want to try to engineer society in the future.
They're saying to search YouTube for Governor Nixon veto Missouri gun.
Yeah, he vetoed constitutional carry, but they think they have enough votes, like 60%, to override the veto next time they're in session. So it was a, I believe it was a constitutional carry bill that he vetoed, but they think they'll be able to override that veto. So Missouri should be getting constitutional carry. Like I said, some states are moving forward on rights, so it's not all doom and gloom.
Does it make sense that emergency care should include an hours-long wait to...
No, it doesn't make sense that I get forced to have an ad when I try to read a story.
I hate those ones on the side. You don't know where they're coming from for a minute.
That one's right up on top, so I'm not even going to watch that shit. I'll leave a site if they're going to do that to me. So the veto will be overturned, meaning they will get constitutional carry. That would be nice.
Right. They're not in session right now. I forget when they come back, but
just for the holiday, not for like the session, like the season or whatever.
I think it might be for like a month or something. It's going to be a little bit.
Oh, okay, because like places like Arizona, from what I've been able to figure out, there's times when things are applicable. Like so, you can bring things up at certain times of the year, and then you can if things are voted on, and then there's like periods of time where no new business is done, like they deal with other things. So there's like windows when new legislation even is able to be presented, or bills, I guess, are able to be presented, and then there's times when that's not an issue, like you can't add something new, so there's really nothing going on as far as action. So anyway, I'm wondering if that's a time when they're breaking just for the long weekend, or for like a period of time before they'll take new bills and stuff.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but the thing I saw was pretty optimistic that they'll get it eventually. They'll be able to override that veto.
I don't think Z has ever seen Demolition Man.
What?
That guy should get out.
That's impossible.
That guy should get out and watch more movies.
Impossible.
All right, well, I'm going to scroll up and check out some of the comments and stuff that have been coming in from the YouTube side. Let's start from how far I can go back. Do not vote Hillary, please. Interesting.
Oh, well, when you put it that way, okay.
Yeah, I was really planning on it, but you did. So Texas is getting invaded by Californians now more than Mexicans, so I don't know if that will be better much longer. I don't know what that means.
Because they're saying that it's already going to purple instead of red, and one step beyond purple is blue.
Oh, okay.
And I've heard that from a lot of my friends in Texas, is that so many people are moving there from California and trying to make it like California.
So then here's my thing. If they're going to move somewhere, isn't there not as much opportunity as for Californian to change Texans into California? Isn't there the same opportunity, and it should seem an easier opportunity for the whole state of Texas to change the views of that Californian? Like, hey, now that you're not out of that state, here you are. Enjoy the freedoms of being an free individual.
They don't want you to be free. That's the whole point of their mindset, my friend.
The people from California we're talking about.
Yeah, they don't want you to be.
That's what I'm saying. But you're saying that we're concerned, and it rightly so, I suppose, that an individual coming from one place with their mindset is going to change the place they go to and their whole mindset. Well, that's one person trying to change the whole state of Texas. I'm saying there's also the opportunity for the whole state of Texas to change the mindset of that Californian. So that Californian who grew up thinking the state is there for him because they know no better can go to Texas and experience what real individual freedom is. You don't think there's an opportunity for that Californian to go, oh, wait a minute, I was wrong this whole time. I'm down with this.
Definitely.
I'd like to think so, at least.
I think that's how it happens. Really.
I mean, if a whole group of Californians get together and mob on a little, town minding their business in Texas, then I guess it's possible. Or if they just buy the whole town and stuff, but Harley is saying a Kansas law passed this week that lets public workers carry a gun. Yeah, I guess we should also, since it's every second match, right? Didn't who gave the Tennessee? Did we already talk about that? Tennessee being able to sue? I think we kind of did.
I couldn't remember details, and I didn't even know if I had the right state. So if you know more, you can go over it again.
I don't know more. I just know that I think it was Tennessee said if you make a gun-free zone, you're now liable for making a stupid-ass gun-free zone.
Yeah, that's a good law.
Yeah, that one needs to be emulated quite a bit.
Because then they can either decide to hire security, which probably not, or just take their stupid gun-free zone signs off.
So Diamond says opening a spam can is on his bucket list. I guess we were talking probably about what we're doing on Every Second Matters. Here's my thing. Spam cans are fairly rare. There's only a finite amount of them. All kinds of ammo get stuck into cardboard boxes, which can be easily opened and get wet and fall apart from age and everything. Spam cans are literally designed from the ground up to last forever through all kinds of environment and keep ammo nice inside. So I guess my position is well, I personally don't open spam cans unless I absolutely have to. I don't do it at all anymore. But I still like to buy ammo in spam cans, and then it forces me, well, since I'm cheap, it forces me to keep it as, shit as the fan type of ammo, because I'm not going to open it up for one can or one box or something. So for me, it helps me keep that stuff separate by putting it in spam cans, knowing that it's designed to last forever through everything, and then and it's a fairly portable thing. You can shove one in a backpack, carry it around for a while if you have to, and it's going to take a lot of abuse compared to anything you get out of cardboard.
Maybe he can just open a big can of Spam, like the meat product.
Yeah, you get the actual can opening part.
Yeah.
Scratch that itch.
Spray paint it green first.
So it's Diamond saying it's a relief that there is a country that protects your right to own arms. Yes, I believe so too. I think he's in Korea. He says later on, joining the NRA, I found it's actually possible to join in Korea. So if he's either stationed there or he lives there as well. Wonder what kind of spam cam he's opening. Do you think we can appeal to internationals? So we get on heavy for making all these gun laws over in California. It's all his fault. Oh, and he goes, hey, wait, there's other people and they could be helping. So do you think we could reach to the other countries and try to get their resources, money, or efforts?
I was just wondering how many out-of-country NRA members there were, if there were any. Because I think I heard of some Australians being NRA members.
Yeah, that's what kind of got me thinking about it too. I'm watching here and Sean saying that the NRA is worldwide. I think it is. So, yeah, I wonder if there's got to be people out there that are frustrated with their stupid laws and would like, and realize that when we get better Second Amendment laws or, remove our infringing laws, that nothing happens and we get less violence overall and everybody's happy. And, they know that they're going to be able to point at that, especially places like Britain, England, that, took a step away from being a commie. What are they called? European Communist Union?
Yeah. The Brexit.
Well, what's interesting about Australia, they had, those sweeping gun confiscations, but all the people that passed that got voted out like crazy the next time around. So the Australian people were like, hey, don't steal our guns. But they never got to the point of fighting to get them back.
Yeah, to like well, they can't get them back. They destroyed them. That's one thing. So that's.
But I mean, get the right back to buy new ones.
Well, exactly. And like you say, they removed them, but they should have removed the law too. What are they thinking?
I don't think they have like a free press like us. I think they're like Canada in that respect, where certain content is just not viewable. And
plus, I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure it can only be delivered by kangaroo. So that limits the speed of everything.
Most likely.
All right. Well, so then, so I'm saying it seems the current government is not much fan of the Bill of Rights, and that's much more than the second. Well, I guess that's true, but I don't know. Do you fight all fronts or do you fight the one? I don't know. Maybe we should be thinking about how to bring the whole Bill of Rights fight to it so that we're protecting the first as well as the second, as well as the fourth and fifth and seventh and the ninth and everything else.
Well, I think all these new federal laws or bills are kind of forcing us to fight for the Fourth and Second Amendment.
It almost seems like the first to some extent. We had some internet stuff come around. So I wonder if maybe we should include Bill of Rights advocates into the whole Every Second Matters pile. Because anybody that's going to be for the Bill of Rights, they may not be a gun-specific advocacy group, but if they're pro Bill of Rights, then we would default into it.
Yeah. And it
Well,
should be set in an atmosphere where the people accept the entire Bill of Rights and not just pick and choose which ones they like.
well, and I would think the ACLU would be on our side, but as of right now, they certainly are not.
Are you sure?
Last I saw, yeah. But if you know
Yeah,
something different, I'm
they don't
willing to
believe.
learn.
They do not believe in the Second Amendment so much.
Yeah, but they spoke out against the.
They spoke out against California.
They spoke out
Oh,
against
really?
the no-fly list.
Oh no, there's a no-fly list. That's right. I saw a couple
Fourth
of things against the no-fly list. Like,
Yeah, but I mean that's because it's going to be discriminatory against other peoples, not just about guns. I think that was their whole deal with
No,
that.
it had nothing to do with guns. It had to do with the Fourth Amendment, and you're
right.
that right.
But that's where, don't we have allies sometimes? The friend of your friend is enemy.
The enemy of your enemy is your friend. Yes. No, I think it's a good idea to try and rally all the forces that you can, because
they're rallying themselves.
Well, hashtag every right matters, not just the second. Correct? I mean,
yeah, and then that's another thing when you're talking to somebody about these new proposals, the federal laws or whatever, is that you have to bring up the fact that they're blatantly violating other rights to try to pass this law. They're violating your due process. And everybody against the Patriot Act, that's what basically they were railing against back then. Whether you were anti-gun or not, you don't like the idea of them violating your due process.
and we see how well that worked, that it even got renewed after it sunsetted.
Well, yeah, but even they don't care. That just shows that how much they want to keep that into effect, because there was an overwhelming majority of people that knew about the Patriot Act after it was signed and didn't like it and opposed it, and the government just didn't care. They just kept
Oh, I
signing.
agree with you 100%. I agree with you 1,000% on that, Moon.
It's something they just keep telling us is vital and absolutely necessary.
No, they say the same thing about all the gun laws they want to pass too.
All right, I'll keep scrolling down the YouTube comments since it's been doing a good job of feeding conversations. So the next couple of comments are, look at our government. LOL, governments normally hate guns. Next comment is, government always ends up hating freedom and free-thinking people. It's just what happens when you have a big bureaucracy. When the government is scared of the people, you have freedom. When the people are scared of the independent, you get tyranny. And then the subject changes a bit. So, I mean, those are, I think, are all valid, of course. But is that something that we can? Does that work with the antis? You know, they're not afraid of government. They love government. They want the commies, I think. They want.
Well, they want. That's where their
I think they're
protection comes from.
confused. They're confused about what they want. They want their freedoms and liberties, but they want the state to enforce them, I guess. I don't.
Well, that's the thing. They want their freedom, like you say, for like, they don't want people to tell them what to do, but they want the government to tell everybody else what to do.
Yeah,
So
pretty much.
there's some logic gaps there, or whatever, lapses in logic, or whatever it's called, discrepancies in logic, where we should
Hypocrisies and all. Yeah.
Well, I mean, no, I mean, I think they have commitments. You know, they have whatever morals, they think, and everything they figure lines up. The way it's fed to them, it all lines up because they're only getting half of the portion of the story. So that's where I think most people understand the basics of logic. If this is this and that is the same as that, then these are basically the same too. But when they're being fed all this half truths and just garbage, we know that. Then you know what I mean. So I'm just thinking if we can eliminate some of this, does that work? I mean, I don't know. Has anyone really seen anybody who does a good job of it? I've seen like JPFO. They do kind of an in-your-face version of it. I can see that message not getting through to everybody, especially if you're not interested in the message, right?
I've seen
Be kind of in your face.
liberals be immune to facts before, though, too. I'm not saying I've quit trying. I'm just saying I've definitely firsthand witnessed facts bouncing off.
Well, yeah, facts box off us too, though, especially because if you don't um, honor the source or whatever, you're just assuming, like anything, that statistics are being used to
manipulate the agenda.
Yeah. So that's why I'm wondering if there's just a different way to approach them so that you're not necessarily saying numbers or something, but just the generalities. Again, I think some of the things I've been talking about lately are like, at the same time, they'll say there's so many guns that it's a problem, and then kind of that meme, yeah, there's so many guns. If there were a problem, you'd know it. There ain't no problem. Like, it doesn't make sense in their head. There's so many guns that there could be a problem, and here's a few instances of a problem. Okay, but really, put the real numbers there. Millions and millions and millions of gun owners. If you seriously think, even just doing your science numbers or something, that a percentage of that population can go nuts and they're going to be wife killers and go nuts in traffic or whatever the hell they think we're going to do with our guns to cause mass murders, how can they possibly think that's a situation when the situation is, I mean, how can they think that that's a potential or an eventuality even when there are very many millions of us with hundreds of guns per gun owner, literally. And it averages out to dozens per gun owner, probably.
And I think it's that they, how you were talking about freedoms and the way they feel about that is, and I could be mistaken here, but the freedoms that they want or that they feel entitled to, whether that's Steve can marry Gary or Nancy can go have an abortion on a Tuesday if she wants, or any of the other things that are important to them, they think that that's okay, and that anything that doesn't meet their agenda on that, well, that you're right, that doesn't count. And to get past that initial hump is very difficult, because that's what I was saying earlier. All rights matter, not just ours, not just theirs. It's all of ours, right? I mean, correct? Like in the song, without the first, there can't be a second, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm almost positive. I guess I have to speak for him, but I would say there's got to be at least a chunk of them that don't agree with any of that. They think that it's.
I would hope so, because there's also the same way the other way, in that there are pro advocates that aren't exactly to the same level of froth that all gun owners get lumped in together with. So I would definitely agree that there has to be some on each side that are not what the norm is, whether that be to the extreme or that be to the party line, so to speak, or even to be completely moderate where they don't mind. Because people are different everywhere, right?
True. And I'm wondering if there's been any effort into evaluating how many of the population, and from the various polls that are worthwhile that you could extrapolate real data from, like of the population, how many are gun owners, and then of that population that's not gun owners, how many of them are staunch opponents to guns, and then we're all going to assume that it's the vast majority of that is not, care less one way or the other. They're just not opinioned, they just don't care. And you've got those complete anti people, and they're definitely doing whatever they're doing to get their message out. So it's like I say, I wonder how many people have evaluated how many of those people that are in the middle exist, and then if possible, how you would evaluate if they can be swayed with these kind of positions that it's a right that we all share, and that it's not there's no fear, there's no problem, and just giving them a rational think about it. you know, kind of like that meme. If there were a problem, you'd know it. So just to those people to say, hey, look, they're definitely crying the sky is falling, but seriously, if the sky was falling, we wouldn't have sunlight like we do right now. So could we reach those people with just a calm message? But because it seems like the messages tend to the extreme, like save a child, vote no on this, or for your children's lives, click yes on that.
Well, it's an effective tool, and they're using it well. And I guess maybe we should do the same. You know, as for percentages, like we were discussing the night, and who else was there? But for like 7.8 million legal gun owners in California, that's roughly 20 and a half, well, just over 20.5% of the population. And I forget was it something like 40-something% of the voting population if they were all registered. So,
You're breaking up pretty quick, but it's something like 7 million plus gun owners. That makes up 20% of the population. I forget what you said. I couldn't hear what you said about what percentage of the voting.
oh, for the voting population, if all 7.8 million gun owners were to be registered voters, that would be like, I think it came up to like 40%, just over 40% of the voting population. So I mean, it's not like we don't have the people. I just don't think that, or actually, I should restate that. I think that most of the gun owners out here in California believe in air quotes reasonable gun control. I'm not saying I agree with them, but I'm just saying, you know.
Well, yeah, but you have to be fucking out of your mind to think that the restrictions that they're imposing are reasonable.
No, not really. People think different views on all sorts of stuff.
Well, let's take a look at what happened, though. These were ballot initiatives, no? Or these were bills, I guess. So these weren't ballot initiatives, excuse me. These were bills. These were things that somebody came up with. They wrote them. They have a position and an agenda, and they wrote them accordingly. And then they were put through the House and the Senate in California, and then they finally went to the governor, and we saw the results of it. So basically what was required here wasn't people going to the polls on their normal election day and then making a decision, correct? This was a bunch of politicians that were acting, and it required people to be aware, then be informed, and then share the opposing view, and then decide to take action by calling their politicians. And that's a lot of ifs, and that's a lot of assuming, right? That's a lot of work that has to be done out of nowhere. That requires us, the people that are aware, to let as many people as we can know, get them to do something, to call those politicians or write them or emailing them. And then it depends on all those systems working so that the politicians would have made decisions based on their people that they represent, as opposed to something like like being on the ballot, where then it would have been a media campaign of like, here's my position, here's their position, and all that. So I think this was, I hesitate to go around blaming California voters or California gun owners who are eligible to vote, because this wasn't something that they made. They had a decision in front of them, they went to the polling place and they made the wrong decision. That'd be a lot easier to blame them. Here, a bunch of stuff happened in the political process, and they weren't aware of it, so I guess shame on them for not being involved, and then they didn't take enough action, I guess, to stop it from happening. So I guess you could say shame on them, but if you're going to say shame on them, I'd ask to take a close look at your own situation and find out, know if you're paying enough attention to your own state to, to have the glass rocks and the glass houses and all that, Like, sure, say shame on them, but are you doing anything different or better or more, or doing something to prevent it from happening there? So anyway, I guess what I'm saying is I hesitate to blame those gun owners or to suggest that they did something, their lack of action, I guess, allowed something to happen. But again, it was something that there are pipelines available. There are ways to get this information disseminated to everybody, but it requires, at this point, it would have required everyone individually to be signed up for the newsletters, to be part of those organizations, to somehow have said, please include me in those communication channels. Unlike when something goes to ballot and you've got the information coming to you in a one-way street from your media and your signs on the street and that kind of thing. You've got a lot more input coming in because a lot more money is spent on it. You get a lot more input coming in that you don't have to go seek out, I guess. With this one, it required someone prior to go seek out connection to these information chains, and then the information to be distributed and absorbed and acted on. So you could look at it as a massive failure, or we could look at it as, take some lemonade out of this, and not all of them went through, and that has to be from the efforts of people like the Firearms Policy Coalition, who are in California and working towards making as many people as possible aware. Places like Florida, or was it California? There's the Cal Guns, I guess is the other one. And then, again, there are efforts to...
NRA, ILA, GOA.
I mean, I don't know about NRA, ILA. We'll take a look at that one since we're talking about Every Second Matters and not just California. We can go take a look at them, but I mean, I'm not going to discount whatever they did, but they obviously didn't devote every waking moment to preventing those California things from happening.
Oh, but they definitely sent emails and, like you were talking about, avenues for contacting your politicians. They definitely allowed for that. Because I know that I was contacted from them.
They certainly
and I responded to California's woes myself. And boy, could I relate to your statement earlier about even if you do everything that you can do, sometimes you got to understand that sometimes your best ain't enough. You know what I mean? And I mean, that's kind of how I feel for the situation out here. Is like, I know that every person that I know out here that I talk to that are friends of mine, I made sure that they knew how to contact and everything like that. And as far as I know, pretty much all of them did. Now, whether the governor or the state senators or the state House of Representatives, if they cared about our comments and what we were trying to let them know, that's totally different to me. Because although I know that I did what I could, I also know that it may have not mattered one iota everything that I did do. And that's a slightly disheartening.
Right, and that's I did the same thing with on the federal level with the sit-in bills or whatever. But I know my thing, it landed on deaf ears. I mean, I got a Democrat senator who doesn't care. But kind of speaking of, you guys mentioned the NRA. They're helpful, they're good, but I feel like they're a freight train. I mean, we can use them to carry the heavy load, but they don't pivot very well, and sometimes they don't respond fast enough to things. But they're still pushing the rock in the general direction we want to go, so I'm still okay with them. And that made everybody thirsty.
That's like barking at the neighborhood, so that got them all thirsty. I can't mute it completely because of the way the stream is going here, so deal with it. So the next one that's coming down the list, we're still quite a ways back, so we've got plenty of content here. So then, if you guys lived in Cali, what would you do besides move? Buy ammo, AR parts? He wrote eat, but I'm suspecting that was a Freudian slip or something that he meant, etc. I'm assuming it's E. Could be a she. I don't know.
Wait, where's that
ammo,
question?
definitely. Ammo's a definite. Got a year to own your high cap mag, or no, not even high cap. Sorry, those are illegal in the state of California anyway. ammo and a bunch of single capacity magazines in the state of California. And maybe if you don't have an AR or an AK, go get it now. January 1, 2006.
Now, were any of those things that you mentioned going to be grandfathered in?
Okay, you have until January, let's see, as of the last day that you can purchase an AR or an AK or any semi-automatic centerfire rifle with a tactical magazine in December 31st, 2016.
With no
At that
bullet
point,
button? What about those
no, you
requirements?
still have to have a bullet button. You still have to have a bullet button. At that point, you have a year to register your firearm as an assault weapon. So, as of January 1, 2017, you can no longer buy centerfire, semi-automatic centerfire rifles with tactical magazines. And you have, as of January 1, 2018, to have any rifles like that you purchased before, that they would categorize as an assault weapon, so that you register as an assault weapon. So, if you don't have one, go buy one. This includes AR pistols and pistols.
Sounding kind of hollow. I don't know, 'cause since I know it's going out of the speakers and into the mic, it might be a little louder too.
Yeah, I got to get you a different coffee can, B.
Sorry.
Well, I'm eating a melon, but anyway, if I lived in Cali, what would I do besides move? I would join Cal Guns, and I would join the Firearms Policy Coalition. I would probably join Second Amendment Foundation and Gun Owners of America if I didn't already join them. I'd look into whatever local group is in my area, like hunting clubs, perhaps, local shooting ranges. I would join, if you've got like a range, like an indoor range or something, you can join a yearly membership or a monthly membership or get on their newsletters. And then I would take every 18-year-old I could find out shooting who was interested, every kid or whatever, ask if you've got kids or your friends have kids or whatever at that age, to ask them if they want to bring their friends and find out if it's okay with their parents and stuff, and let them know you're doing this so that you can, show them what it's like so that they can vote honestly and not be swayed by shit. You get one kid out there who's vocal and has his Instagram going and all that, and they tell their friends, oh, I've been shooting, and it's, again, now their friends are somebody who's a gun owner and not some weird guy in a basement with a bunch of Nazi shit.
Yeah. Irrelevant of whether he drives a van or not. Actually, that's a great idea, G. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily limit it to just 18-year-olds. I would definitely try and get the youth involved, whether whichever side of 18 they're on. But even...
Well, I've done 18 so that they could vote, but...
Yes, no, I agree 100% with that. But I mean also like 21 or 20 or 25 or... Just try and get as many people to go as you can so that they make informed decisions when they go vote. And I definitely agree 1,000% with you on that, G, about joining the GOA, Second Amendment Foundation, and all that kind of stuff. It's not as glamorous or whatever as the tactical stuff, but in the end, it may be more important in the end.
Vital, because if you buy a bunch of shit, the political analysts see that whenever they bring up this subject, we're going to, in reaction, help the economy. So right there, they're happy because now money's going around. That means taxes for them. So they're getting paid. We're literally paying them when we go out and panic buy. When you buy a membership, a lot of times it's tax deductible, nonprofit and all that. So they're not seeing a dime of it. And when they bring up the shit like this in California, and then they see, their political analysts will see a surge in memberships and surge in number of people that join their Facebook page and their gun channels page and their Twitter accounts or whatever, and their political strategists are watching for those kind of things. And when they see a surge in activism as a reaction to their bullshit, then that's less of a it's something that they're less interested in next time around compared to drunk drivers. There's no drunk drivers going online and joining the drunk advocacy thing, like I want my right to drink and drive, right? There's other things that they can go against that will have no political opposition, and they're whores and they're lazy and they're weak, so they're not going to go after us because they give a shit. They're going after us because we've been reliable targets. We've been reliable adversaries that react.
We've been predictable too.
Predictable, thank you. And that's why I say doing action to respond to this is more crucial than any purchase, because when they see those surges, especially from California or in response to, I guess in addition to all that, continuing contact with your political representatives is crucial as well, because they cannot go on to the next thing. If their mailboxes and their voice boxes will be full for the next time they need to make some car dealership owner happy because of some water thing that they have to pass, so that guy continues to give them $10,000 or whatever, and they're not effective because their lines are tied up with people who are pissed about the gun control thing they passed 6 months ago. That's a whole different situation. That's what happened in '94 before the internet. If we do nothing with the internet, then they're simply going to go on to the next subject and do the next thing. So I guess that's my position, is do action, and you'll get way more than just buying some crap and then having to deal with if they grandfather and all that. I mean, you have to have your basic stuff. I'm not suggesting an 18-year-old doesn't get their basic stuff. Everybody should have their basic stuff. Once you got your basic stuff and you live in California, your fight is more than just the end of your muzzle. It's the right to have that muzzle.
And I would agree with that too. That yeah, it's definitely not saying don't own the firearm, don't have the firearm. It's get your basics, especially if they're going to be basically outlawing center fire rifles of the semi-automatic variety. Yes, make sure you have one. Absolutely.
So another question came up: if confiscation was ever performed, then you couldn't. Oh, they're talking about like DB was kind of saying earlier too. A lot of people were mentioning that the way these things are being set up, it's the building blocks so that you can never say, oh, I don't know where that gun is. Like you're going to have to be responsible for your guns at all times, which doesn't sound like, oh, of course, who doesn't want to be responsible for the guns at all times? But when you think about things like spouses and siblings and kids and parents and grandparents, and family guns that, is the hunting shotgun, that's such a burden. That's like suggesting that everyone needs to know where their car is. Of course, on the surface, who wouldn't know where their car is? If you don't think about families that have more than a few cars and more than a few kids and more than a few set of keys to each car and all kinds of things going on in the world, and somebody's tank runs out of gas and they tank a different car, to suggest that people would have to report their car stolen every time they looked out in their driveway and the car wasn't there. Now we have cell phones, so it's a little bit less of an issue, but those of us that lived before cell phones, there were times when your car wasn't around and you had to assume for a while that somebody who had authorization had it, and you just didn't know for a while. You remember those days? Some of you can. And, we're...
I can remember them, but only child, so let's just say it didn't happen as often as you might think. If I had brothers and sisters and all that kind of stuff, yes, I could totally understand that.
Yeah, I don't remember that personally, but my mom's one of 7, and all the brothers and sisters shared a couple of cars. So that exact thing, you'd come home and go, oh crap, the car I wanted isn't here. Oh well, I guess I'll have to have someone pick me up or whatever.
Or cell phone, so it's not like you could just verify where the car was or something.
Yeah. If everyone was home for the night and there were still cars missing, then you had a problem.
Yeah.
You had to figure out who left it where.
And that was
I forgot. I went to the store and then I walked home.
The movie, and I came home with so and so. I forgot about that.
But yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, the idea, even just like you said, you want to lend a gun to your family or whatever. I did that with my dad. He wanted a shotgun. I have a semi-auto shotgun. He was going on a business thing. They actually did like a pheasant hunt for business, which is cool. It's more fun than a golf outing. And he wanted to use that one instead of his shotgun. I said, sure, you can use it. I don't care. And he didn't give it back to me the next day. It was at his house for a while, and then next time I saw him, he gave it back to me. It was no big deal. But what if he accidentally kept it for 31 days or whatever? Now all of a sudden he's a felon, I'm a felon, or just because I was busy at work or something?
That the new Dr. Pepper theme song?
I've had friends' guns for years. When people moved away and left their guns here and stuff, I've had them, and I've had people that have had kids that are too young to have guns around or whatever, or that were at the age when they'd be looking around for everything. So, I've been a babysitter for guns for people for my whole life. I can't even imagine the concept that these idiots have that that's somehow a problem, and that somehow criminals are going to be affected at all.
That was one of the new. Wasn't that one of the laws that did pass, or was the no borrowing or no loaning? Yes.
Correct.
The no loaning one passed. It's direct family members are exempt, i.e., mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, brother, sister. They're exempt from that. And
What about those aren't direct?
Huh?
Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, cousin.
Yeah, well, stepbrothers,
is.
life partners, and another word I can't pronounce right now. It starts with a C. Anyway, yeah, I mean, those people are exempt from it.
At least you have the civil union loophole where you can just marry everybody you want to shoot with, and then you're good to go.
I believe you can still only marry one person at a time, so therefore you would really only be including one in that circle at a time. And then when they're not unionized with you anymore, it's no longer a direct family member.
Yeah. But they're not saying how often you can get divorced and remarried, and there's no law against get remarried the same bunch of dudes. So you just gay marry everybody, go out shooting, get gay divorced.
That's what I'm saying, is it's only going to be able, like, once they're no longer married to you, they no longer have that right to be borrowed, to be loaned the firearm.
Yeah, but that works out perfect. You just,
but then you just
as you sign into the range, you read your rules, you get gay married to all the people you're shooting with, then you go out and you shoot, and then when you sign out for the day and you give them back your target stands or whatever, you get gay divorced and you go home. Everybody had.
Well, you still have to do the blood test and everything like that, and then still goes to the justice of the peace, and it's a legal document and everything, right? You're still well aware of that, yes.
All right, you're driving this home a little too much.
Shooting with them. You're shooting with them. You're there with them. It's not really. It's not loaning the gun. They're just using it in your presence.
Right, and that's what I thought the case was. That was not the loaning. The loaning is like, hey,
I'm going to go on a hunting trip. Can I borrow your 30-06?
Right.
And
that's what I was thinking.
It doesn't come back in 30 days with your gun. That's when the issues start happening. So, I mean, at that point, if you ever get caught with a friend's gun that you borrowed or whatever, you just shut up and get a lawyer.
Yeah, that's a good point. How do they prove you've had it for 30 days unless you admit, oh yeah, I borrowed it on, the 17th or whatever? If you get caught with a buddy's gun, be like, I picked this up yesterday.
Well, now here's the thing. If they then call the buddy before you have a chance to call the buddy to set it up or whatever, then you have just lied in a prosecution, which is an additional charge when it comes time to go to court.
No, when you borrow your gun from a friend, you go, hey, if I get caught with this, I'm going to say, yo, I borrowed this yesterday. That's what you're going to tell the police if they call you, hey, yesterday he borrowed this.
Unless they call you 2 days apart.
Nah, they're not going to try that hard.
Then you'd use a specific date. Best thing to do, shut up, get a lawyer.
I kind of would be on that.
Best thing to do, it's the 2nd of every month. Easy to remember.
Best thing to do is talk that friend into getting his own goddamn gun. I mean, if you got to help him or whatever, that's one thing, but like, hey, you know how we can get around this? You too can be a lawful legal gun owner.
Oh, you might be a legal gun owner. Just you wanted to borrow one of your guns just to go shooting or whatever because he likes it. And he's your friend. So you say, yeah, sure, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and I had forgotten about this earlier when we were talking, but there was a time that all of my buddies' guns were at my house because he was having a lot of work done in his house and he was working like 12 hours a day. And he's like, I don't want random construction workers in my house, like with my guns. So they all lived at my house for a little bit till he got all the work done. So that's a perfectly legitimate reason. That's actually helping,
Yeah.
the liberal point of view. It helped them not get stolen.
It sounds like whenever you wanted to have access to your friend's guns, then you could just go over to his house when he's sleeping and wing a bunch of rocks through his windows or whatever, and then be like, oh man, you're going to need a construction crew out for at least 3 or 4 days to fix that.
Well, not really. I mean, I have a key to his house, so I could just go over there and take them and then bring them back when I was done. Hey, I returned them a lot cleaner than he gave them to me, and I didn't even shoot them. But I took them all apart and cleaned them.
Now, see, that right there, Smeggy, that's a good friend.
Yeah, Smeggy, you're definitely a keeper.
Now, if only he would gay marry me, I'd be all set.
All right, on that note, we'll take a break. Mention that we're watching, or you're watching the All Day Long 30-Second Matters epic event.
I really feel like you guys are just looking for reasons to gay marry each other.
That seems to be a prevailing thought here today, and I didn't really know that that's what was the plan.
And I'm fine with it.
Well, keeping your
Man, are you jealous?
the
Are we
various
leaving you out?
opportunities available to us.
I believe Amit is happily not gay married.
So anyway, this is the Every Second Matters chat. We're running this a bunch of different places. We're actually running it live on the Gun Website's YouTube channel. We're also opened up a hangout on the Every Second Matters channel on YouTube, and that's where we have Amit from Israel, Z from Hawaii, Flippy from Texas, Heavy from California, Smeggy from Michigan. I think that's Hawaii. Volcano Spot also from Hawaii. Tony from Illinois, and I'm out in Arizona's. And we're watching the live chat over on the YouTube side, on the Gun Website's YouTube side. We're occasionally checking the comments over on the Every Second Matters YouTube channel, but not as much. And then we're checking the comments over on the gun channels on the Every Second Matters side. So we'll be running this as long as the YouTube will let me stream it on my Gun Website's YouTube channel with this new streaming format. So I suspect it might be longer than the 8 hours. So we'll just keep opening up chats on the Every Second Matters channel to facilitate that. Maybe we'll take a break when Matt does his chat, or maybe when the Cowboy Show comes on the radio here or something. But the idea is to welcome everyone to the new Every Second Matters, the updated website, which is basically a place where people can join and then follow the various pro-gun owners' rights organizations. So we've tried to include as many of the gun owners' rights organizations that are out there at the federal and state level, as well as some specific ones for like hunters education or the shooting sports or lobbying groups and that kind of thing. What we're hoping people will do is join Every Second Matters. It's completely free to join. No one owns it at this point. There's no plans for anyone to own it. It's going to just be funded by maybe some patches or T-shirts or something once in a while, and all the background and everything will just be completely unbiased and no obligations to any groups. All the groups will be welcome to join, and anybody who's an advocate will be welcome to join as well, again for free. And then ideally, the organizations will have people that will update whatever they've got going on. So I'm going to go over to, I've already done something before. I was doing some of them earlier today. I'm going to go to Firearms Policy Coalition. So I went in the Firearms Policy Coalition and posted some of the stuff on their website, information about the recent bills and the results of them, the consequences of them. So, for example, if each group started posting some information here, that gives us, the people who are, you could say the audience, but more importantly, the advocates out here, people that want to do something, it'll give us one place that we can go get a lot of information from a lot of different groups. It'll also be a place that we can contribute to. So very much like gun channels, if you want to post something new, right there on the main page, just start posting something new. If you want to keep up with what's going on, everything that gets posted shows up on the front page. So we'll have hopefully created a thing that helps filter some of the duplication of posts out there down to one spot that everybody can check. And that's one of the reasons we're doing this live chat today. The other, of course, is the horrible shit that went on in Hawaii, and then that's getting overshadowed by the stuff that went on in California. And we don't
tidal wave.
We don't want to forget we've got stuff going on in Connecticut, and New York, and Maryland, and New Jersey, and Illinois, and potentially other places. And we also don't want to forget we've got good stuff coming on in all these, in a lot of places as well. So that's the other reason we're doing this one, is to continue the concept of the Every Second Matters project, which is just to get together on the second of every month and talk about these things so that we can, I guess, understand other people that are out there, but work together to come up with some creative ideas to do something about it instead of just clarifying that it's a horrible situation right now, in some ways. But anyways, thanks for letting me do kind of station ID. And if somebody's got something to jump into, otherwise I can jump into another comment from the YouTube side.
So, what's going on in Hawaii?
Well, I found my EDC pack. Basically, the Hawaii, they passed a bunch of their yearly gun laws, and Governor Ige signed some notoriously terrible gun laws, and in violation of current federal, in violation of the 1986 Firearm Owners Protection Act, which is a federal law. The governor signed into law a some kind of national gun registry, where in order to get a permit to acquire any firearm, you have to pay $75, be listed in a federal wrap-back list with the FBI, which means they check you every day for, criminal, I guess, indictments or any activity for criminal, a NICS check, basically a continuous criminal check, on everybody that wants to get a new permit to acquire a gun, which is what you need in Hawaii to transfer. And so I know that I'm not paying $75 to be on some damn illegal list. So that pretty much ends gun buying for me in the state of Hawaii. So that's a good thing. I already have all the guns I need. I don't think they're going to go they have the staff to go retroactively through all the gun owners and send out notices that they want $75. Because, I think they got you, where they get you is if you need a permit to legally
Well,
transfer.
you think that, dude? You're registered, so all they have to do is go to that database. They export addresses and then go over to their software. They print a bunch of envelopes, and then you're all getting charged $75. No.
They can't they is like two firearm clerks that can't even keep up with just the new guns that the gun shops need to register. They're like always 3 weeks behind,
so they can
4 weeks behind.
They
don't have the staff
to do it. Yeah.
They don't have the staff to do it.
If it's an illegal law, couldn't you, in theory, get a lawyer and sue?
Yeah, we're willing to let Hawaii be the guy who puts us on the chopping block and goes to the Supreme Court, goes to federal level jail to follow this one through.
They're willing to throw me into the volcano and get my nuts chopped off. But
it'll be a movie, just like the people versus Larry Flynn. It'll just be the people.
I think somebody from Maui should volunteer. Somebody who lives on the island of Maui should volunteer.
As you go through jail and all the process, I will Instagram it, so it will not.
Oh man!
Just try to.
This is Hawaii Volcano Squad in the shower. Oh no! Don't drop that soap.
Yeah, this is Hawaii Volcano crying himself to sleep.
Smuggle a camera in one way or the other, and then take some pictures and we'll Instagram them.
I think I'm just gonna work on improving my EDC Maxpedition bag here.
So, in honor of the second, who's actually carrying right now?
I always carry.
I carry a Karambit. That's because that's all I'm legally allowed to carry, and I'm very happy with just that I can carry that legally.
Well,
And
hold
I'm
on.
gonna,
Your public, on your own private property. I mean, you can carry whatever you want. You guys.
yeah, I have usually have my Ruger LC9S Pro, pocket pistol. So, but when I'm out and about, it's my Fox 599 Karambit, and they've got a new version with a smoother bearing system and a new locking system called the F99 XT.
All right.
Well, and let's not forget though, he does bring up a good point. Bearing arms is not always firearms, and knife rights are also a thing.
No, that's true, and they're hand in hand, because as soon as they suggest that guns are the problem and blah blah blah, like we all know they're not going to stop there. Then it's going to do just like they're going to follow England, and they're going to go, oh, knives are really the problem, or knives are the problem now.
Well, I just wanted to say that if you live in Hawaii, that is one option you can do. It's a very good knife, and it's very fast. And we don't have nobody has ever issued a carry permit in the state of Hawaii, as was shown in the Baker case, which was basically sent to the three-judge panel in the Ninth Circuit, who basically sent it back to the district court and said, see Peruta, and that was before the en banc ruling of the 11-judge panel. So it's basically the Baker case is in suspension, but nobody has ever issued a carry permit.
I thought they gave carry permits in Hawaii to politicians and like security and stuff.
Armed security guards don't count. I mean, yeah, if you're an armed security guard that works for Lynx to go pick up money at Long's Drugs every day, or Walmart.
Is that a separate card though? Is that like being different? Like a sworn officer doesn't have a concealed carry card. He's a sworn officer.
It's the badge.
Or what do you call that, Robert? He's being a security guard and having different kind of license.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Those are the only people that
So that's not really having a concealed carry license. That's some people carry.
It's an open carry. Yeah. And but as far as regular citizens, nobody's ever been issued a carry permit, at least in the city of Honolulu, where the Baker case was. So, and that's where most of the people in Hawaii live, is Honolulu. I mean, I don't live there, but more than 1 million people do. So, and the state doesn't have such a huge population. And they passed a few other dumb laws, but that's the main ridiculous law, the federal, Rat Act.
So I'm going to expand this. It was when we were talking about California, but I'm going to expand it to both California and Hawaii, since basically you're both living under some new infringements. So Tony said, I would move from that stinking state and leave it with the liberals. And then later on I said, what I usually say is, how many states do we give them? New York, Washington, Oregon, California, Maryland, Connecticut, Massachusetts? And question mark.
Look, the way I look at it is within these, within every gun shop and within the four walls of my home, the Second Amendment is alive. Okay? Outside, I can't control the fucking government, and I can't control, what people, the blue state people think. I can work on it and talk to people one at a time, and some I will convince, and some I will utterly fail in convincing that the Second Amendment is a human right that, or a sacred human right that God gave us, that was written down by the Founding Fathers in the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. But some people I won't convince, and unfortunately, most of those people are the politicians in charge. So, but I do talk to them sometimes. When it helps. Last year, I convinced one of the state representatives for Kona to, in the state house, to vote against a bill which would make anybody who used any kind of pain medication. They had some proposed law that would make it that would make them unqualified to possess a firearm. That means you couldn't even own a firearm if you took came home from the dentist and you had to take a pain medication because your tooth hurt. So, and then your neighbor could report you if they didn't like you and say he's on drugs, which would have been true. Your dentist gave you some medication to take for a couple of days, but that shouldn't. But they literally had that as a law, and so I convinced a lot of people. I think everybody in Hawaii, when they had that law up, voted, contacted their senator because they were definitely overwhelmed with emails and phone calls, and they voted it down in the House.
Okay, so that's an example of people getting fed up, and when a law went too far, they spoke up about it and required it to be removed. Is that what you're saying? It's gone now?
Yeah, that law failed in the House. It expired. The Senate, the Hawaii State Senate passed it, but the House refused to take it up, and it died when the session expired.
About a law. You're talking about a bill that didn't even be law.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, talking about this question is basically the concept that now that your states have passed some laws and that you're waiting for those laws to take effect now, the concept of leaving the states affected by those laws with the counter.
Look, this is America. There's nowhere to run to, okay? And yeah, I could run to Arizona, but, this is still America.
And then they take another state, and then when they come to threaten Arizona, we're by ourselves. So how many states do we give them? I agree with you. There's no void. There's no place that's secure, and there's some places that are not secure. Everyone is not secure. We're just all different levels.
Ronald Reagan said he talked to somebody who fled Castro, and that refugee said, well, you see, I was lucky because I had somewhere to run to, which was America. And this is America. We got nowhere else to run to if we lose, our rights. So that's why we have to fight for them, because we're backs up against the wall because we have no place else to run where they've got these freedoms. I mean, yeah, you could kind of run to Arizona, but, it's like, what's that NRA logo? Stand and fight. We're going to lose in this state, but, I'll go down, trying to promote, Second Amendment and everything matters, and I'll even try and get some. I'm gonna call up and see what, if any, what was I babbling about the day before? Ballot initiatives, right? See if there's any ballot initiatives that have been written that I can get behind in the state of California, because, like I said, I produced all the spots for a successful ballot initiative for the Prop 209 campaign, and you could look that up on Wikipedia. Arnold Steinberg hired me, so if you just Google Proposition 209 on Wiki.
All right. Does anybody else have an opinion on if you should leave or not? I know Abby and I went at it. DB's not in here to go at it with me.
Should I leave or will I leave?
The concept that people should leave these states that are going left to the lefts.
I have a friend that's leaving.
Well, I'm saying, I don't say Democrat, but basically to the states that are going with the anti-gun laws, to leave them to the anti-gunners, I guess is the position.
If I leave Hawaii, it's not necessarily because of any gun laws that have been passed. If I leave Hawaii, it's due to my situation, whether my job or the living expenses that it takes to stay here have changed. So to me, it's not like I'm leaving because the new gun laws were passed. That's just really like the cherry on top, if anything. I'm leaving because the wage that I make no longer can sustain me staying here in a prosperous manner.
You want an AR-15 with a cherry on top. That's what you want. Yeah, Hawaii is a beautiful place, but it takes more than just being a good-looking place. I'm gonna try and get my dad to consider moving to Arizona. I know he was talking about it at some point, but most of his guns would be legal, even in spite of all the ridiculous laws they pass, because he's not a tactical kind of a guy. He's more like he
That's
likes old Western guns.
and that's I would say I tend to agree more with G-Webs there on if you give them that state, then they come for another one, then they come for another one. So we need to stand and fight somehow. And
Well, that's
so
a
I
good.
don't like the idea of just complete like everybody bailing and okay, you can have it. I don't like that's kind of defeatist.
Hey,
But at the
I
freedom
same
to
understand
travel,
it.
time,
man. It's your right.
that's what I'm getting to. At the same time, on a one-on-one person level, if you don't want to live under that crap and you want to go someplace else, I'm not gonna
It's a free
fault you
country.
for it.
It's a free country, and you're definitely free to get up and move around it.
Right.
And I'm not going to knock anybody for living in the state they want to live or moving to a state that they think might be better for them, that suits
Right.
them.
But I
I'm
think it
here to
is
get belligerent now.
I think it is important though to point out that if everybody does it, like more of a stronghold, and they'll start taking other states, and you're going to get to the
When
fight
do you
sometime.
live? Like when do you leave is the question, right? When do you leave?
When they
Would it be
seize
in
my gun,
'92
I think
when
someone
they?
would actually have to come, take all my guns, and then I'd be, okay, well, I'm not going to get into a
Yeah,
gunfight over it.
that would be the end. It's the same thing with the Jews in Germany or Poland or Czechoslovakia. When do you leave? Like when do you give up the fight? When they're marching in the fucking streets, burning down your stores.
In my family's case, it was when the Nazis dive bombers were attacking Warsaw. They were just
For me,
bombing
it's
the
when they take
civilians.
away your right to defend yourself outside of your home. I think it would bother me. Not saying I could do it financially, because the whole thing of moving out of state is a huge thing, right? But when they take away your right to conceal carry or open carry completely, to me, that's when it's kind of like, nah, no thanks,
Well, I think a lot of people in my family's case, they were in the state of preparing to move when the Nazis just overran Poland, and then it was just you had to escape to Russia was the only option, And there's a lot of Polish refugees who happen to be
But
Jewish
what's
in
funny for
Russia.
me is like 10 years ago, I wasn't a concealed carry person, right? But then for the last 9 years, I got very used to it. So sort of like you don't know what you have until it's gone, or if you've never had it, you kind of don't care about it so much. So if you were born and raised in a place that was may issue and basically was like never issue, you don't really know what that's like. But when you've had the right and it gets taken away, it's even fucking worse to me. I'm sorry for cursing. I know this is a children's program. But you know what I mean? Like when they're taking stuff away that you're used to,
Hold on, I'm
like
going to
concealed carry, it's pretty big.
start a new one because the DB sweared.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But anyway, that's my thing. I think that night I was arguing with you about it, and Yankee jumped in to white knight it. He was he said it himself. He was like, "Oh, I wouldn't like once they take away the right for me to like conceal carry or protect my family like outdoors. It's one thing to be like, okay, I have the gun in my home, and I think Californians are pretty used to that. So when they start taking away that for people, that's when they're going to really flip out.
All right. Well, I guess I'm just going to play devil's advocate because I don't necessarily disagree, but I can see a position where you're saying that if they take away your ability to defend yourself outside the home, that's a line in the sand, but not the crucial line. But when they take away your ability to defend yourself in your home, that's when you move? Or did I understand that right?
No, I'm saying it just depends. No, not me. I'm not making an argument either way. Good, bad, or indifferent. For me, I think the line would be, personally, would be the conceal carry part of it. Like when they take that away from you, because I've had it for 10 years. That's my personal thing. If I've never had a conceal carry permit option, if you live in a place like Los Angeles or New York City or Chicago, like places where it's forbidden, you don't know what you don't know about it. So it's like you're not gonna. Those people aren't too aggressively fighting for those rights. I don't know.
I agree with you 100%.
It's a very personal decision.
I grew up without even the concept of it, and then enjoy it now, and not enjoy it, but I can experience it now and understand the benefits of it now. So yeah, I can't imagine going. I won't go back from it. So I know
Well,
what you
so let's put it in perspective of California as a state in a whole. I think certain counties in California are almost shall issue, right? I mean, most counties are like, no, you have to prove death threats or all these, you have to go in front of a judge and all this stuff. So let's not paint California as an entirety a no-issue state. Like, there's definitely places there that it's easier to get a carry permit than others. That being said, a lot of the population centers in California are places like San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego. These are definitely no carry zone. They're not giving you no permit. They're just not going to do it.
And as somebody who used to live in California, you always have the option of just ignoring the law and carrying concealed anyway. I mean, it's
But that
not
makes you an
legal.
immediate felon if you get caught, dude. It would take away all your rights then.
Yeah, well, that's the chance you take living that way in a state, But nevertheless, the bottom line is you have to, weigh that against that. If you're going into a dangerous situation, and a gun could save your life, it's who cares about what the if you think you actually might need a gun, you probably shouldn't be in that situation. But nevertheless, the situation could arise where you need to carry a gun in spite of the law. So
well, and that's I kind of have something similar with that. Now, it's not necessarily legally because I have a carry permit, so I'm good. But technically, my work does not allow me to carry, like in the office or on any official company business, like straight up in Detroit, like nasty, nasty neighborhood. Now that shop, all those people carry because it's a bad neighborhood. And sometimes I have to pick stuff up or drop stuff off. Well, I make it a point I carry when I go to that shop because the likelihood of getting fired versus the likelihood of getting carjacked, I'll take my chances. And worst case scenario, I get fired, and that sucks. But at least I'm alive, So
yeah, the consequences. If the consequences of you not having a gun are worse than the consequences of just breaking the law, then that's a call every citizen has to make for themselves.
Right. But that's also a situation where you said if you think you need a gun, you probably shouldn't go there. Well, yeah, I wouldn't go there to hang out and party on a Friday night, but I have to go there for work. Like I know it's dangerous, but that's what I have to do. So
yeah, that was what the Baker case was about, is because the guy actually served warrants for the court and subpoenas. He was a process server, and so he felt like he needed to carry a gun to be safe, and they wouldn't issue him a permit to do so. They won that in the three-judge panel in Ninth Circuit Federal Appeals Court, and overturned the district court in Hawaii, and then they sent it back, saying see Peruta, and then, as we all know, Peruta was overturned by the 11-judge panel. Which is like...
I just wanted to say, so it's a really personal decision to close out my little stream of bullshit here. But also, if I was thinking about it, if your line in the sand was pinned in welded magazines, like if that was your line in the sand, like this bill, these bills, the 6 that he passed, if this was your line in the sand, how long do you wait until, how long do you fight it after it's been signed into law before you realize that fight is over? You can't just stay there for 20 years. So let's put it like this. In 1992, California passed an assault weapons ban. It was the beta test. 1994, the country did it. These things in California, they definitely do tend to be like beta runs on what's coming up on a national level, right? So that's fantastic. But
hold on, we got a pile of bullshit laws. One of them was duplicated in federal law, but they've had a hell of a lot before and since that didn't get duplicated. Well, I shouldn't say that.
Oh, no, I didn't say that. I just said the 92 bill. That's all I'm talking. I'm talking specifically California's 1992 ban.
Done deal is all I'm saying. They definitely would like their shit to be a model national, but it's not a done deal.
Oh no, I didn't say that. I totally agree with you. I'm just saying that the 92 ban in Cali, if that was your line in the sand, and you were like, well, I'm going to stay and fight, right? How long after the 92 ban do you realize, well, that fight is done? Like, I lost that. That's 25 years ago. So, I don't know. That's why it's so personal. And how long you stay and fight afterwards is personal too. And when do you decide, okay, this fight is lost? You know?
Well, moving from state to state also involves, money and real estate values and just a lot of family, how close your family is. And there's a lot of other things that play into it, not just Second Amendment issues.
Getting a job,
Jobs, anything, everything.
schools.
This thing about, I mean, the thing about carrying concealed and not minding the regulations or the law. The problem is that even in a place where you're very likely to be fucking carjacked or shot or whatever, I mean, you're usually as likely to fucking get in trouble for carrying concealed. Like,
Yeah, well, it's a chance, it's a calculation everybody has to make, because if the situation comes up where you need to defend yourself against, whatever the threat is, you're just going to need to have a gun,
When people talk about carrying in a situation where it would be a misdemeanor to do so, very rarely are they talking about then doing unscrupulous shit. They're going to weird neighborhoods in town and stuff. They're talking about their normal routine, going to work and pick up their kids at whatever, and then
obviously
their thing. So I don't think that there's any higher risk of them being like shut down by the police or something. You mean like the concealed gun being discovered? Only because I assume it's not the case. I can say it's not the case pretty confidently because we all know situations and whole states where people have to deal like that, and it doesn't become an issue. Very rarely they make a big deal out of, oh, this person was found to be carrying a gun, and here's why they chose to do it illegally or whatever.
I can like say that.
Well, it's not a misdemeanor here.
I can say that like here, it's illegal to carry a knife. Like it's a felony.
Yes, it's a felony.
It's illegal to carry a knife here. It's a felony. A knife over a certain length in the entire country. And like obviously guns are out of the fucking question. Like I can't buy a gun, let alone carry it. So in the last year, there have been weeks where the stabbing attacks and bullshit were really bad, and I was like, "Fuck it, I don't give a shit what the law says. I'm gonna carry a full combat knife on me because I don't trust my pepper spray to stop a crazy person with a knife. I need something extra, and if I get caught and get a criminal record for it, well, fucking be it, because I'm not gonna walk with my wife and daughter down the street and not be able to defend them." But
for me,
I'm going to tell you what it's like in Israel because I know a lot about it. So I wouldn't carry a knife only because what do you expect to do with a knife? Somebody comes at you with a knife and you stab them, you know that ain't going to put them down unless you're some sort of ninja where you can...
Yeah, that's not true, G-Labs. You can...
Whatever. You can have all the knife fight debates you want, but what's going to be more effective against a knife is like having a jacket with you all the time. Again, a windbreaker saves the day. You can wad that up on your arm like you would for a dog attack, and you can ward off a couple of those knife strikes and then...
That's not as easy as it sounds.
Down. Yeah, you can have your knife fantasies or whatever, but there are no knife fights in real life, and that's because no one is going to stop someone with a knife with another knife. Doesn't happen except for in kung fu movies.
All I'm saying, it's not so easy to ward off a knife attack. It's very difficult.
Obviously, it's very difficult. So I'm suggesting why put yourself in a situation where you're at risk of carrying a knife illegally for this perception that you might be able to defend a knife attack with another knife. I would just carry a windbreaker, which no one can give you any problem with. And if there is a knife attack, it's something that you use against a knife and not...
Well, if you practice with your windbreaker on wrapping around somebody's neck and controlling him with it, then okay. But either way, you have to. It's training.
You wrap it around your forearm and don't get stabbed as much.
I assume this is a whole other like technical discussion, but I assume when I am going to be attacked by someone with a knife that I'm going to be stabbed. I assume this to be the case, and I only get to choose where I'm going to get stabbed, and I would like to have a weapon that can kill the person back. I'm not gonna parry and fucking try to fucking duel him with a knife. No, I'm gonna step
It's
him in the
about
fucking
controlling the other person, and you know, that requires training. That requires lots of training. Lots and lots and lots of training.
Considering that we have seen people in like the last year here stop people that, well, we've seen a person pull the knife out of his own neck and stab the terrorist with it.
Yeah,
So-
that was a good one. That was a good one.
And we have seen a person with an umbrella disarm a guy with a knife and fucking beat the shit out of him. So I mean, a lot of shit can. Yeah, I guess. You know what?
But as the grandson of a Holocaust survivor, I can only tell you that I don't want to travel to Israel until they say, you know, I can carry a Glock, you know, when I get there, and I know that's never going to happen. So, you know, but they always want Jews to come and immigrate and visit Israel, and but you know, guess what? It's dangerous over there, you know, and you know.
I don't think it's any more dangerous than most of the states. Like, it's not statistically.
You don't. Most of the states don't have mortars raining down, you know, and
Yeah.
the United States isn't surrounded by, you know, the Hamas.
No, we're surrounding the Hamas from inside. They can't get away from us now.
Did someone say hummus? Because I'm eating hummus right now. So
Yeah, I buy Sabra hummus every chance I get at Costco.
But
Stuff rocks.
But I get the point about the knife. I guess yeah, that's a fair point.
You get the point about the knife.
Yeah. No, I get the point.
That's like the no pun intended. There.
You know what? And you know what? Yesterday, I mean, again, we had a couple of terror attacks. So yesterday, I carried a baton, which I guess is better. But it's just so uncomfortable to fucking carry those things.
So I was going to ask, you know, I mean, you know, I know in an urban setting, a walking stick is going to look ridiculous or whatever, but you know, some of those things, they can be as strong or as thick as a baseball bat, and then you also have the added length.
Plus, they have the electric ones. My dad
I'll show you.
Has one of those
I was just,
coyotes.
but I know you're talking about with the expandable baton, like an asp or what have you.
I'll show you.
Yeah, that somebody was actually attacked with over here in Hawaii, about a couple blocks from where I live, with a expandable baton, because some druggie wanted their backpack, so he beat the crap out of him and almost killed him just for a backpack with an expandable baton, which are perfectly legal to buy and carry, you know. But as for myself, my everyday carry is a
Wait a minute.
Fox Knives
I didn't think
$5.99.
expandable batons were legal to carry in the state of
Yeah,
Hawaii.
they are. They are.
Sweet.
But I'd rather carry a karambit. Whatever G-Web says, my $5.99 Fox Knives karambit, I feel very confident
I carry
that I
this.
could ward off most any attack with it.
This is still small enough that I can like tuck it in my pants or something like that. But I mean, it's not as comfortable as carrying that.
In your pants.
Nice. No, I'm with you. That's a billy club,
Help you-
man. That's like walking the streets of Chicago back in the Untouchables days.
Yeah,
That's gonna
also
get somebody's
requires-
attention, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's and it's 100% legal for me to carry it, unlike a knife.
and it's very effective.
Well,
Again, you know how to use it too. Against that's one of those things that requires training, you know.
no, well, I'd use it the same as I'd use any stick that I was taught to use in Krav Maga. It's not much more than an extension of my hand.
So in Israel, do you learn to walk first, or do you learn Krav Maga first?
Nah, I didn't have that much Krav Maga training. I think I had enough. I mean, I had enough to be. You have to remember, most of these people, like, it's not like you're being attacked by fucking ninjas. You're being attacked by fucking idiots with kitchen knives. You know,
Exactly.
it's not like I have to like fight an MMA fighter or something. I have to fight someone who's basically usually my size, less trained than me in hand-to-hand combat. He is very determined and willing to die, but guess what? When someone tries to kill me, I'm pretty fucking determined too, especially if I'm going to.
I'm gonna live. If it's gonna be me or you, it's probably gonna be you.
I don't know. People give Krav Maga a lot of shit. Every time I tried Krav Maga in real life, it worked kind of fine. I mean,
According to the Wikipedia, Israel is 144th per capita for crime. Your rate is 1.8. United States 91 with 3.9.
yeah, it's a safe country.
You're much safer than us. Although we're very much safer than 90 other countries on the planet.
I mean, it's
what happens when Iran gets nuclear weapons? And what happens if Iran just
We're talking about
tells...
Iran and nuclear weapons. We're talking about actual violent crime history, not potential for mass murders. We're talking about actual...
What about the 80,000 rockets Hezbollah has pointed at Israel?
Well, what about when the fucking aliens land and fuck us all with their info probes, bro?
Everything you just mentioned, a Glock 19, a Glock 19 ain't gonna stop a rocket or a bus bomb or a nuke bomb, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but that's the same like me carrying a knife. Maybe a knife isn't the best tool, but it made me feel better. So like, carry a Glock, feel better about the nuclear holocaust.
Well, I live in Hawaii because Hawaii Island's
This
so
all
remote.
started with us about your knife, or I started debating your knife option, but are you able to carry that stick, or is that also forbidden?
No, that's legal. I mean, it's.
I would definitely consider that a better option against a knife than another knife, especially when the knife is a crime.
I do consider it a better option. It's just very, very inconvenient to carry, and you have to realize like the climate here, like.
But even the kind that's just like a keychain or just the couple inches long that fits in your palm, what do they call that kind of little stick? Even that would be better than nothing, and that's a keychain.
Yeah, what I usually carry is pepper spray, and when shit gets really like, I don't know, not crazy because nothing happens in the city, but when I start getting a little bit anxious, I carry either this or a knife. This is just very uncomfortable. In the winter, it's not a problem. I put it in the inner pocket of my coat, but in the summer, wearing shorts, I mean, if nothing else, someone might like.
Shorts and flip flops, man. I can see it. I can see it.
If you just started to appendix carry that, you might have a whole different kind of social life.
Yeah, if I start to appendix carry that, they're gonna call me in for like the police is gonna come over. Like this man is walking around with a giant erection.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
The real life
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is that illegal in Israel to walk around with an erection?
Well, considering that the only places I walk to are like fucking like playgrounds with my father.
Yeah. Yeah, they would have to arrest you for some of that shit.
All right, well, if that's the case, then you get some kind of stuffed animal. You cram that thing up with stuffed animal.
Jesus Christ.
Stuffed animal.
We have just now entered the 12.
By the way, you know that if I keep twirling this shit around my head, I'm going to smack myself in the head.
Well, that's what we're waiting on. I actually switched to just click on you so that I could see it the moment it happened.
Yeah, but I got this lanyard, so it won't, like, drop on my computer or shit.
No, it's going to hit you in the face. That's what I'm waiting to see. Like NASCAR, you're always waiting for the crash.
I'm going to keep the 3-second matters thing going by bringing the comment from the YouTube side. This is back probably hours ago already, but on that same subject when it was going on in the chat, another point of view is there's nothing we can do. California middle class left that state due to many jobs that vacate to move to other states. California is now, or maybe I already said this one, California has become a diehard blue state. Is it lost?
Well, he switches from the economy to the gun laws. I mean, the economy is a different thing. I mean, yeah, I left California because
tied hand in hand, though.
Technicolor grabbed all the post-production in the entire state and then sent it all overseas. So yeah, there's
goes into Tony's. Maybe it's good to see a state in disarray due to their own actions. I mean, to some extent, I got to understand what they're saying there, because when you make a foolish choice like they have, they're going to have consequences, right? But at what point? I mean, we have already Chicago as an example. We have New York as an example. We have other cities as an example. How many more examples do we need?
We don't need any more
examples. I don't know. When did we lose New York City?
The people need
when
freedom,
did we lose?
Not examples. People need freedom, not examples.
I don't know when did they lose California? I think California.
Was it 30 years ago? Was it 40 years ago? Was it 50 years ago?
Right.
When did it happen? When were you not?
When were you not a Democratic Party kind of state?
When Ronald Reagan was in charge.
Did you see what
Wilson
Sandy
and
put
Ronald
in there?
Reagan were in charge.
G-Webs? Sandy, Sandy, a couple of posts up from where you were just at. Like it was literally just where you were at. And this is
It was the one where he says,
yeah, that one, the house across the street.
"Oh, okay."
And that's what's happening, bro, right now. You were saying earlier about one California doesn't make a difference. Yes, because the rest of the state of Texas could talk him into being Texas, right? Now, what's happening is what he's talking about is it ain't like it's one guy.
Well, let me read what his post is since we're referring to it. He says, "The house across the street for me is for sale." He lives in Washington, or Oregon, maybe. "The house across the street from me is for sale, asking $50K over what it's worth. Californians are swarming up here in droves right now." So that's what we're talking about.
Yes, and some of that's happening here in Hawaii to also further that. But we were talking earlier about, can the state of positive pro affect the mindset of a single person moving from an anti-area? Yes, I would agree with you that it's possible. It's even probable to an extent if they're, open-minded or they breathe occasionally, to allow oxygen to their brain. But what's happening to Sandy, I've definitely seen that happen in other areas where people are wondering how their states are turning purple. Well, that's exactly how their states are turning purple. And believe me, some of those people that are leaving California aren't leaving California because of the anti-gun laws. Whether it's the economy and all that other stuff. So they're still going to carry their ideals of what they think the way things should be run. And then all of a sudden, that's how you see some of those things get the ballot initiatives and stuff like that.
Well, if you've got a house worth $800,000 in California and you sell that house and you could buy $800,000 worth of, buys you a lot more, I assume, in Texas or Arizona than it does in California. So, you could live like a king in one of those states for,
Yeah, I was going to say, I heard you guys earlier, when states turn like that, it's not because Californians come and then hold like town hall meetings and convince diehard Texans to change their mind. They just come in sheer number. They just start coming in numbers, and that affects voting. So it's not like
it also affects driving in Hawaii. You could tell who's from Hawaii and who's from California by the way they fucking drive.
I'm just saying, it's not some sort of conversion system going on. They just come there. They're people 30, 40, 50, 60 years old, retayees and stuff.
They're like lemmings.
They're set in their ways, man. You're not changing their mind, and they're not trying to change anyone else's mind. They just, when it's time to vote, they'll vote Democrat. That's all. They've been voting Democrat their entire life. Half of these Democrats couldn't even really tell you why they vote Democrat. My parents were Democrats.
If you see anybody from California show up at your state, you might want to discourage them.
I've found
be mean to tourists from California.
The voting history for California, and if you see here, this is going way back, right? 1852, couple blue, some red, some blue, red, blue, blah blah blah, whatever. It was red basically from 52 until 92, except for 64, and then it's been blue ever since. I'm assuming this will turn blue this year, but that's really not that long ago. This is a big chunk of Republicans, and then it turned blue. So,
is it a coincidence the 92 ban? And that was when they solidified it, and then it's been like that ever since.
That could be a correlation or a causation or whatever, but I'm just saying it wasn't.
Well, and who knows what
had them all up? It was mostly Republican
at that time or anything like that too, right? Who's giving me all my free shit? No, I don't think that is the answer. I just think that is a factor.
I ain't getting no free shit.
I'm obsessed with why
live in California, bro.
Why don't they have concealed carry in Israel? It just doesn't make sense. And Netanyahu's supposedly some real hard ass conservative guy and shit, and
that's how he's being portrayed by people, the Democrats, who didn't like the fact that he stood up to Obama.
I feel
let's just say with Schwarzenegger. Go ahead.
I feel like if I talk about Israel all the time, people are going to get pissed off that I'm hijacking.
No, yeah, it's fine. I'm just, it's mind-boggling. Anyway, and when Schwarzenegger was governor for what, 8 years?
Israel has concealed carry. It's a May issue. It's May issue.
Oh, okay. So they have some sort of version of it.
It won't issue, but it may.
All right, I got you. I can relate. It's just like when California had Schwarzenegger, he didn't really do much to help gun rights.
Governors don't make laws.
Right, they
That's
sign
the
them.
same thing, yeah, because see, that's the same problem that we had. We had a Republican governor, I think, twice in the times that I've been here, and it's great if the Republican's governor or whatever, or the governor is Republican, excuse me, but if the House and the Senate ain't, then nothing is going to get proposed or passed, you know what I mean, let alone signed. So sometimes it's just a popularity contest, perhaps, for governor sometimes, but all the work seems to really get done between the House and the Senate.
I mean, that said, if it makes you feel any better, during the last year or so, Netanyahu's government has increased the number of concealed carry licenses in Israel by fucking, I don't know, 20%? That's not bad.
That's awesome, actually.
What did they say? I read like a few months ago, Putin in Russia was giving out, they're easing the concealed carry permit programs over there.
Putin in Russia is a criminal state. I mean, they're trying to figure out how to collect taxes from other hoods, so that they're trying to make it easier for black market, people who sell stuff on the black market to pay taxes. I mean, it's such a criminalized country at this point that you can't even compare Russia to anything anymore.
Yes, but
I know. That's what I was saying.
Allowing more concealed carry permits, though, that does say something.
It doesn't make sense. If you want control of your people, you wouldn't do stuff like that.
The answer is that it didn't really happen. Like, he was talking about it. I kind of followed that through a friend that speaks Russian at the time, and he was like, he like private messaged me on Facebook. He's like, dude, Russia is going to have better gun laws than Israel. Like, these are sad times for us. Like, a fucking dictatorship has better gun laws than us. And then, I mean, a couple more months passed, and no, they didn't actually do anything with it. I mean, carrying pistols there, carrying firearms for self-protection is still fucking for the elites and people that have connections there.
Yeah, the FSB. If you're in the FSB, you can carry.
I really object to like the whole. I mean, if someone opened up the whole topic of Putin, I really object to the whole notion that because someone is a badass, right? Which Putin works very hard at making himself look like one, even though he's not really, but whatever. Then he's a good leader because he's a strong leader. No, strong leaders generally fuck up their people because what people perceive as strong leaders are actually people that take advantage of their power.
Well, all you have to do is look at the Russian economy to see if he's fucked up his people.
Hey, G, are you going to go back to that page you were just on?
Which one?
The nationwide map.
Smeggy's one? I can grab it again.
So just for the record, I am going to be behind enemy lines to California. So I'm going to have a road trip there, and I'm going to try and hook up with Brian, Heavy B, over there and do some shooting.
When is this?
My plane leaves on July 31st, and I'll be there till August 10th. And my dad has his 81st birthday.
Oh, man.
And so I'll be the Behind Enemy Lines tour, I guess.
I'm going to be there, too, that time.
Oh, yeah? Well, let's hook up and go shooting.
Yeah, sounds like we're going to have to do a Behind Enemy Lines shoot.
Definitely.
Awesome.
I'll be in Thousand Oaks. I can host a barbecue there, or whatever. And it's in Newbury Park, California. So if anybody wants to show up anytime between July 31st and August 10th, I'll be there. And I don't know if my dad's gonna let me shoot his Winchester, but I know he'll let me shoot his Smith & Wesson 6.86 and his Glock 30. So.
Would you want to see on Napsy?
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't realize it was just electoral votes or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just digging around this site that Smeggy posted where it shows you the history of your state's elections. I don't know why they're showing me this national one. I was clicking on poll results.
Yeah, so PM me if you're going to be in, Thousand Oaks, California area.
You guys
in
know
that
that if I
time.
ever come to the States again, I'm gonna like fucking bother all of you to come shoot your guns, right?
Yeah, right on. Awesome. We'll
What?
make sure we got plenty of ammo.
Did you guys see the bullet button? They've already released a new version to like comply with the. Someone put it on the front page. I don't know. It must be
I thought the
something that
bullet
helps.
button was going to be illegal, though.
No, they got a new version now. Like they're ready for when the law goes into effect. They're going to have some sort of way to, I guess,
Yeah, so
drill
somebody
through.
linked something on that on the Gun Channels page.
Yeah.
In the members posts, where they have all the posts from members. I saw something.
So someone just.
Yeah, there it is.
The action to activate the mag release.
Someone just has to make an AR upper that is you can feed the stripper clips into from the top, and that's it.
This is getting kind of close. You have to break it open to release the magazine.
No, I'm just saying a dedicated stripper clip fed AR-15 upper.
Don't give them any ideas.
The Jew in me sees a financial opportunity here.
Well, or what if everybody was just owning like M1As or whatever? Or
well, if you want to make a lot of money, you need a combo knife / pepper spray / baton.
That bullet button idea is not too bad. You just pop open the back pin and push the button from the other side. That counts as opening the action.
Dude, right. You know how much money pepper spray importers made in like this country in the last fucking year? At some point they were like selling pepper spray at like fucking like cigarette stores. Like take a couple packs of cigarettes, maybe a bottle of Coke, and I'll have
some hot lava pepper spray, please.
Dude, they ran out of pepper spray. At some point, like people were like, "Does anybody have a lead on some pepper spray?" It was like weed. They started selling like fucking Israeli-made shitty pepper spray that nobody wanted before. They were selling it like hotcakes everywhere.
And I've been seeing it's Shark Week on the Animal Planet. I've been seeing some stuff in Israel about the Sharm el Sheikh deep sea sharks attacking people right on the shoreline because there's somebody was feeding sharks or something, hand feeding sharks. So the sharks got acclimated, humans associated them with food, and then because the reef just drops off so quickly, and all the hotels have like jetties that extend out so people can dive off the jetties into the ocean.
Feed a shark to end gun violence.
Hey, G, so you were I went to the
I
webpage
carry
you
a
just
shark in
had
my
it on,
pocket when I can't conceal carry.
and it was the voting history of the states. So I went to Hawaii. So basically, starting in 1960, which is I believe when it became a state, and then basically all the way to 1972. In 1972, it was red for 4 years. And then in 1984, it was red. So the only 2 times that it's been red in the entire state's history was in 1972 and 1984. Every other year has been blue.
Yeah, and I wanted to say that the Cocoa Head shooting range predates the state being a state.
That's barely 40 years. It's barely 10 election cycles. So it's not like some of the states where, I'm saying, this isn't.
Wasn't it in '84? Didn't the
11,
Republican
12,
win
13,
like every
14,
state?
15. We are on its 15th cycle currently. This is 2016, 1960.
People were born, lived an entire lifetime, and passed away.
Did not Hawaii become a state in 50?
I can't hear a word you're saying. Sorry.
I said, didn't Hawaii become a state in 1950?
I thought it was 60.
I don't think so.
I'm sure you could punch up one of those Hawaii
Why
kingdoms.
why is Hawaii so like?
Joined the Union in August of 1959 is our 50th state. The first election was the 1960 election.
And why is my coffee finished?
Why what?
Why is Hawaii so blue? And why is my coffee finished? Those were the two questions.
Oh, well, because you drank it, and because
Yes.
you want me to say it, I ain't gonna say it. I'm gonna say because of the free shit. There you go. That's what I'm gonna say.
I think it was because people
Don't
were
ask
promised
what you
free
can do
shit.
for the state. Ask what the state can do for you.
I would have to say that is the philosophy around here.
I don't want to do anything for the state, and I don't want it to do anything for me. How about that?
Oh, well, then that's self-reliance. You are definitely in the minority on that, my friend.
And stop fucking asking questions all day. That's annoying. Why is everyone asking what people can do for whatever reasons? Just leave us alone and let us have fun stuff. Yeah.
They can't leave you alone because the state needs your money to give things to other people.
The only thing I'm willing to give to, like, I volunteer to, like, fucking get killed for my country. The rest, leave me.
Well, the state is hungry. The tax collectors need to collect as much money as possible so they can give money to everybody that they promised to give money to. So they will vote for them and stay in power.
Yep.
It's kind of how it works.
Well, so that's the way it's been. If you want to think of it, that's the only way it can be, then that's what your way of doing it. But I insist that there's just the system.
There's always another way, yes. But let's be honest, though, that in the entire state's history, though, come on, you can't just discount that as like a fluke. Yes, it can be changed. Sure, I agree with you.
Yeah,
but
it'll
it
change
hasn't yet.
as soon as everybody stops smoking weed and in Hawaii.
Stops going to the beach.
Yeah, no more beach. No,
No,
as soon as people stop eating mixed plate, everything will be fixed.
all you got to do is team up marijuana with guns. Get those.
Yeah, I keep telling people we need to figure out how to mount a bong onto an AR, and then we'll be golden.
Will it be an
assault? I don't think that's a good idea in any way, shape, or form.
Let's not like
that viewpoint does not represent gun channels in any way, shape, or form.
I didn't hear it. Thank God.
Cool to have a custom molded piece of glass that could somehow be mounted onto an AR.
I humbly disagree.
All you gotta do is take a 223 cartridge, take the bullet and stuff out of the primer out, fill it full of dope, and just light the end of it and suck on through the butt end.
That's a massive one-hitter, if you think about it.
I think they're happy.
Didn't somebody do that in like Platoon or something, or one of those, Vietnam?
I think they used the Remington 870, and they turned it into like a hookah.
That's called tree spitting, gentlemen.
I got a 30-06, so it would kill me.
Well, I'm not allowed to smoke anything anymore because I'm a cardiac patient recovering. So
yeah, smoking is bad. Kids, smoking is bad.
Yeah, I don't smoke anything myself.
Smoking is
I don't
horrible.
think you shouldn't even be allowed to read about these California laws. So, if I was your doctor, I just feel like, look, there's some shit going on in Cali. Yeah, like
the level of stress. I like that, DB.
All right. The 4 hour and 30-minute mark. We've been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes now to do a station ID and thank the people that are watching us live. Let's see, we've lost a bit of viewers here, and I don't know if it's just because it's an unscheduled all day long event, because there's no way to know how many viewers we should have or would normally have, you could say. But I know that we're down to about half what we had, so it's about time to pull the thing around. And I wanted to, well, I guess first I should continue on and see what we're doing. We're on the Gun Website's YouTube channel, streaming live. We're going to do this as long as we can, if possible, till midnight tonight. Just in honor of the Second Amendment and the Every Second Matters campaign. We're promoting the new Every Second Matters website, which is up and running, encouraging everyone to take a look at it and add whatever whatever state or the other local gun owners' rights organizations we may not have already listed there, so that we can make it as complete a list as possible. Our next step will be to encourage those organizations to participate in the project by posting their information, whatever they need to get out, It'll also then turn into a place we can all communicate about Second Amendment issues like this on the second of every month, but also throughout the month, all the time. So we're celebrating that. We're also talking about the Hawaii and California situations, but so that we don't talk all about doom and gloom and we don't simply sit here for hours restating the situation to ourselves. There's other things that are going on. So this last month we have had positive things. So I'm going to put a challenge out there to people that are listening live to start throwing in some links to some of the positive stuff that's happened. One, over the last 30 days, but then this year, because the stuff in California and the stuff in Hawaii didn't happen. I mean, it did happen in the last week, but it took a while for it to grow, and we've been talking about it for a while. And in that time, let's not ignore or forget about the positive stuff that's happened. So why don't we kind of take the topics and leave them open, but let's bring it to the more positive side, and let's talk about some of the stuff that we've made strides in this year and this last month.
Well, Illinois is considering allowing silencers, so...
You're sounding really broken up there, Tony.
I said Illinois is considering allowing silencers, or at least contemplating it, so that is a major step.
Much better. Much better.
All you did is say it louder, so maybe restart or something. It's really, like, staticky.
From one lagging person to another, he said silencers might be allowed in Illinois.
That's good to hear. I'm assuming he means for hunting, and didn't we get some other states this year?
I think Georgia was last year. But yeah, the silencers for hunting thing was definitely...
He probably means owning in general, because I don't think they can even own them.
Yeah, that would be the first NFA item that they would be allowed to own, I believe, in the state. I gotta go, gentlemen. Check you later.
Thanks, Z. Really? Anything positive killed the chat? We almost.
I'm just trying to think. I know Michigan's done some positive stuff, but I don't know of recently.
I just got the magazines in the mail.
My state just passed some sort of law where if FEMA comes in and they declare like a national state of emergency in the state, that prevents any federal agency from confiscating any firearms from anybody in the state. And it's enforceable by, I guess, the state troopers or something. I don't know, like who's going to stop them. But anyway, it's pretty cool.
Well, that's good. It's a little late, but it's good to hear that another state's on board with that. I mean, because I think most of those came after Katrina, right?
Yeah.
Now, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but in Tennessee, they changed it so that if you put up a no-gun thing, have a gun-free zone, that you're liable then for any whatever.
Yeah. I mean, Georgia definitely just increased the places you can carry by a lot. And, I forgot the bill, but Georgia Carry is a phenomenal organization. So I'm a member. Shout out to them.
Sorry, I had to deal with a microphone stand issue.
They had that guns everywhere bill, which was touted as a bad thing, but every time I heard liberals say guns everywhere bill, I'm like, hell yeah, that sounds awesome.
Oh, yeah. It totally freaked out a lot of anti-gun people nationwide.
And yet, I don't think your instances of shootings in the street has gone up, right? I mean, your streets are still normal colored, they're not red yet?
No, everything's cool. Nothing, the only shooting I think is going on here where I live is movies. Marvel movies, to be specific, but Spider-Man.
The July 31st now, so whatever, 28 days from now will be our 6th anniversary of constitutional carry here in Arizona. And again, they said the streets were going to run red with the blood of the victims. And, of course...
Maybe you could find a street that you could just paint red or something.
No, maybe we should start painting them green or blue or something, though. Sometimes they'll paint streets for St. Patrick's Day or something, Valentine's Day.
Take the one of the rivers and just put a lot of red dye in it.
Take back orange.
The rivers are running red.
Take back the color orange and do some sort of an orange thing. every anniversary of constitutional carry in every state. X amount of no one died. Somebody like one of those work signs they'll put up. So many days since an accident. Keep people.
Yeah, I am wondering what was the last time anybody committed a crime with a gun in the state of Hawaii? Because nobody hardly ever does. It's a super low gun crime rate, and they're passing more gun control laws, and there's like no gun crime anywhere in the state.
Well, to devil's advocate, put yourself in their shoes. They would say, well, the reason why is all of our wonderful gun laws. So,
Well,
it works both ways.
If you're listening to this broadcast, you're part of the resistance. So sign up for Every Second Matters and some of the great organizations that are listed there, like Gun Owners of America, and there's a few that I'm going to sign up for, like NFA that I just was learning about since I came here, National Freedom Alliance. There's a bunch of good groups on the Every Second Matters page. So.
And the way it's set up is people can add their groups if it's not already listed, and you know of one that you're a member of, or that you like their positions or their activism. Add them.
Hey, and thank you for doing all this work, because I, kind of realize how much work it is for you to do this. I may not agree with you about everything, but I really appreciate all the work that you're doing. It's amazing.
Well,
very dedicated person you are. So.
Thanks. It's important, and I'm glad that it's something that can be shared. So. Well, we can put our skills to where we can use them, or put our skills to where they can do the most use.
Yep. So.
All right. Well, I'll jump back over to YouTube comments then. We're not seeing many coming in from the positive side, so let's not be pessimistic about this. We're making lots of headway, even though we have some what do you call them?
Headwinds.
Backs. Then there are always going to be people working against us. We do better when there's someone working against us, because otherwise we have no initiative to act. We have no initiative to stay vigilant. So this is an opportunity to grow and to work together better. All these efforts, what we're doing right now is an effort towards that, and but there's lots of people out there doing them. So we're trying to accumulate all those efforts and every month talk about it and share those resources. So that we don't have to be doomed to the same stuff over and over. All right, looks like they're talking about the wall there for a bit. I'll skip over past that.
So I'm trying to remember. There's some state that is looking to get some type of like castle doctrine or stand your ground type thing. I forget what state it was. So that's not very good news. I'm sorry. But I have a part of a memory. Someplace that doesn't have very good self-defense laws, they're putting it like through their, legislative part that they're going to start getting like a stand your ground type thing.
I don't remember that one. Was that recent or a while ago?
Yeah, I feel like it was the past couple weeks I saw an article on it, but I don't have any idea. Sometimes my brain does that to me. It's not very good. So I work with what I have. And like I said, as far as Michigan goes, I can't think of anything this year, but we got short-barreled rifles recently. We used to not even be able to own them. They got rid of the purchase permit, which is kind of like what Hawaii has. We used to have that. We don't anymore. That helped with. And what else? I don't know. I heard something about constitutional carry, but I think it died in committee. But they keep trying, like every year, they keep bringing it up. So.
Michigan? In Michigan?
Yeah.
Well, and the persistence is what eventually beats out, wins out, because there's not a group that's against it necessarily, unless there's something going on. So
the Brady campaign, I mean, they're persistent.
Yeah, but they're only paid to be persistent. There's not droves of people that are persistent on the other side. So
money works. In
Yeah.
politics, money works.
Was there any initiatives against constitutional carry, or it just didn't pass? I suspect it just didn't pass because there's not a lot of overwhelming support for it vocally.
Right. Yeah, I think it went to like subcommittee or whatever, how they do that thing where they put it in there and then it just dies, like it never comes back for a real vote.
Right. And I'd still say that I choose to look at that as a positive as opposed to a negative, because the fact that it's there every time is allowing people to see that it's there and that it is an issue, and they can choose to ignore it over and over. But then again, having it there is better than not even being there. That's a win for their side because we're shutting up about it.
I'd like to see them get rid of the handgun registry for us.
Would say Tony is getting pretty garbled.
I said, as far as Illinois goes, we've been pretty well going forward the past half a dozen years.
I think so. I don't remember any real negative stuff happening there.
I'm reading Cal Guns, and it says, as of today, unlicensed concealed carry for Idaho residents is the law. So, if you're living in Idaho, I guess you're cool.
So if anyone in Idaho wants to like gay marry me,
that would be like a green card gay marry.
Hell yeah.
Like double effective.
That was my only mistake with choosing my wife.
Did you get a green card with anywhere with it?
Should have chosen an American wife, not a Ukrainian wife.
Shit, man, I gave her before you.
On the others. Go ahead, Tony.
I said, I was telling Emmett I'd gay marry his wife before I would him.
All right, so I just screen shared the right to carry in 2016 map of the United States. I don't know if this is any good, but
I'm not sure what you're saying, Tony. You're saying that my wife is a man or that you're a woman.
He doesn't know which way to be insulted, which is fine.
So that locked on your map there. So you've got, I don't know what they're saying, unrestricted. I guess that means constitutional now in Idaho, Wyoming, Arizona, Kansas, Arkansas, what is that, Mississippi, Alaska, West Virginia, Vermont, of course, and then Maine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 states. That's pretty good. And then most of the states are shall issue. There's a couple of may issue states only, and I can't see them all because they're all those tiny stupid ones back east. But you got California, New York, Massachusetts, that Rhode Island, New Jersey, and then Maryland and Delaware, and then maybe missing something in there, and then Hawaii, and then you got no issues, which is this thing.
well, may issue can be the same as no
Right,
issue.
so that's the thing. So the may issues in those states are pretty much the same as no issue. They don't effectively give them, but offer them. But there are some available everywhere. But again, it's better than a policy of no.
Yeah, so it really depends. It's just like you're looking at all the Democratic states for well, on the other hand, it's just if the next presidential election is about guns, it seems that there's a lot of people that enjoy getting carry permits.
We don't have a lot of population in those states, but it's difficult for them to suggest that there's going to be some problem, right? Automatically some problem. All right, well, since we got some new people jumping in and we've got a minute here between conversations, we're doing the Every Second Matters chat. We're doing the unprecedented all-day-long version today. So in the live on the channel, I've also got the Hangout happening every Every Second Matters YouTube channel. So we've got the comments coming in from both of those. We're also simulcasting it over on Gun Channel, so we've got a third way to communicate with us here. And we've sent out links to a bunch of people, so a couple people just joined in. Yankees joining us from Washington State. Got
Good.
right, Emmett. Let me try to say that.
Amit.
Okay, from Israel. DB is down in Georgia. Got Flippy from, I'm sure he lives in Houston, Texas. And Heavy's in California. Matt, where are you joining us from?
I'm in St. Louis, Missouri.
Right on. Then we got Smeggy in Michigan. Hawaii Volcano Squad is out in Hawaii, and Tony is in Illinois. And I'm down here in Arizona. So we've got a pretty decent spread throughout the country right now. And we've just been talking about the fact that it's the second of the month. We like to talk about Second Amendment. Obviously, we have some pressing ones with the situations in Florida, or situations in Hawaii and California. And you guys are talking. Do you have anything to bring up? Thank you, Mr. Randall.
I'm gonna bail out and make the room. See you guys later.
See you, Tony.
Yeah,
For anybody that's interested in jumping in, we do have links over on the Gun Channel side, so remember Gun Channels, just jump on it. Anyway, Yankee ran away. Matt, you got anything to throw in since you're jumping in new?
Not really. I kind of jumped in because I heard somebody talking about the stand your ground laws getting changed somewhere, and I didn't know if they might be talking about the stuff in Missouri because the constitutional carry bill does make some changes to that in Missouri. We already pretty much have it, but they're actually expanding it to make it cover more people here. So if I say had friends over at my house, that anyone that's one of my friends that has my approval to be in my house, they're covered with stand your ground, which previously they weren't. It would have to be the owner of the home or whatever. And if this bill goes through, which I think it will, they had a pretty strong veto-proof majority, so this is the expectation is that even though the governor vetoed it on Monday, I think that they're going to override the veto and it's going to go through.
All right, cool. Thanks, man. Thanks for helping me out. Like I said, my brain doesn't work all the time correctly, but I knew someone would help me out.
Yeah, there's kind of a lot of stuff in that bill. I haven't even read the whole thing, but there's a lot of different parts to it other than just constitutional carry, and a couple of that's kind of the big thing everybody's talking about is the constitutional carry because that's the big one, but there's sort of a lot of different things included in it, but that's really the big one.
Now, someone today told me that it also includes a burden of care. I don't know if that's true or not because I haven't had a chance to look at it, but they claim that the new law does include a burden of care in it, which means that if you own a business or you have private property even, and you invite people onto it and you tell them they cannot carry a gun and they are legally able to do so, then you are legally responsible for their safety, meaning if they get injured, they can sue you.
That I'm not sure about. I haven't, like I said, I haven't read the entire text of the bill, so I'm not sure how that.
Yeah,
I think I mentioned
that was a
earlier
Tennessee
that
thing.
in
But-
America, this is a litigious society, and most of the time anybody can sue anybody else. They don't need an extra law, but they passed one, so okay.
I don't like that law, assuming that's what it says.
I do. I love it because I tell anyone that if you take responsibility for, if I own a home and someone comes on my property and they get injured, if all they'd have to prove is I could have prevented it and didn't, then I would be liable. So I don't see why a private business who chooses to disarm you of your Second Amendment rights wouldn't be comfortable with accepting the fact that since they're disarming you, they accept the responsibility for your protection while you're in the store. It doesn't mean they have to prevent you from being harmed. It just means if something happens like a robbery or a terrorist attack or something else, and they forcefully denied you your right to self-defense, they are now responsible.
I don't think that's okay for your house either. And I just, how shall I say it? I think that if someone puts a big, I don't like. No one's gonna blame me that I'm anti-gun for this, right? I hope not. I think if someone puts a sign that says you're not allowed to bring guns into my business, what our response should be is not walking into that business. However, if you saw a sign and you knew that you're unarmed and you made the choice to go in there, then you're taking responsibility for your own. I don't like.
Disagree completely, because every person should have a right to interact with any business that's local to their location. You know, anything that's in their area, they should have every right to enter that building, exercising every right they have. When you walk onto, like when you walk on the Kmart's premises, you don't surrender your right to sexual consent. The manager just can't come over and rape you, and you can't do anything about it because you're on his property. So you shouldn't surrender your Second Amendment rights either.
Wait a minute. They're not allowed to do that when you go to Cambridge?
They're not allowed to do that to you, no matter what they've told you.
I need to get a phone number.
So yeah, and we can always.
They're really cute.
And it's really easy to say, well, we just won't go to that business. Well, it's getting to where the insurance industry has made it to where every business pretty much has to be a no-carry zone, because they know there's no liability for them if they say you can't carry a gun in, but there is liability if they allow people to carry guns in. A small, very small amount of liability. So when we turn the tables on them and it becomes a larger liability for them to deny you your right to self-defense, then businesses will have the option of choosing whether they want to be open carry or not be open carry. Right now, they don't have the option. When I own my businesses,
insurance companies, that actually makes sense. Insurance companies, safety inspectors, kind of like control, how things are set up in a lot of, corporate America.
And I couldn't open my doors. The last business I owned, I owned a martini lounge and restaurant for the last business I owned. We were delayed a week in opening our doors because the insurance would not insure us until we had all the signage posted that we were a no-guns establishment.
Yeah, I want to jump in and say how wrong you are and how I disagree with what you said, but that kind of makes sense, so I'm going to shut up and think about it for a while, and then if I can find the reason why you're wrong,
Well, like anything, there's positives and negatives, so you got to outweigh which one's going to be more positive to.
Well, I think the idea is that when they put a, no guns allowed sign in there, the expectation is that if they're going to do that, the liability is on them to provide some sort of protection. So if I'm not allowed to carry in there, there should be some other type of security that's going to protect me. And that if there's not, that's the business's fault for not providing some sort of security if they're not going to allow me to provide it myself.
Especially if they're a target, like a business that takes in a lot of cash, like a bar or something like that, because that's a target. Because everybody knows bars are mostly cash businesses, and plus, if you're a terrorist, that's where a lot of people gather in large, grouped together clumps. Easy target. So, and no one's carrying, so they know it's a hard, it's a soft target. So they're creating soft targets, and they're based on their bottom line. They're taking away your right to defend yourself. And that might not be that bad for some of us, like in my state. Because even if the insurance company says you have to be a no-carry zone, in my state I can walk right past your sign. There's no legal consequence for doing that. All you can do is ask me to leave if you find out I have a gun. But there are some states where if you walk past that sign, you can go to jail and lose your right to carry a gun for the rest of your life. So I don't think that should be a possibility in any state.
Yeah, no, I went to a local IKEA, and they had a sign that said no weapons allowed. And I figured, well, I'm carrying a self-defense tool, so that's not a weapon. So I walked right past it.
I consider my gun a weapon, but my local IKEA has a picture on the door of a Beretta with a red slash through it. That's all it has as far as no carry signs. I actually put a picture on Instagram once, which went crazy. But I put the picture on there. It said it was a picture of a silhouette of a Beretta with the red circle and slash. And I said, and the caption I said was, "Thank God I don't carry a Beretta."
Oh, that was yours?
Yeah, so you could carry a Glock or a 1911, but just don't bring in a Beretta into the store.
I was carrying a Chiappa.
Do you still carry your S&W 500 around much?
No, I always carry my Chiappa Rhino more than anything else. Well, lately I've been carrying my Browning high power to test it, but.
I find the whole notion of putting signs up and not actually being it's so I'm gonna say something that's gonna piss you off, but that's so fucking American. Oh, we put a sign up, no guns allowed. We did our part. No, you didn't. Either you make sure that no one can bring in a gun or shut the fuck up.
And there's no way to make sure no one can bring in a gun unless you've got, like, 2 security doors with people patting you down on the outside of the first security door. Because even metal detectors, if someone's running there to rob the place, they're not going to care if they set off the metal detector.
Well, yeah, but like government offices in Israel have fucking metal detectors and screening machines and armed guards, and there's a sign that says no guns. And if
Oh,
you
yeah,
try to
well,
bring a gun in,
we have
they'll
that.
shoot you.
We have that on courthouses and stuff too.
Otherwise, it's kind of stupid. It's like putting aside. I don't know. It's like wearing a shirt that says "Don't rape me." Well, that's gonna fucking do jack shit.
So there's on the YouTube side they're saying, so let's say Florida makes a law that says you cannot protect yourself and then you get hurt. Can you take the state to court?
In most cases, you cannot sue because you were denied the right to protect yourself. In fact, it's quite the opposite. In most states, businesses are protected because part of their license and their contract with the state says that they're not responsible if you get injured in their store for things outside their control, and they like they would consider a robbery, etc., outside their control. So they're protected against stuff like that. So this law takes away some of that protection.
I'm digging.
I think he was asking, could you sue the state for not allowing you to carry? I would love to see someone try, but I don't think it would go anywhere.
I don't think you can sue a state for policy, can you?
You can sue against the law. You can challenge a law constitutionally or on constitutional standings, though. But you can't sue for damages because you're not damaged. You can't show anything you lost, so you'd have to just sue. You just have to challenge the law legally.
Well, no, if you got attacked. If you got attacked and you didn't have a carry permit because it's a may issue state and they didn't
No, you're not going to have any luck with that at all.
One to you. That they're talking about. Could you sue the state?
No, you're not going to have any luck with that at all. That was an individual that attacked you, not the state. And if you live in a state where you have no guaranteed right to carry, you're not going to have any standing.
I tend to agree with you. It won't go anywhere, but I just would like to see someone try. Especially if they did it every single person that ever got attacked.
The problem is that this shit costs a lot of money, like going to court against.
Yeah, but maybe there'd be some lawyers that would do it for free because they love freedom.
Like a lot of people lose their gun licenses here because, the government sends them a letter. Well, you're gonna have to give up your gun license, and they go over there and they're like, yeah, I don't want to give up my gun license. The clerk will say, well, fine, see you in court. They don't have money to pay for fucking taking on the
and finding pro bono lawyers is very difficult. I have a lot of friends who are lawyers, and they'll tell you there's 2 types of lawyers: those that take on a lot of pro bono and good lawyers.
Well, I don't know. If it's something like that where it's someone who feels very strongly with the Second Amendment, they might still be good lawyers, and they just...
You know how many lawyers work for free for the NRA?
Really feel like they're behind
0.
the issue. Yeah, but how many would get some help?
It would have to be like a good lawyer being attacked while denied a concealed carry license and then going and doing it. That's pretty...
You only need a couple.
Man, no, because the cases would die in court. Like, they tried to take it here to court in Israel. Like, you're not giving us gun licenses. Where's our right to self-defense? And it dragged on for years and years, and the Supreme Court said, fuck you, that's the law in the country. you don't get to carry a gun. That's it. So people just wasted a bunch of their time and a bunch of their money didn't go anywhere.
Well, maybe I'm more optimistic, and I think trying's better than nothing.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time figuring out what didn't work that time around, and they know what to try next time.
Yeah, well, the same could be said. They spent a lot of time and money on a couple of the cases in Illinois that eventually got them concealed carry.
Yep.
You know, they spent years fighting the case over, I forget the guy's name, who wanted to be able to concealed carry, and they struck down the law in Illinois that said you couldn't carry. And now they have it. They were the last state to get it, but somebody had to take the time and effort and put forth the money to fight that case to go all the way to the Supreme Court, or they wouldn't have it.
Oh, I definitely appreciate the people who do this stuff. Just have to realize that they're basically like, I mean, it's a lot of sacrifice to take this stuff to the highest levels. It's a lot of money, a lot of time. They will ridicule you, you know. That's part of the tactics.
It certainly is, but freedom isn't free. So
it's part of the tactics of the anti-self-defense generally people and the anti-gun specifically people is like ridiculing you, like implying that you can't defend yourself with a gun, that you're not, that the average citizen is not well trained enough, that it's somehow like impossible to defend yourself, that you're a conspiracy theorist. That they do it all the time. They try to make you look like an idiot, like a fool. And people don't like, most people are afraid to take them on.
All right, so let me switch gears here again, and we've got different people in the group right now signed in, so are logged in to the live part, looking over at Every Second Matters, the website. And assuming you guys understand the concept of it by now, and the kind of the goal of the next generation of it here, or the next version of it here, what kind of things would you think would be useful for our fight that we all have here? What tools would we be adding to the group that would be worthwhile and effective, and not just more noise? I'm asking you guys and the people that are watching live. Looks like we've got 15 people watching on the Every Second Matters side, and then another group listening on the side, on the website side. There's that one actually.
I think adding a feature where you can go to an alternate dimension on Every Second Matters would help, because that's what I feel like I'm at right now. But I don't know. That's an interesting question, because I think you've built it pretty darn robustly with the stuff that's there. You got the organizations; they can post updates. People can join them, follow them, get their news, link to their actual website, give them money, whatever. I don't really know what other features would be cool. You got the events thing. That's super helpful, so you can see local to you who's doing an event. Oh, I thought of something. Is there a way, I have to admit I haven't played around a lot with it, but if you're following, let's say, like 5 groups, is there a way to only have news from those 5 groups so you don't get, like, everybody's thing?
Not yet, but I was thinking about, that's a switch I can flip, and I've been thinking about once it's fuller, same thing with gun channels, we talked about putting it over there the same way. Once it gets more used, then I was thinking about doing that. There's also a way to set it so that you could like sign into a state and you would get, or a region, you get, filtered by that level.
Okay, can you sort location, like events by location? Like say 50 miles from where I'm at or something?
I think so.
Again, I'm thinking when there's going to be thousands of things going on every day, I don't want to see all thousands of them. I just want to see what's in my local area.
Yeah, when you get to the events page, I'm pretty sure there's a there it is. That's what I'm looking for. Then there's a would filter, sort it there. Filter it, I guess. Maybe we got on this side. Okay. So we're at the 5-hour mark. Now I'm frustrated because I forgot I have other things I need to do, but I guess I'll just blow them off and we'll keep going. But at some point here, I think Matt will be starting his chat. When does he start it? 3 our time or 4 our time? I think 3 our time, correct?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure when Matt does his chat. I feel like it's kind of soon, but I don't know when.
Yeah.
Maybe in a half hour.
No, again, I've been a pause here. We're not getting much going up. Got a happy every second matters over on the YouTube side, but not much else going on over there. Tech is over on the.
Just check the schedule. According to the schedule, we start at 4 o'clock. So make time adjustments for that.
Is that in 20 minutes, you're saying? No, an hour and 20 minutes for 4 o'clock your time. Tech Daddy's out there on the gun channel side saying he's going to bring some of the gun news people in. Feel free. We'll keep throwing the link out here.
I'm glad you said that, G-Webs, because I had already typed in, sure, the more the better. But I think I'm safe in saying that. As long as we're talking Second Amendment issues, it's cool. They're talking about whatever people were talking about earlier, then maybe not. But
Well, if I ain't saying much, I'll go ahead and jump out and make room for some of the people who's trying to get in.
oh, I'm gonna say I don't think he's coming in until after dinner. He said so.
Oh,
You got
okay.
time. We're not chasing your way.
Oh, I didn't think you were. I was just trying to be nice, volunteer in the space for people who actually got something to say.
I'm gonna leave in like 20 minutes anyway. It's 20 to 1 here. And
That's one of the issues with having multi-hour chats is that there's no way to schedule it or anything. So, or I mean to have it full with guests. So, the way nature of every second matters, though, is anybody can jump in and talk about whatever Second Amendment type topic you want to. And as people are having, the stuff that they have to do each day, they're coming in and leaving. So there's always going to be room. We've been talking about Hawaii and California, but I also put out the challenge to anybody that's listening to talk about some of the stuff that's been positive this year, or this last month even.
Good timing. My new magazines for my Browning High Power came in.
That is a good point. This year, I was thinking about it. Yeah, that's important.
I actually just got the other magazines for my Glock 23 today too. So.
But to think about it, this is halfway through the year. So this is kind of a good update on the year and maybe what can we get done in the next 6 months.
True. Actually, let's talk about that since I was asking about specifically the Every Second Matters new website. Some of the goals for the Every Second Matters project website, or whatever you want to call it thing, would be having it ready to go for the Gun Rights Policy Conference in September. So July, right, this one, we're getting everything ready. Next month, August, we'll hopefully have invited some of the groups into it, and they've had a chance to see what it's like. So during this conversation, we'll hopefully have members of those groups, or representatives at least from those groups, to come in and give us, either join in the conversation or give us like a sit rep of what they've got going on. So that by September, we're establishing a pattern, establishing a protocol or whatever, a schedule for that show, and then at the Gun Rights Policy Conference, since I'll be there personally, I can go around and invite people and introduce them to the concept and answer any questions they might have, live with a laptop right there. Not just the members of those organizations, but then the other people like ourselves that show up, the advocates and people that are creating online content to help disseminate their information. So we want to invite like the Polite Society podcast, who did the live streaming last year. People like that are out there creating content and getting that stuff out. We want to make it available to them as well. So like you say, the end of the year is a good goal, but my goal is actually the end of September. Then, of course, we'll have a few months to soup it up and get it, established, so that by SHOT Show and then the NRA show of next year, we'll have an established thing that we can just use, to again amplify or enhance whatever efforts a group might be doing. There'll be fewer and fewer groups feeling like they're left behind or without a voice.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a good goal. And I'm going to take this time to plug your Gun Show Loophole tour. It's kind of Every Second Matters related. So anyone who doesn't know, check out Indiegogo, search gun websites or Gun Show Loophole or whatever. But buy some patches and stuff and help G-Webs get on the road so we can get to the policy convention.
Yeah, I mean, I'll sell this cop car if I have to get to that one this year. This will be an important one, but yeah, I appreciate it. I'll throw the link out here, I guess.
Yeah, because I mean, like it was said earlier, I'm not trying to pat you on the back too much, but you've been kicking ass recently on this stuff, so I'd certainly appreciate it. I try and help as much as I can. Hope everyone else does as well.
I don't know what website address. I just noticed you're asking for a website address over there, but I'm dropping this link first, and then I will drop the link to
everysecondmatters.com.
Oh, is that the one? Yeah, I guess you already.
I don't know. I'm guessing.
No, that makes sense. I was going to drop the link to the Gun Channels one, but that doesn't help anymore. They're already on Gun Channel. There's that one.
Hey, Night Strike is here.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How's it going, Bear Strike?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you
wrestling bears with my Bowie knife.
I was gonna ask if you came from a bear baiting event.
Okay, I don't want to get off topic. I'm sorry, but that was still funny.
The Second Amendment is what's important right here.
I agree. The right to bear arms, very important.
The right to arm bears.
Nah, man, somebody stole my line.
So Night Strike's in a unique position being an admin over on Gun Channels. You've seen some of the behind the scenes. You've also been behind the scenes, I think, on the AK-47 one helping out. So what pieces do you think would be worth adding to Every Second Matters? And then, I don't know, what tools do you think are worthwhile for people that are in our position trying to figure out what all information is out there and where we can be most effective to throw in our efforts?
Well, the issue I see with a lot of these rights groups themselves is they all have their own interests, and I don't mean their own interests as in, they have their own agendas. Well, they do and they don't. But what I see, the problem with all these rights groups is they all cater to one specific portion, and while, the NRA does the best they can, the fact is, a lot of these groups need to get together, like at the Firearms Policy Conference, and try and make a conjoined push for the Second Amendment instead of just doing their own special interests, as they have been. Because we have a million groups here in the United States doing a whole bunch of different aspects of the Second Amendment, and the problem is we're losing ground in some states. We're gaining in others, but we're losing ground, and we need a more uniform, effort.
Interesting. Well, I'm going to disagree with you actually, because I hear that, and I've definitely been involved with that. I've probably even suggested it before my eyes were open to it. Wow, that looks weird when I talk, doesn't it? So, I find though that those groups on their individual fronts are what gives us that ground. In other words, if we just had one NRA, let's say, and it was all powerful and all gun owners were behind it and it could pretty much do whatever it wanted, then we would have this committee telling us which way, trying to decide which way to point this thing. And I doubt one thing can be effective by shooting down Hawaii and California and Bloomberg and the Connecticut and New York, you know what I mean? So we got all these different things like lobbying going against us, we have laws going against us, we have court cases going against us, we have education efforts going against us, we've got what do they call them, ballot initiatives going against us, we have promotion of other things like our recent multi-state, was it a multi-state, what was the dang word?
Well, I'm not saying make a one giant group. I was just saying,
But even if all these different groups and went onto one united front, it may be effective to that one thing, but I think we would lose what we've got, which is a general momentum push with all these different fronts. If we had just one united push on our side, it would give all the antis one place to stand behind and resist. So I hear what you're saying, and it's frustrating when we don't make strides always, but that's why I kind of try to look at the strides that we are making in addition to the losses, because it's not all losses, it's not all strides, it's not all gains. And, well, I guess there's just a lot of people out there.
Right. As far as the websites themselves, I would say we need to get all these groups that are part of the website or that we have listed. We need to get them involved so that we can contact them, to maybe get more information on what they're about, or find a way to contact them directly instead of impersonal. If that makes any sense.
Oh, I hear you, and that's the next step is how to do that. I think we're on a good. It's so weird when I talk and it does that. I think we're in a good place. I was hoping when I was looking at this year earlier in the year, trying to plan it out. I really had hoped to do the Every Second Matters really by the NRA show, so we'd actually be quite a few months ahead before the Gun Rights Policy Conference, and the Gun Rights Policy Conference in September is just ahead of the presidential election. So if it could be ultimately useful for the presidential election, then what the hell is the point of doing this thing, right? In other words, if it wasn't going to be ready for the election, there's no point in doing the whole thing. So that's the next step, is how to, we've got the thing built. The step we're on right now is getting it populated full of some amount of audience, some people, so that it starts to look less like an empty balloon and more like a semi-filled balloon. The next step will be how to network and meet and interact with all these people that at the moment don't know what Every Second Matters is, have no intention of joining it because they didn't even know it existed, and then having to then see if they're interested. If they are, see if they're interested in our version of what we've come up with, of this goal, and then get them up to speed so that they, at least one of the representatives, can be using it effectively, so that when the time comes for like the Gun Rights Policy Conference and we're there to actually network in person, it can be as effective as possible. If we can do all that, which I think is definitely attainable, then, and we definitely have the time to do it and we have the resources to do it, then when the national elections come along, it can actually be a tool that can be effective to, again, let people know what is needed where, and help every individual divide up their resources, their time and their money, to where it's going to be the most good or where it's the most needed.
Awesome. I have a couple of suggestions on the back end, but I'm not going to blast them on air because it might be something we want to look into, not actually do yet.
Okay, well, right now we're doing our mod meetings on Tuesdays over on the Gun Channel, so let's bring it up there, and I appreciate feedback, because it's a dilemma always on the back end of something like this. There's lots of options, lots of potential, so I'm trying to keep it as efficient and small as possible so that it can still remain powerful but not be so burdened down. So in other words, so there's not a conversation going on about abortion or if this thing and why Californians don't move. I mean, it's more of a dissemination of information. We'll have gun channels already. We don't need to duplicate gun channels. if people want to have any kind of regular gun conversation, or what magazine should I buy, or is this site better than that optic or something. Those kind of conversations can be had in all the different places that those conversations are already being made. So that's why I figure, we don't want to turn on like too many features.
It's more technical side.
Yeah. So I'll go back and read some of the comments then. Yeah. I do appreciate the thanks and everything. It keeps me going, but we don't have to make it a giant slap on the back fest or anything. That's where getting that going, Smiggy.
Love you, G-Webs.
So who do we have in here still now? Where is my window? I think this is it. So Flippy, you saying anything? You in here anymore? He's just taking up a space. He'll still around, I think. Matt's
Yeah, I'm
still
still
around.
here.
You're fairly new. If you got anything new to add, just jump in. Trying to keep the thing going. With an 8-hour chat, I can use all the help I can get. I'm definitely not going to be able to keep this thing going for the whole 8 hours myself. I think HBS might have walked away. He hasn't said anything in a while.
And Yankee ran off to upload a video.
Oh, he literally left, yeah. So the next step is I've already sent out emails to the people I know. So do you think that what's the better way to approach these groups that we have that I don't know personally? Do we open Every Second Matters up and wait a couple of weeks or days or something and see if representatives of these groups show up or members of these groups show up, and then ask these people who are already on Every Second Matters, are you part of the group officially, or do you know someone? And then use those as our leads, like our contacts to the group? Or do we just go straight through the front page of their website and the contact form and say, hey, Every Second Matters is a thing? I guess I could wait and try to network with the people I do know in Florida, Cary, and Georgia, and Arizona, and Florida, or I guess California, and ask them to network it too, but kind of don't want to wait around, right? Or we don't need to wait on any of those only. So I guess I'm throwing that out there if you guys can think of ideas on how to approach some of these groups, or if there's maybe something you do for a living where you're used to approaching people.
Honestly, the best, if we're talking like a cold call, honestly, it's better to go and contact them directly, a person that's in the actual organization, than it is to try and, just email them and hope something happens, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and that we don't have a massive time constraint, but on the other hand, yeah, I mean, seems like the front door is the least appealing option, right?
Yeah, I think definitely, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm not a very good salesman. I know you've said that about yourself before. So I think your best bet is, some of the guys, like you said, Florida Cary, the Arizona Defense League, Charles Heller and those types of people. Get with them, because they have to know everybody. I mean, that's kind of, they're good at marketing. That's what they do. So get them on board, and then hopefully they can introduce you, and they'll be telling their friends, hey, you guys up there at Michigan Cary, have you checked out what we're doing on Florida Cary? And they might say, wow, that's really awesome, and have them kind of be your advocates as well, kind of like you were saying earlier. If every NRA member signs up one new one, you're good. If every gun right group signs up one new one, then you're doubling all the time.
Yeah, we'd be done in like 4 iterations or something.
Right.
Yeah, that's weird. Whenever I talk,
cold calling sometimes works, but it's one of those.
It looks like I'm shooting a laser at Smeggy, or like I time warp Smeggy. You say something, and I'll time warp you out of there.
No, Smeggy.
What? I don't know what.
See, there's Smeggy on the screen, and now you're time warped out of there whenever I talk.
Anyways, I was just saying that cold calling can be frustrating because you get a lot of no's, and people might be skeptical, think that like you're trying to sell them something or whatever. But I think over time it will grow once people see how awesome it is.
No problem on the gun channel side has a question for G-Webs.
Well, what's the question, dude?
He hasn't finished typing it out.
I know. I'm saying to him. Tell us the question or jump in. Here's the link.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Yes, you can. That's the only answer you get.
You are allowed to answer one and it's been answered. Or you're allowed one and it's been answered. Does anyone have clarity on the concealed open constitutional permitless carry in Puerto Rico? Some say it's constitutional, some say it's being appealed. That's a good question. I think we've had people in gun shells before, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't remember what the deal was down there.
It's me. I was the one that was asking the question.
That's you? Oh, you just have a different name on YouTube?
Yeah. So the question I was going to ask is that, is the second, every second matters, is it a, what does it offer? And I'm going to plead the devil's advocate. What does it offer to, say, Florida group?
So what I've noticed when it offers a unified audience, basically. So it's a community that is made up of members for the nonprofit gun owners' rights groups. So the gun owners' rights groups, as I see it, have been all pursuing their various avenues or their various pursuits in their various directions and their various fronts on the war on guns. And once a year they get together at this thing called the Gun Rights Policy Conference, and they all get together physically in one room, and it travels from state to state, city to city each year. And they get together and they have a sit rep, representatives from each gun owners' rights group take the stage and talk about what they've done this year, where they're at, and where they see the need for next year. And it's a way to give a sit rep to the other groups and the people that watch as the audience. And then it also allows us, it's a call to action so that we know how to best support each of these groups. What I saw when I went to that for the first time last year was that it was the most inspiring thing I'd been to in a long, long time, and I do all kinds of cool stuff. So being in that room and seeing the amount of work that's being done and learning the amount of repetition, of effort that we would have created if we would have all had the power and the resources to pursue some of the stuff we've talked about in our conversations online, we weren't aware that other people have had the same dreams or pursuits or whatever and have worked towards them and actually have established and accomplished things towards those goals. So
it would seem to me that Every Second Matters could be a pipeline for the members to support all those groups and for the groups to support all their members, and they could get more members, and it's just
never say it fast enough for HVCS. If I said it in 2 sentences, he'd say it was not fast enough. So basically it's a way to have a bunch of people together that are interested in Second Amendment advocacy and then allow an outlet for each of the gun owners awareness groups to reach all that audience in one platform that costs nothing and isn't affiliated with any of them, and is simply there to amplify or enhance their efforts online, or their efforts that are.
I'm being the devil's advocate because I think this is a good opportunity, and any other thing. So forget gun rights for a second. If it was for lacrosse or it was for golf, there's one central repository where everybody can get information. And hopefully Every Second Matters will be that one repository where Arizona and Miami and whether state from state can understand what's happening. My question to you is, why can't it be content driven? Meaning that I realize that I can't say Second Amendment because I'm not involved in that, but as a club member of a group, I log on to the main website because I want some content that what's happening in terms of on a general basis, what rights are for rules, what things are changing, what's coming down the pipeline. So why couldn't make Every Second Matters? Why you don't push a lot of content instead of them putting content on it?
Well, there's a lot of sites that already do that. I mean, I could tell you that I personally have like about 100 different gun bookmarks on in a folder on my browser, and just keeping up with all of them is a full-time job if I would, so I can't keep up with all of them. So it just helps to have, be in touch with other people where other people are, tracking it too, so you don't have to click 100 links every day to find out what's going on.
Right. The reason why I say that is that, I hear you say G-Webs is free. Nothing in life is free. The website costs, the time costs, and people must pay for time. So, I mean, where I am saying is financially able, it's like these clubs say, look here, I will pay, $100 a year or $50 a year or $10,000 a year, and because I'm paying this money into every second matters, I'm getting so much content that helps me to do a better job in my state. I get, provided with so much information that it's easy. I mean, there's nothing in life. You can't do things for free. I mean,
but you would need. You're talking about content requires content providers, and that's like a YouTube kind of a thing.
No. When I say content, and I'm talking, okay, where do we get the Florida State, I don't know what you guys call a congressman, what's his number? When's the next bill passing? What article, bill is so-and-so? I don't know your law, so I don't know how to call them, but it just provides such information where they can tap into immediately. And if they're paying for the content, then you can hire people to provide that information. I hate to see things that are done with a lot of zest and energy and then die because there's no financial resources behind it. And I've seen many of those things happen in life. And nothing is free. Your hard work, you don't want to go to waste. People must pay for content. People must pay for hard work. And if you provide good data, they'll pay for it. I'm sure.
Well, in case you haven't noticed, there's a lot of stuff. All you have to do is find a search engine on the internet, and you could find all kinds of content.
Yeah, when I say that, but yes, I could do that. But there's, the same I could say, I could search the internet and find out videos all over the place. But now I can go to YouTube and find it one place. I can, find books all over the world, but I can go to Amazon and buy what I want there. So everybody has kind of putting content together.
Sure. I appreciate what you're saying, and yeah, there's some value, I hope, to consolidating the information and the communication channels to one place like this. However, the funding part becomes political, I guess you could say. In other words, if it's funded by a company, then you got, I don't know, potential issues. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. And then if it was funded by the groups themselves, then you might have just whatever conflicts, differences of interest or whatever, that they might have personal relationships or whatever, where when you take that out of there, it's hopefully not as much of an issue. Then I'm trying to use what my use my skills to the best use here. So I'm able to structure it right now for free, and I'd rather keep the financial end off the table so that it's not an issue. If it becomes a viable thing that's useful and requires more infrastructure, that's what would require more cost, and at that point I would address it. But I understand what you're saying, that it's frustrating when things happen built out of passion and then aren't thought out and fail because there's no money to run them. But at this point, it's built already and funded already to a point where it needs to get fairly used. It has to be used quite a bit. I might got it on a fairly substantial server. It would have to be quite popular, in other words, used quite a bit for it to require more income. And I do have some, whatever we want to call, money people that if I needed to, I could ask and still keep it independent of any one organization or group of organizations. So that, again, I can avoid all the interactions there. And if it's, I'm fully aware that if it becomes a viable resource for the Second Amendment and does exactly what I'm hoping it does and becomes an adversary to the political strategists, and they see it as one of the things that stops them from making the Second Amendment a political point each year, then I will talk to lawyers and everybody else who's needed to make sure that it lasts way beyond my lifetime.
Right.
But I'm not going to waste a lot of resources at this point on projecting what would be great if it did happen until we actually see something come through and happen.
Yeah, you have to take one step at a time.
especially when we're talking about massive numbers of money. So right now it's enough money that it's on my credit card and it fits fine. I don't have to pay for it for like 6 months, so it's there. And if it takes off, it's enough that I can do a patch run or two and pay for it and for a year or more. And it can be done behind the scenes where it's not another place that people have to worry about spending money on. A few of us will be able to maintain it.
Yeah, but you always remember this. This is a saying that I say to people all the time I meet in business. If you are providing service and you're providing it free, and you're not willing to charge somebody, that means that you're not confident. And I'm not saying you, but most times you're not confident that your service is good enough for cash. So, look at it. Always look at it this way. I am providing content. I think my content is so good that it is too good to be free. It must charge. It must be at a cost. And if I'm giving it away free, people must be in awe of what I'm providing them. You see what I'm trying to say? So my thought process is a little different when I look at things. I'm like, okay, I'm providing something to you, and if I come to you and say, give me $50 for it, you're going to say, nah. Then it must be that my content is not good enough to pay $50. People pay $50 for less than for their Netflix, and they're really getting, or something else that they never remember they're paying for every month on their credit card. Surprised. Aim for the highest goal. Aim for a goal that, hey, you know what? I'm going to go to these clubs and I'm going to say to them, hey guys, I have a lot of content. You want to join? It's $10 a year, and it's so low that it makes them just make a commitment to use it.
Well, the content isn't the content. The content of what he's providing is interconnectivity. I think, is that correct?
Correct, sure, but you could interact. You could exchange that and say we're providing a network or whatever.
Right, and charge them $1. But the commitment of it is a marriage. You're charging somebody something, commit to something. So
I think
I don't want
channels and marriages don't work, but.
But you see what I'm saying is that you're trying to tell a person to commit to something. Pay $1. It makes you say, hey, I'm paying $1 for this. Might as well I look at it, because to you, your benefit is that you want them to use it.
I hear you. No, you have valid points. I'm not going to restructure it at this point, but I can assure you that it's in the overall plan to not make it dependent on my bookkeeping, because I'm not good. That's definitely not one of my strong points. So there are definitely resources with all the different groups that are going to be involved. They'll be able to, I'll be able to draw on their resources for people that know how to set something up so that it's perpetual, it pays for itself. Because again, it'll be fairly fixed costs, and should be fairly easy project to fund, and like I say, provide some stability so that it can, if it becomes a platform that people use, I can build it to last forever.
Yeah.
Traditionally, I mean, this kind of place has been like supported by patch runs and gun regalia channels, and people want all kinds of stuff that can be sold to support the the monetary requirements of it that aren't necessarily just on a subscription-based service. As far as there's other ways to make money besides a subscription fee.
Yeah. True. I mean, just driving people to the website, ads on the side, things that I can make some revenue. But I just think I see what you're saying, P-Webs, and I understand, and I think this is just a good opportunity where another suggestion is that you go to, you're saying, how do you reach out to all of these networks? Reach out to one and pound them, build your resources, build all the kinks out there, fix all the issues, make sure you have all their content, and then when you go to the second one, you can say, hey, I've been dealing with Arizona for the last 2 months, and this is what we have provided them in terms of resources and content and information. And they're going to say, wow, that's a lot of information. Thank you. We want the same. and then you go to the next one, and you keep on. That's how you do this.
Okay,
And
let me. I hear what you're saying. Again, I'm not trying to discount it. You have valid points, and they're good. So let me explain it in a different way, or maybe my position from a different way is that my plea is not to the groups right now, but to the audience of the group, the members of those groups, that we're building this new platform that has some ability to again enhance or amplify whatever communication comes out from that group. So if it happens to be an email newsletter, if it happens to be a podcast, if it happens to be a YouTube series of YouTube videos on the channel, or if it's posts on their own website, whatever that information might be, what our call is now is to the people who are members of those groups to join the Every Second Matters website, the community there, and then to post the information that those groups are posting on their own through whatever avenue, their own website, their YouTube, whatever, to repost all that stuff over on the Every Second Matters in the appropriate place, so that it accomplishes a couple of things. One, it enhances and amplifies their efforts. So whatever they're already doing, we're just amplifying it or reposting it over on one place. We're putting it in one place with with an audience of advocates, so that it's hopefully reposting it in a worthwhile place. So then their investment isn't dollars, their investment is their audience's time and effort, their audience's participation. So in another way to look at your plea is for us to establish that content, which Hawaii Volcano Squad and I are both trying to explain to you. We're not creating any content here. We've created a platform that the content can be placed on, or linked from, or to, or whatever you want to say, embedded on, so that there's one place for some advocate who may not have time to explore every group that they're interested in, specifically each of their websites every day, or each of their YouTube channels, or whatever it might be. They can instead go to Every Second Matters and see whatever information is coming in, right, from all those groups. So basically what we're saying is those groups have invested in us, but not in their money, but in a more valuable resource, their groups, their members' time and effort. So when they come over and see what's being done over there, I don't want them to give us money. I just want them to understand what we're doing and just work with it, so that they either get the most out of it, or that the most effort from their group's effort, the most results out of their group's efforts can be achieved. So in other words, if they see what we're doing on Every Second Matters, and they can go, oh, well, if we would add 2 or 3 links, then that'll make it easier for the people that are reading it over there. So if they can just adjust the thing, then that would be all I'd really ask of them, so that we're still having that exchange with the group. It's just that we're not doing it through money. We're doing it through time and resources, which are, in my opinion, much more valuable for our efforts here than just dollars.
okay, I got you. Got you. So my question to you: suppose they have a red. So I come to your website. I come to this website, and I just went on it a while ago, and I see links to all of the other websites. What makes, and I've been a devil's advocate, I am one of these groups. What makes you unique where you're just posting links to the other side? Where do you become the differentiator of any other website where I can say, okay, I want to know, I just want to drop down and want to say, laws passed within the last 6 months. And it tells me to go to, Florida link. You just, what am I getting? Because I'm...
2 things. You're getting exclusive Second Amendment awareness and Second Amendment advocacy content. So it's not going to be filled with maybe a more popular, right now, definitely more popular, larger read posters, such as like a blog or a large mirror site, which will give them more numbers coverage, but to a more random audience, an audience of gun owners or people that have recently done gun searches, or whatever the parameter is going to be in whatever kind of SEO or search engine situation they've got going on with those other types of large reposters. Those are going to be intermixed with the new type of magazine you want to buy, with some kind of training thing, a new video over there that's selling you something. They're going to be intermixed with so much other stuff that the audience is going to be your general gun audience, where on Every Second Matters it's going to be again, tuned or focused on Second Amendment awareness and gun advocacy, or gun rights advocacy. The second part of that is that it's going to be facilitated by their membership themselves, not somebody who's out there to look for the link that's going to be the most lucrative for the ads, or the one that's going to be the most titillating to get the most views. So it's going to offer them more focused, membership-based, and then a way to interact with their membership at another level.
Okay. Because the reason why I'm asking all of these questions is that if I were any group within any state, I would ask the same questions. And I just want you to be prepared to answer the questions for them, because those are the questions. First thing I would ask is, why would I want my members to go here? I have a website already. I have all the content I need on my website. It's a pain in the butt for me to get somebody to volunteer to keep up our website locally. Why would I want to have another website that has another volunteer? So those are the questions that most clubs, not forget Second Amendment, most clubs in general have, you know.
Sure. And that would be the thing. If we were doing this for just to create another way to get links out there on the internet, then it would be more of a difficult sell, let's say, we get them to do that. But again, we're not creating something that requires any extra effort, and we're not offering anything more than simply putting their information into a more focused, in front of more focused eyeballs. So if anything, if they understand how the internet works and why you post links where, they'll just incorporate it, or they'd already be inclined to incorporate it into their efforts. But if it's somebody who's not familiar with the internet, and we're needing to suggest, to show them or explain to them why they would want to devote any amount of resources to something that seems like a duplication of effort, I would again suggest that it's not designed to replace what they're already doing. In fact, it's designed, the way that we set it up here, the system that we used, doesn't require that they use Microsoft this or Apple that or Google such and such. It requires nothing from them other than to do business as usual, to do whatever they're doing online. What we're going to do is offer an amplification or an enhancement to that that's run completely on a volunteer basis, either through their own membership or other interested activists who will take the information that they're already doing in whatever format and whatever way they're doing it, and will simply repost it over here or amplify it by posting it on a site with a bunch of interested people. We're going to be posting it on a site, again, that's focused on Second Amendment advocacy and gun owners' rights awareness, so that you've got, ideally, a bunch of people, the audience at that site are going to be activists, people that are interested and eager to do good work, but may live like I do in Arizona, where we only have a couple of things we can actually do here in Arizona. There's just not a need for more than that right now. So we may have extra resources, time, and money to put other places, and that's ideally their audience. So if we're trying to sell, quote unquote, it to an organization, I think that once we get it up and rolling, it'll be fairly obvious the kind of conversations and stuff that's going on over there. And once we explain to them that there's no extra real cost or anything, it's just something that they just don't need to resist. They just have to, if they're not comfortable with it, if they're not interested in participating, they can let us know and we'll remove them from the group. But basically, they just have to not be opposed to it, and it'll just, the nature of the system, it'll just help them.
Cool.
Just here to
well, to be fair, though, it will take them a tiny bit of effort, as in their PR person is going to have to click a couple of buttons on Every Second Matters, once a month or whatever. Right? I mean, someone's going to have to post it on Every Second Matters.
But no, they don't have to. If they want to, they can send somebody over to do it, or somebody who lives in, let's say it's a Michigan group, and they only have 12 people in their group, and they don't care or have time to do this. Somebody else in Michigan can do it, or somebody that used to live in Michigan can do it, or somebody that lives in Oklahoma can do it because they notice that nothing's happening on the Michigan front. You know what I mean? So it won't require that.
Oh, I see what you mean. So if they don't claim ownership of it, then the members can
claim ownership. Anybody can add to it. Yeah.
Okay.
So it'd be nice if, and they're more than happy to, but there's no need for them to be part of it, and there's no requirement, and there's obviously no obligation for them to be a part of it. Oh, I guess I should mention again, since we got new people jumping in, some questions coming in. We are, let's see, where are we at? How come I can never find the one that's actually this hangout? This one probably. We are 5 hours and 55 minutes, so we're about to hit the 6-hour mark on this chat. Basically got up with a sore shoulder and turned it on. We're going to be running until midnight if we can. I'm running this on the Gun Website's YouTube channel using one version of the streaming software. Then I opened up a Hangout on the Every Second Matters YouTube channel, and I'm basically sharing that Hangout on the Gun Website's one. Then we're broadcasting that over on Gun Channel. So we've actually got 3 live chats that we're monitoring. One of them is over on YouTube under Gun Websites. One of them is over on YouTube under Gun Channels, or excuse me, under Every Second Matters. And then we have one over on Gun Channels. So we've got something like 20 people watching over here and another 10 over there. So we're around 30 or 40 people all day long. And I've got links out to all the people I know in Florida, Arizona, Florida. Why do I keep saying Florida twice? California, Georgia, and the people have been jumping in and out. Daniel keeps telling me my audio is scratchy. So are you talking about on the end or in here? And I don't know. So I'll drop my bandwidth a little bit. I don't know if that'll help or hurt anything.
So I'm wondering if Dano is jumpy. I don't know, I haven't heard him talk. I know I've been messed up. I think the Midwest is getting cyber attacked right now. Because everyone from Illinois and Michigan and stuff has had bad internet.
That is kind of true. So maybe it's a rainstorm or a hub or something is doing some work. But we'll continue. We are doing a little bit of, I kind of explained that, we're doing a little bit of weird patchwork here to keep it all running. But it's an effort to try to see if I can get past the 8-hour limit on YouTube. So I'm not sure what the limit is. We're only 6 hours into it now, so we still have a couple of hours before we actually hit that limit. And I'm not sure if Matt will start his chat at his normal time in about 40 minutes or not. That's interesting. What is this? We had a massive thing, and then it went down to 12 viewers, and then it went way back up again. It's kind of neat. I'm new to this new. I guess I can show you. Right, I'm streaming. I am new to this new software, so it's giving me a whole different kind of control panel in here where I can look for the comments, but I can also do all kinds of stuff like see how many people are watching and how many comments per minute and all that. So y'all need to comment per minute more. I want this comment per minute to start commenting in. Anyway, so
basically
all day long for a couple of reasons. It's the second of the month. A long time ago, a bunch of us got together on the YouTube, and we decided that something, I guess it was in the end of 2013 when people stopped being so worried about our Second Amendment rights at the end of the earlier stuff that year with Sandy Hook and all that. So we were kind of disappointed that people were losing interest in their Second Amendment rights, and we started an advocacy, what do we call this thing, an awareness campaign, where we get together on the second of every month and we chat about the Second Amendment. Beyond that, we try to do something in our real life time, days, or whatever you call it, where we'll start a conversation if we can. We'll wear a T-shirt or something that might strike up a conversation. We'll somehow try to remind other people that there is a Second Amendment, and if possible, do something towards having a conversation on that end. I guess part of the goal is if we can each, as gun owners, bring one more gun owner on board, we double our ranks. So that was sort of the goal of the whole thing. We've been doing this now for a few years. Participation has been, I don't know, hundreds of people probably by now. Lots of us started it, and a bunch of us have been around for the whole time, and lots of people have come and gone throughout the years. Earlier, or at the end of 2015, we started inviting Sean from Florida Carry into the Every Second Matters chats, and then Charles from Arizona Citizens Defense League. And then after meeting Sean at the Gun Rights Policy Conference in Phoenix, he came to me and suggested that we take Every Second Matters up to the next level. He saw the potential here for bringing everybody together, and after seeing, I guess, probably after seeing my reaction, him seeing my reaction to going to the Gun Rights Policy Conference, like I say, it was really a life-changing event. It was really inspiring to be in a room with so many people that were just devoting their lives really to the Second Amendment and all that that means. So anyway, it was really neat to be in a room like that, and I think Sean saw that, that spark, and he suggested we take Every Second Matters to the next level. So it's taken a few months to do so, but that's one of the reasons we're doing this very big long chat today, is to celebrate the new Every Second Matters site, which is over at everysecondmatters.com. People have been joining up today and checking it out. The conversation today, since it's going to be hours and hours and hours long, has kind of drifted between the horrible shit that's going on in Hawaii, now in California, and I've been pleading with people to also think about the positive stuff that's been going on this year. But then we've also been talking about some of the nuts and bolts with the new website and how to, as advocates, best deal with these groups that want to help us, and politicians that want to screw with us, and people in the middle that just don't care that we're getting squashed. And, well, conversations are going back and forth on everything. So hopefully that was a good summary again, 6 hours in, and with a bunch of viewers. And right now I think we've got a pretty full room. I'll go through and end my diatribe here with introducing everybody again. We got Amit from Israel. We got Dano from Illinois. Flippy's coming in from Houston, Texas. We got, who's this? Oh, Martin? Marvin. I can't read the names anymore. It's too small. Marvin from Jamaica. We got Matt. Dang, you told me where we were from. You still here? Where's Matt?
Yeah, I'm in St. Louis.
St. Louis, thanks. Missouri. Then Boone coming in from Pennsylvania. Smeggy in Michigan. Hawaii Volcano Squad in the state of Hawaii, and I'm in Arizona. Okay, you guys. Come on, 10 people in the room? Nobody can say nothing? No?
Sorry, I was trying to be quiet. There's a dog barking. I didn't want to interrupt.
I thought the pause was for Dano.
Yeah, actually, if one of you could do me a favor, Moon or Smeggy, and please note my request in the side chat. You have a technical issue. I just want to verify one way or the other.
I need to go pee, so I'm going to take my phone.
Robbie says it sounds okay.
And
I wouldn't be reliable because my internet's been in and out all day.
Is he coming in from gun channels?
He said YouTube was fine.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, that's all I needed to know. Is that it must be my last mile connection.
No, it sounds good on both for me, Dano.
Yeah, because what was odd is that everyone sounded normal except for the one. That's why I thought it was just the one. So while G-Webs is off doing his thing, I just, why don't we have a little, what things gun related have we done this month? This is something that we usually touch on at one point or another. Have you guys already done this?
Not really.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and start.
Different people, so yeah, let's do it again.
2 days ago, I was at the range, and I had some. I had bought some steel-cased .223 ammo, and since some ARs are a bit picky on what kind of ammo they ran, I wanted to make sure that it ran through my AR fine before I purchased a large sum of it, which I have since done. But I was very, very happy with that because knowing, even if you don't have steel case, to know you should hopefully know if you can run either. In case suddenly there is no brass available, steel case is the only thing out there. Can you run it? Because there's no point in buying it if you can't run it. And that's something that I think that every AR owner should at least know that basic answer. They don't necessarily have to run steel, but know if their ARs and which ones are capable of running steel. Because as supply, comes and goes through various issues, and our own personal supply goes up and down, we need to know what's available to us and what's not. We might be available, but it may not be practical for us to purchase, especially in large sums. So. Another thing that I've started the process, but I'm still missing a tool, so I haven't actually started. Is I purchased a few weeks back, three weeks or so ago, a inexpensive lower, AR lower, and I have the parts kit for it. I purchased a stock. I have one of the tools, but I purchased some specialty punches, both a starter roll pin punch. As well as one to finish it off, but it's also the kind where it's like after the first inch, it's like half the width of a normal punch, so it doesn't stick out. You can still put it straight up and down when you're trying to drive in the roll pin. And once that gets here, because I don't like starting something not knowing that I have all the stuff. But once I get that in, I'm going to go ahead and begin that. And I have never in my life assembled an AR lower. And I use the word assemble because I think the guys that do AKs, from scratch, definitely takes a higher skill level and more knowledge than an AR. And I'm about to find out what an AR is about. But you don't have to get involved in regards to like heat treating the metal, bending it to the right angles. There's all sorts of variables.
AR assembly is pretty easy. You'll be fine.
Well, no, I'm not necessarily worried about it, but let's just say less difficult. Because if you've never done it, it may look like a really, if you just look inside one and say, well, gee, there's hardly any room to work in there. I can barely get my fingers in there. It may look a little daunting to other people. But if taken slowly, one step at a time, and one of the great things I have found at gun channels is I've been able to tap into the knowledge of people like you guys, as well as some people that aren't here right now, to help me avoid some of the beginner mistakes as far as what my long-term goal is, as well as what my experience is, as far as what to look out for in a parts kit. What is paying too much? Maybe you got it at the normal price, but at least you didn't get significantly overpay for something. What are different sources for different things? Let's say that you're trying to do something that's not in black, whether that's in the desert color or the OD green or pink or whatever color it is. Not everybody carries all those colors, so you may have to search around to a number of different websites to find something. Number one, you like the configuration of what it is, and two, it happens to be the color of the theme you're going with.
Yep, yeah, definitely. But to answer your original question of what have we done this month to help, every second matters.
Well,
it is what you originally asked.
The same way that Dano gets that kind of information from his friends, his companions over at the gun channels is the same thing we're hoping to do with Second Amendment issues at every second match.
Yep.
Right. How to file a FOIL. What's that? FOIL request or something? Freedom of Information Act. I don't know. Whatever. But no. To answer your question, I haven't done anything necessarily super major, but I keep going with that anti-gunner at work, and I talk to him to convert my coworkers, not to convert him.
Right. And the trip of 1,000 miles begins with the first step, and those little conversations do matter.
Yeah, and then also, additionally, I went shooting up north last weekend, and my cousin came over. He's a big gun guy. He's a farmer dude. He doesn't really have internet. I would love to have him on gun channels. He'd be awesome. But, we talked Second Amendment issues and stuff, and it was interesting to see his point of view, because he doesn't get into the internet stuff, how we all fight about AK versus AR and all this other crap. He comes from it from a different perspective, and politically speaking, it was quite a good conversation. I've hoped to have swayed him a bit, and look forward to shooting with him in the future. Oh, and my mom said something. Oh my God, what was it? She's not anti-gun, but she is not pro-gun. She's just like, guns are scary, like they're dangerous or whatever, but you can have them. She's one of those people. And I forget what the heck she said, but she said something that I had to, clap and, give her a hug, be like, that's exactly what I've been talking about all this time. Shoot, I can't remember what it was. Something self-defense related.
Hey, I just wanted to ask, I stepped away for a couple minutes, was the subscription model thing that was being talked about as far as money and stuff resolved, or because it just seemed to me like, AOL, for example, no longer charge. They used to charge subscriptions, but it's just not the business model that works for like some internet services anymore. And people make plenty of money.
Marvin left, so they must have solved it.
Yep,
Okay,
we win.
we
No,
win. That's a good
I
one.
think we got our point across. We're more like the YouTube platform where the content creators have a place to put their stuff, and it's so that's what the audience gets out of it is having all the same stuff in one place, and what the organizations get out of it is having all of their audience be like-minded people.
Yeah, and there's other business models that work. Like obviously AOL used to charge money for subscriptions, and they had to stop doing that to make money. There's other ways to make money on the internet, and plenty.
You guys don't want to know what AOL paid me, and you would be mad if you knew what they paid me to do. So there was a lot of AOL that I don't have here.
Well,
so what about everyone else? Any dedicated Second Amendment things you've done in the past month? We're kind of doing
signing up for Second Amendment organizations.
A wrap up here.
Signed up for Gun Owners of America, that's for sure. And I'm going to sign up for a few new things.
And how much are Gun Owners of America running?
It's only $20 a month to sign up for Gun Owners of America, or $20 a year. To sign up.
I would say a month. Wow, that's a change.
It will probably be worth it for what they do, but it's $20 a year.
Oh yeah.
I renewed that, but that was like 2 months ago. So it wasn't this month.
I'm trying to remember Second Amendment Foundation, but I want to say their lifetime member was like $100 or something. Like they are definitely the entry level to lifetime membership.
Well, there's a lot of organizations, and you could sign up for, and so I'm going to try and make sure I'm joined up to all the national organizations that do any good.
Daniel didn't ask what you did for the Second Amendment. He asked what gun-related things we did.
What gun-related things I did?
Yeah.
I'll put my loophole scope on my CZ527, and I'm gonna, as soon as I can get some new steel targets to shoot at, I'm gonna go out shooting.
Or did I get that wrong, Daniel?
No, because doing firearms-related things from a lot of different perspectives is supporting the Second Amendment. I mean, if people know that, Amit's not here today, he went to the range, it's passing the message that people are engaged in our passion, or people are aware of our passion, as a bare minimum, versus hiding it like it's a dirty secret.
I did 2 gun-related things. Well, I'm not going to count all the gun-related things that I do all the time because I basically dedicate 90% of my internet time to promoting gun rights in Israel. But and I have a lot of fucking internet time, believe me. The rest of it is for porn, but the other 90% is for that. I went to the meeting in the Department of Internal Security to hopefully get my gun permit, and that's probably going to happen this week, which is pretty fucking exciting. And we are
Congratulations.
Yay.
I'd be interested to seeing what the permits will look like.
Oh, sure. I can probably show you one, but I'll show you mine when I get it, when I get the actual physical card.
Yeah, you've been waiting a while for that.
Yeah, 29 years.
Yep.
And the other thing, but I'm actually going to have a very short waiting time, it appears, like from the moment the process started, because of some stupid bullshit with their copying machine in their office. They couldn't copy one of my documents, so the guy was like, you know what, this is, well, I'm going to cut the story short. He was like, this is a great excuse to call you in next week instead of doing this whole thing by mail and it taking like 40 days. Let's do it in 1 week. I was like, yeah, that sounds great.
So you're saying it took him 29 years, though, to get to the point where you could do that?
Yeah. And the other thing that I'm doing is we are trying to set up like a mini convention with like a bunch of lectures about gun-related stuff, both technical stuff, like about just
Maybe you
carrying
could.
guns and using them, and also legal stuff. Like I got one of the lawyers that are pro-gun and are into like do gun related law stuff. And he said he'll be happy to give a lecture for basically no money. So we're putting up like a small convention, which is kind of rare in Israel for pro-gun rallies, I guess, or conventions, whatever.
Small meetings, whether it's at a restaurant table or somewhere else, is how these organizations typically get their starts.
Falafel stand.
No, we're hoping to get about 100 people, which is.
Well, that's too many for a falafel stand.
I mean, for a starter meeting, that's fantastic.
Yeah, but for real though, think of the falafels. Also, I want to point out that I came back right when I heard porn. I was
Okay.
at lunch, and that was like the first thing that
Stay on
happened.
topic, Flippy.
Yeah. Well, that is Flippy's topic. But
Okay, then stay silent.
I was wondering if, since you're in Israel, you could find out what the hell is going on with Mikey Hartman's optic, and it's not being delivered, or there was somebody who was waiting for like 5 or 6 months who had
Who sent you the
pre-ordered it
optics?
in December. What?
What company did he order it from?
Through Command Arms, but it's the Mikey Hartman's optic from Israel. His new, that's got the infrared remote control for his red dot, not with parallax free red dot with all the bells and whistles on it, and it's the MH1, the update for the MSE, because I know like it's Jesse James on Gun Channels that had one on order through Command Arms, and they were supposed to be delivered by at some point in January, then in February, and here we are in July, and they're still haven't delivered them. So, and that was like they had a pre-order offer in December, so I'm just kind of wondering what the delay is, and since it's an Israeli company, Mikey Hartman's company, and you could Google it on the internet, the MH1 optic. He's got a website for it, but I'm just wondering how come they're not delivering them, in sufficient quantities for sale in America. Since you live there, maybe you could you could knock on his door of his company and find out what's up.
Yeah,
Who the hell is Mikey Hartman?
From what I know about Mikey Hartman, I don't think I want to come knocking on his door.
In a business suit, not with
like carrying a baseball bat and just get shot in the face.
Do we have a short answer to that, or not really? Otherwise, we really need to try to stay on target as far as the question, because I don't think everybody's had the opportunity to answer the question yet.
The short answer is I don't know about this optic. If you send me a private message with the details, I can snoop around my Israeli gun friends.
I will. Thank you.
Anyone else in regards to things you've done this month in guns?
Check your PMs on Gun Channels.
Give me a couple minutes.
All right. I was going to ask. Let me ask Amit. You said you're getting your concealed carry permit finally after a long process, but I think I've asked you before, but never in Every Second Matters chat. You're allowed to just own one firearm at a time. Am I correct?
Yeah, per license, and you can usually only get one license. You can have one handgun. Yeah. And 50 rounds of ammunition.
So you can choose, let's say, Glock 19, and then own it, and then decide I want to do a CZ. You can sell the Glock and get a CZ, or go through the whole process again.
You don't go through the whole process, but you do need to go there and get them. Like, you have to replace your license, because the license has, we have a gun registry, and the license has the serial number of the specific gun that you own on it. So like a police officer comes to you and says, hey, you got a gun, you got a license for that? You pull it out, he can say, okay, show me the serial number on the gun, I want to make sure it's your gun. They don't do it because they have like fucking other things to do, like bother teenagers that smoke weed or whatever, but they could do it, theoretically. I wonder if I'm like somehow friends with someone who's friends with Mikey Hartman on Facebook.
Well, I put it in the internal, and I'm trying to figure out how to find you to do a PM. on gun channels.
Yeah, I have 3 mutual friends with Mikey Hartman.
All right.
I can just PM him like, dude, where are the sites for my friends in the U.S.?
This month I built Every Second Matters up to this level, and I had a meeting with the transition one group at a time into the system, and the goal of bringing it to everybody at the Gun Rights Policy Conference so that we're ready for the elections in November.
So then you really didn't do much this month, right, G-Wubs?
Mostly just computers. But I wore my Every Second Matters shirt occasionally.
So we can get these Every Second Matters shirt somewhere.
That's probably a good question. They used to be able to get them from the old website, so I'll go put a link to the, or start a new one or something. Where's Flippy at?
I'm still here. I'll make Every Matter shirts.
Yeah, we'll work on. I'll get with Flippy this week so that we've got something. For this.
Give him something to do besides porn, G-Webs.
Well, let me talk about the Every Second Matter shirt. So when we first started this thing back in the day, we did it with a bunch of people on YouTube, and I think Ralph went and grabbed the URL, and it was everysecondmatters.us. And then I don't know why he picked the US instead of the .com. Maybe it wasn't available. And then Quark set up the shirts on Spreadshirt, and I went and did an order of stickers first, I think, and then we made an order of patches. So that was the whole merchandise thing. And we all set it up so that it basically just covered costs. It wasn't there was nothing to raise funds for, so there was no reason to raise funds. So when we doing this one, like Marvin was saying, we want to have, we want to pay for it, the infrastructure of it. So I'll probably set up the shirts with Flippy so that, I don't know, let's say a shirt costs $12 or $15 or $20 or something, we'll add 5 or something, so that each shirt, you're getting a shirt, and then it helps $5 towards the effort or whatever. So we'll probably figure out something like that. I would imagine we'll maybe do some kind of thing where we set up a form where people can give us an idea of their sizes, because obviously have them made with Flippy as opposed to like Spreadshirt where they're made on demand. The Spreadshirt ones, we stopped doing it for 2 reasons. One, they came out shitty, and 2, just nobody was, I don't know if anybody was even buying them anymore. So we just never, there was no reason to raise money, so it wasn't a big thing. So anyway, since if Flippy's going to make them, it's not like made on demand, we'll need to figure out, we're going to need to buy so many mediums and so many larges and so many extra larges and that kind of thing. So we'll probably put something out there to try to get some idea of what types of numbers we're looking at of each size, and then if we get, I don't know, 20 people that want a medium, we'll make 25 or something like that. So try to figure out how to get it accomplished, so that we get them made in Texas with Flippy instead of wherever the hell those made-on-demand ones come from. I suspect they're not coming from the U.S.
Who's next?
What is this about? What we've done recently for things?
Yes.
Okay. I'm currently trying to work on organizing a charity shoot so that the proceeds of the charity shoot goes to the victims of the Pulse nightclub shooting. To try to air and show gun owners as a positive thing and have fun competition.
That sounds good, because then when I can just immediately, from my angle, see it when somebody types in Orlando shooting event, then you're an alternative option to come up, and it's a positive one. So, on my side, that sounds like an awesome idea. Not to mention real life inspiration.
I need to stop screen sharing that page. I didn't want it to turn into a Hartman commercial. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to friend him on Facebook now, so I can where the hell the site?
Yeah, I don't even know how to. I'm so incompetent. I don't even know how to PM you. I posted something, that link on your page, but I swear to God, I don't really know how to do anything on the internet. Let's see.
So I'm just reading the Gun Channel side, and Tack says that he's got an interview with that guy you're talking about with that optic, and he'll have him on his store. So get with Tack, and he'll know all about it.
Tack Daddy's doing an interview on Mikey Hartman?
Yep.
Cool. because the like Jesse James, one of the members of Gun Channels, had one on order with Command Arms since like December, and here we are in July, and it hadn't arrived yet. So, and it was supposed to be like delivered in January originally, and it kept getting put back and back and back. And there's a lot of interest in those optics, and they've always been hard to get. So, just kind of curious what's up.
From his Facebook profile, it looks like he's in the U.S. anyway.
Well, I think we've already answered that question, so we can move on.
All right.
Anybody else want to toss in with what they've done in regards to guns this month or gun rights?
You can start calling out to the audience too, right? Some people.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I want to do is a range cleanup video going out to the local range in the state hunting area. That's what it's used for, and just do a cleanup day of the range, picking up lots of just old shotgun shells, and stuff like that are laying around. Just doing an environmental cleanup day, that kind of thing plays pretty well, and everybody in Hawaii is kind of an environmentalist, so if you just have a day cleaning up the range, get some people out there and make it a little better than it is, that ought to be good publicity for Second Amendment rights. Range cleanup day videos can't be too bad.
Always. I'm in a bunch of different groups on Facebook for different things besides guns, and I was noticing it's the time of year right now for mushroom gathering, collecting mushrooms on the wild, because the rains are coming here in Arizona, and we've got mountains, so we can kind of go up and down the mountains to the different climates or whatever. So anyway, this is a popular time for doing that, and I noticed some of the people in there are talking about bringing trash bags along, and they weren't harping on it, but shooters are included in there, and unfortunately those sons of bitches that just bring crap out and shoot at it and go home are going to be representing us, people that don't do that. So yeah, I think every effort that we make as shooters to clean up shit is again, competing with all the efforts out there that are people trying to blame us for the dumpers who just happen to shoot at their shit when they dump it.
Yeah, I can't stand people like that. There's a place up north. It's actually an active gravel pit, but they let people shoot on Saturdays and Sundays. And basically the thing is, when people leave too much crap, then like they shut it down and say you're not allowed to shoot here anymore. And they've done it actually a couple of times, and then they open it back up. But I heard the story, a guy I know who goes shooting there, he showed up ready for a full day at the range having fun, and the gravel company actually, I don't know if they paid for it or whatever, but there was like a state trooper parked on the road that leads to the gravel pit saying, this is private property, you're not welcome here. And so that ruined his whole day. He had to go, hang out with his wife or something.
Well, that would be terrible, having to hang out with your wife.
I don't know, I'm just making that part up, but you know what I mean? Like, and I've shot there a couple of times, and we always picked up all of our old targets, and we never drug out, washing machines and crap like that. But even just paper targets, they got to work every day. On Monday morning, they got to start with the front end loaders, moving dirt around and stuff. And they don't want to be picking up paper. Well, I always like seeing the open carry people that do like a highway pickup. I don't know if you guys have states that do like sponsor a mile or something, but then they'll put up a little sign like you come by and clean it up every so often, and most like places use it as advertising. They put a little sign up that's like the next 10 miles are cleaned up by Joe's hardware store or whatever. But I've seen that with open carry organizations will sponsor like a 10-mile stretch of highway, and they go out once a month or whatever with open carrying and picking up trash on the side of the road.
Well, I was just talking about the state hunting area where everybody goes shooting.
Well, I know.
Not just a random piece of the highway.
I did a pivot on you to talk about something I've seen. I've
Yeah,
never
well, the
done
thing
it.
about that is it's good PR for gun owners in general, because if you're doing just the range area where the shooters go, then the people that normally go shoot are seeing that positive thing. But when you're seeing the one on the side of the highway, people that aren't necessarily gun people that are just driving to work, see that sign and are like, hey, these gun people did something good for the rest of us. So the visibility is a little bit higher that way. And I agree with cleaning up the ranges because that's a problem everywhere. I think it's really sad how poor people take care of a lot of the public ranges, but so we definitely do need to do that. But I think the idea of doing the highway one is not a bad idea either.
I hope you
because
meant
of the visibility it gets.
I hope you meant how poorly people take care of the public areas, not how poor people take care of the public areas.
Yes.
I left you a message over on the side, G-Webs, just so you know.
Another thing that's sort of a jump a little in topic, but we were talking about good things that people have done lately, and I have nothing to do with this, but it's a story that I saw in the last couple weeks that I wondered if anybody else knew anything about it or had heard about it, was the group in Michigan that had gotten rights for everybody to carry at a minor league baseball game for the night, and they had a Second Amendment night at the ball game, and they said, you know, probably almost half the people there were carrying, and big shocker, nothing happened. It wasn't a bloodbath, and everything went great. They had people from the local news out there interviewing people, and it was really cool. I've seen some posts about it all over Facebook a couple days ago. Somebody I went to college with grew up in that hometown, so he posted a link to it, and I thought it was interesting. I didn't know if anyone else on here had heard about that or was from the area and knew anything about it, or what anybody's thoughts
I haven't
were.
heard about it, but that's something I guess I should have known about. My
Yeah,
bad.
it was in Battle Creek, Michigan, is where it was. Battle Creek Bombers, where the people. It was a Friday night just a couple weeks ago.
That would have been fun to go to. A little bit of a drive, but I would have made it.
Yeah, home of Kellogg's. If you've ever been there, you get out of your car when you get there, and the whole place smells like cornflakes. But just looked like a cool event. I don't know how they got permission from everybody, because I know here in St. Louis, the rules are that any venue that holds more than, I think it's 5,000 people, you're not allowed to carry. So to do that kind of thing here, we would have had to get some kind of, you know, special permission, and I don't know how you'd even be able to do that, but I think it'd be neat to do. I don't know what the rules are in Michigan about that.
Was it open carry or concealed carry?
I'm not sure. I don't think it was necessarily specified that it had to be one or the other. I think people were doing both from what the stuff that I saw.
You're right. I mean, that's sports arenas are specifically named on the back of the concealed carry permit that, you know, that legally you cannot carry in one. But there's the thing, though, with open carry is legal almost everywhere. And there's some weird loophole where, like, you can open carry in a school if you have a concealed carry permit. Now, I've seen people do it, and they get in trouble anyways, and it gets fought out in court. But it's some weird overlapping laws where it's illegal to conceal carry, but not illegal to open carry. But if you don't have a permit, then it's illegal to open carry. It's weird. But maybe they did some type of loophole like that. And I will call that a loophole because it's just straight up like legal mumbo jumbo. But yeah, I'd be interested to look more into that.
It's called the dumb shit loophole.
Yeah, I'll link in the side chat if you want to look at that. That's just one of the local news channels covered it, but there's a bunch of stories like that about it that have been floating around, and I just didn't know if anybody else had heard of anyone else doing that before, because that's the first I've ever heard of somebody doing that, and I thought it was really cool. I wish we could get something like that, you know, around here, and just to see the positive coverage of it, and the fact that there was actually news coverage for it, and the news weren't, you know, coming into it with all sorts of negative bias about why would somebody do this, and, you know, they all came at it with this very positive look at how calm everybody was and well behaved and how great it was, and they interviewed a couple police officers that were working security that were like, yeah, this is like the tamest crowd we've ever had. You know, it was neat to see. So
Well, I think I'm gonna get ready, go see Independence Day Resurgence. I think the next screening starts in about an hour. Could drive up there, get some popcorn and a large soda, and sit
All right,
down
man.
in
Enjoy.
the air conditioning. Give me something to talk about on July 4th. We can have an Independence Day chat. Have you seen it yet?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Okay. I know we're not supposed to talk about things like that. All right. Happy Second Amendment chatting. Talk to you guys later.
Alrighty. Catch you later, H.
I did just click on that article, and it said fans were encouraged to open carry. So that must be how they're going around it.
okay, yeah, that must be what it was. Because yeah, in the footage you saw people open carrying in the video footage. If you watch the video clip of it, I didn't realize whether they said they had to open carry to carry there or what the rules were. But not knowing Michigan's laws, I was wondering how they got away with that, because I know they would have trouble pulling that off here.
Yeah, it's because open carry is a lot less restricted of where you can't open carry than it is concealed carry. Like, you have less places to go concealed than you do open. And yeah, I liked how they were saying it was like firearm safety education night or something.
Yeah, and they had from some of the, like, gun owners groups and stuff there handing out pamphlets and information and signing people up for training, and it looked like a really well done event. Whoever set that up really did a good job.
Yeah, I'll have to keep my eye out. I mean, it's on the other side of the state from me, but I'd go to one of those.
I just cut in here for a sec. I got to head off for work, so I don't know if G-Webs is still on at the moment or not. But
I'd go back.
Okay. All right. We'll catch you guys later.
Yep. See you, Daniel. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. I'm still thinking about that. I'd love to go to a game and carry.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about that here, because in St. Louis, the big problem we've got running around here is outside Cardinals games, people will rob people walking to their car because they know coming out of the game they're not carrying. Or they break into cars looking for guns because they know people that do carry leave them in the car because they can't take them in the stadium. So both of those have been problems in the last couple years.
I just noticed a comment on the Every Second Matters YouTube side. I don't know if you guys already talked about it, but he said he lives in Michigan. The man that owned the stadium also owned both teams, and he okayed it. Like I said there, I'd relay that.
That's kind of interesting that if you own both teams, is that like a conflict of interest? Like, tell one team to suck, the other one gets in the playoffs?
Well, you never got to see that PM? Is Moon still in here?
I'm here. What happened?
Oh, I sent you a PM on gun channels when you get a chance to take it. So I think Dano had asked before, though, in the chats, for people that had asked if people had done anything gun-related over the last month, and those on the gun channel side, I guess there's just ones on the YouTube side. But Sean said it took a couple of new shooters to the range, and Colt said they did clean up a local range too. So it's good to hear other people are out there doing that, or doing something during the month. And it's not necessarily for Every Second Matters, but again, we're here to talk about it and acknowledge them.
Well, last month I think I talked 2 people at my job into buying AR-15s.
Now, this was an opportunity because of the whole Florida bullshit.
No, this was before that.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
So, what? Because of Obama, or because it's fun to support, or end of the
Just
world?
because they asked me about it because they knew I was into guns. So I don't keep it a secret or anything. And I guess I talk about it a lot. It's like all I talk about. If I'm not talking about that, then I'm not talking at work. So
That's the guys at work. They sent me over a little poster that says, "Warning: I may talk about guns at any moment in the conversation." And they sent it to me like as a dig, like as a negative thing. And I was like, hell yeah, dude, I'm gonna print this up and post it on the wall.
yeah. So I guess I got them more interested in it. The more they heard about it, then the more they understood the way they worked and what they actually were and stuff like that. Now they're looking into M&P Sport 2s. So hopefully,
What's a Sport 2?
that's the Sport didn't have a dust cover or a forward assist, and the Sport 2 does.
So what's the difference between a Sport 2 and an M&P 15?
The quality of barrel, maybe. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I know that they have like an M&P 15 tactical. That's like expensive. But I don't know the diff. I don't know the M&P model AR-15s.
Yeah, this wasn't really.
But yeah, they wanted to look
recently, but I had a guy work with.
I was just
saying,
say,
I had
I
a
didn't
guy.
want to scare them away.
Let's both talk at the same time again. Sorry, you go ahead.
I didn't want to scare them away with the prices of what I would really recommend to somebody. But if I had to recommend a budget AR-15 that with a price that doesn't scare people away, then it's that rifle, because you can get it at my local for they have it for $556 all the time on sale. They have like hundreds in stock.
Well, if that's how they're going to do their pricing, I think I'd buy the 223 model.
Yeah, no, I don't think you'd get lucky there.
Or at least get a 308, But anyways, what I was going to say earlier, like I said, this was a little while ago, but I had a guy I work with out of the blue just be like, so, what gun should I get? And I just kind of laughed because, of course, you hear that question a lot, and there's really no good answer. But I started asking him about what do you want it for? He wants it, for home defense, but also probably to have fun at the range. He's not really going to carry. So I figured, okay, you can go with something a little bit bigger. It'll be more comfortable. And, I steered him in the right direction and said, if you ever want to go to the range, we can rent a bunch of different guns for like $10. And you just keep trading them out. You take one at a time. And I'm like, I'll take you. I'll bring ammo. Like, it will only cost, whatever. It won't cost you nothing. You figure out what you want, and then you can buy it. But he hasn't taken me up on that, and I've been out of town a lot, so.
Yeah, that's another thing I offered to do with the one guy is take him to the range when he finally gets his gun, or just to try out mine. But he hasn't taken me up on the offer yet.
Yeah, I did that a couple months ago with one of my friends. We did exactly what you're talking about. I brought a couple of my guns, but in addition to that, we, rented a whole bunch of stuff. And so we made it a point to kind of try all the different types. So we tried a double action only, we tried a double action, single action, we tried a striker fired, and a couple of them we did, guns like the FNS and the FNX, where it's a striker and a hammer fired of basically the same gun, to feel how that affects it and what's different, decide what he prefers and that kind of stuff. And so he found it very interesting to know the differences. And he said he's been thinking about doing that for a long time, but it was kind of daunting to walk in and know, well, I don't know which thing I should, I should try. I don't even know where to begin. So to take someone with him that could say, here's of the 10, 20 things in the case, here's the 4 I would start with,
Yeah, it's
Right,
good
and
to
that's
have
that's a
somebody.
very good point. It can be very intimidating if you go in by yourself and you don't really know. I mean, I remember when I was first getting into guns. This was before Gun Channel, so you guys are now my peers. I've learned so much more. But at the time, I'm like, I don't know what I want. Help me. And they normally look at you like you're stupid.
That's an interesting point. We always talk about taking somebody to the range and take them shooting, and then sometimes we talk about helping somebody to buy their first gun. But how often do we just take somebody with when we're going to buy guns, just so they can experience what it's like for someone who's familiar with the gun shop and the protocol and the names and everything, and then
Guilty.
go in there, shop in front of them, and then let them experience what it's like.
I do it all the time. I'm like the most guilty of that, I guess.
You're a good ambassador. If you're not guilty,
Every time
you're
I
not
drag
guilty.
whoever.
You're not guilty of reading your DMs over gun channels.
I do that all the time with my oldest son's friend. Like if my oldest son and his friends are in the car with me, I'll be like, I'm going to stop at the gun shop. And then I make them all go in with me and watch as I look around for half an hour.
Yeah, that's perfect, though, because then the kids experience it. And even if they don't become gun owners, there's no way that those kids are going to be duped into thinking that we're anything more than super boring. I wonder if Flippy's even around right now. We'd have to mention something.
I am.
Oh, I was just going to say porn, and then he would arrive.
I guess I'll read the comments over on the...
My flippy patch is badass. Oh, I dropped Flippy on his head. Alright.
Well, nothing coming in on the YouTube side. Nothing new, at least. And talking about ARs, it looks like, on the gun channel side. So I appreciate that we are jumping into... Well, Saturday would normally Matt would be running. Did he go over and start a chat and just ignore this? Or did he not start today? I sent him an email with the link. Did some of you guys get the email that I sent? Sometimes when they blind, they go into a spam box right away.
I haven't seen him on.
So he said his daughters were sick or something, I think, the other day. So it could be that he's dealing with humans.
Flippy, I bet your patch that you got is as big as this Every Second Matters patch. Well, not as small as mine. The patch that you have? Flippy? Porn?
Alright, he walked away again, I guess.
What a punk. Oh, and I ordered upper yesterday.
Should have ordered it today. Then it would have been...
If I ordered it today, it would have been out of stock. I would have been screwed.
Every second one in inventory matters.
Hopefully I got the second to last in stock.
Alright, I finally found the... links to this one. I'm looking for the links to that. Dang it. It's weird having two monitors and then trying to keep this one open for the feed here. So I'm trying to do it with one monitor. I'm not used to it.
That's why you need 3 monitors. So that way you have like one with the feed, one with all the comments, and then one with like the hangout.
Yeah, I agree. I think 3 would be good. The laptop I have now can't handle it, so I would have to do some sort of a thing to do it. I think the next time I buy a laptop, I'll definitely make sure I can do 2, because yeah, 3 is better than 2. Anything less than 2 is not. It's like a tablet already.
Yeah, but Moon, I haven't gotten my my flippy patch yet.
But you have a special red one though, right? I'll trade you my regular one for your red flippy one.
I don't have any of the flippy patches yet.
Oh,
I do, however, have this Stormtrooper patch that SOE gave me with when they shipped me my stuff.
that's whack. You're not really anybody if you don't have a flippy patch.
I know. I can't find where to buy it.
We're getting a good question over on the YouTube side. What's the biggest fear as gun rights people now? What is our biggest fear as gun rights people now?
Heights.
Hillary.
What was the question?
What is our biggest fear as gun owners right now?
Oh, that price.
Who our next Supreme Court justice is going to be?
That's seriously valid.
That's a good one, but I know a lot of people that aren't into guns that are right-leaning that are worried about that too. So, I mean, it means big things for the Second Amendment and all.
You mean like for like
rest of the
abortion and whatever other
liberal agendas they have? Yeah. I mean, I think they have everything they want now. I mean, I think we have enough equality. I watched a pretty good video today on equality. How it was meaningless.
Yeah.
You should have put liberty before equality.
Well, I mean,
equality should stem from liberty.
well, there's bits now too that are kind of fucking stupid with this whole like equality thing. Like, the example I was given today was basically job has an opening where they need to fill it 50% with women, 50% with men.
Yeah.
And basically, if they had like say fucking 47 women who are really good at the job, can do really well at it, but only like 10 men who would fucking succeed in that role and be really good at it, they then are like, well, we'd have to hire just as many men as women, so that kind of like requires you to hire shitty people or promote shitty people just because they have like a wing dang doodle.
But yeah, and you took away the opportunity for the people that actually are qualified while giving it to the people that aren't qualified. So you lose liberty when you put equality first. Where's Dano with his natural lull comment?
Oh, Dano went to work.
I know.
Look, I can cram the
That's
live
rhetorical.
and the YouTube chat and the gun channels chat all onto one screen. And I could open up this, and I would have the internal chat also.
Yeah, that's just way too busy. Like, this is what my stuff looks
awesome.
like right now.
And this is all on one monitor. I could open up a whole group of chats on different browsers on another monitor if I was not nuts.
So I was just about to say, I've been meaning to hook up my second monitor.
Well, like over here on this
Take it
monitor,
out of the
I
closet.
can like stuff in a bunch of different Google chats, and then over here stuff in a bunch of the like messaging things, and then over here I guess leave this for porn.
Yeah, that's the way I used to run when I had 3 monitors. It's really nice. You can have one with whatever you're actually doing, the second one with all your pieces, your softwares and your whatever your browsers or whatever you might be doing, and then have that other one for like, well, for back in the day it was like a audio player, like some kind of music player, or maybe instant messaging and that kind of thing. So you could have an email open, have all that stuff open, so you don't have to tab to it. You can just look over to it, literally look at it, see if there's anything going on. Very helpful. And with flat monitors, it's way better. I was doing all that stuff with real monitors back then. Big giant things.
Yeah, all my monitors are flat. They're big, but they're flat. Although, I guess we're supposed to stay on topic, but like yesterday, my Noveski box came in, and they drew a lizard on the side. And the lady who drew the lizard wrote me a note being like, "Thank you for ordering stuff. It was a joy to draw it. Lucky for you, I can draw dinosaurs really well, and dinosaurs look like lizards. And I used to own 2 geckos. So thank you for the opportunity for me to do art."
So do you want lizards or wizards?
Wizards. I guess they misheard me on the phone, but whatever.
So does BCM do that for you? Because I didn't leave any special comment with my order yesterday.
BCM did not do that for me, no. And AIM
Thank
Surplus will not do it for me either.
That's good. That's great.
But like SOE was running a sale this weekend, I believe, for like 25% off their entire store, and they give you a Deadpool cock if you spend $50 or more. So I bought some more stuff. Like I bought a bunch of belts, and then like I left the whole comment being like, "Could you draw a wizard on the side of the box? Thank you." So now I'm just waiting for SOE to put up a video on how I'm retarded and how my order will be refunded.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Then I can get the real YouTube fame.
So I did a couple months ago, I guess. I dropped off all my Every Second Matters and Gun Channels cards off at Tanner's the last time I was up there and bought 556. And they let me put them on the counter next to all their other stuff that they let people put on the counter. And when I went to sell them my Scorpion, it wasn't there anymore, but the guy that knew about it, he wasn't there to tell me whether like they took it off the counter or people grabbed them or what.
I never thought about that, but I guess I could get a shit ton made next time instead of just a crap ton, and then have like packets of whatever will fit in an envelope for shipping. Ship them out to people.
Yeah, no, the first time I did it, I gave them to my range. I had like 15, and I know they handed them out to people. The next 15 people that bought a gun, I think the guy said they just handed them out.
Yeah, if need be, I can make a.
But those were the old one. That was the .us one.
I could make a shit ton of those cards and do free shipping.
Oh, okay. I'll get with you this week then, because I'll probably have you do something with me on the Every Second Matters ones too. And my art is with whatever the one out of Canada is, so it's in like their system. I'll see if I can't do a screenshot. I don't know if that'll be enough quality for you. Otherwise, I'll make something up in fancier software.
What, for the Every Second Matters? No, I just need the logo, and I can build out whatever you need it to be.
Well, on the back I have like some stuff, and I want them grid URL. No, what are they? Code, the square code thing. What do they call it? Not a UPC.
QR code.
QR code, yeah, that kind of stuff. I mean, unless you feel like creating one, I just have all that stuff.
If you already have it set up, I can look into if I need to remake it or whatever, what I would have to do. Either way, I'll get it all figured out tomorrow whenever you want.
That does kind of bring up a good question of, dropping cards off at a gun store or whatever. Do you think it's worth it, or, most people, because I get those kind of ads, just stuffed in the bag when you buy something else, and Honestly, I don't give them much time.
I
So
think it's worth it. Like, I think the reason why they took them fast the first time and got into it is because they saw Iraq vet wearing the hat with the Every Second Matters logo at the time. So I was like, oh, here's my opportunity. And I think people actually, that's when I started seeing it in more places than just YouTube and gun channels from people I didn't know who they were.
Oh, I didn't even think about. Asking the other YouTube people to promote the Every Second Matters.
Yeah, because Eric just he had like a series of Facebook posts, and every one he did, he was wearing a hat with the Every Second Matters patch on it.
Cool. Recently or a while ago?
I think that was 2014.
Oh, okay.
Like way back.
Well, doesn't Yankee always wear like either Prepper Gun Shop hat or Every Second Matters hat?
Well, yeah, I think Yankees probably done a lot to promote Every Second Matters and spread the word about it. Because like a lot of people commenting on his video will have the Every Second Matters as their avatar.
We should reach out to Jaeger and see if Jaeger will start wearing the Every Second Matters shirts and hats.
I don't think we sell child's mediums.
I mean, if I'm
Damn it,
doing this
Yankee, you
shirt,
beat me to it.
if I'm doing this shirts, for sure we'll have child's mediums if need be.
I don't have tactical baby shirts with Every Second Matters logo on it.
I'll just buy one of those 511 shirts and just print the Every Second Matters on it.
Then I'll wear it. He'll wear it, just send it to him.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think of like other YouTube gun people.
What?
Like military arms channel.
What did you say?
I don't know. Would Mac's channel thing like roll with that?
What did you ask?
The Every Second Matters stuff, like sending them like a hat and shirt and whatever to like, I guess, promote it.
Yeah, I've never asked anybody to promote it, so I don't know. It's always just.
I'm afraid all these hats are made in China.
What hat?
Every hat I get nowadays, from Noveski or BCM or Benchmade, they're like made in China or
Trump will change that.
Bangladesh. Yeah. Bangladesh.
Trump will make hats great again.
We can repost. I'll do it now. Actually, we sought out and found I think 4 options that were under $20 for a baseball type cap with Velcro on the front and back that were made here in the USA, offered by like Tactical Tailor, and I can't remember the others now, but they were all made a point of saying made in the USA. And since we were just we didn't want to start making everything, we're not making this into a fundraiser. Whatever, we're not trying to sell a product or whatever. We just pointing people at USA made hats was the way to go. So I'll do the same, and those are good companies. So you're spending your money in a good place on USA stuff, and then that way you just get the patch and stick it on there, and then you can swap it out and wear something else on other days or whatever.
Well, I think some merchandising is an easy way to get the message out. And if the profits go to the building of the website or the expansion of the cause.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. I don't mind. I've taken massive monetary hits before, so I'll just take the hit. I don't really want to get into the stuff every second matters, but I will grab these these hat links. But if every second matters works, then yeah, one run of patches will basically pay for it for the year almost, or 2 runs maybe.
Trying
I don't
to
know.
think.
I feel
There's
like
not a
it'd be a
burnt
great.
bronze patch. There's not a burnt bronze every second matters patch.
I feel like it'd be a great opportunity to like merchandise every second matters, because not only would it get the word out about every second matters, it would also help fucking fund every second matters.
Oh, you know what? There's not a gray every second matters patch. Glock gray.
You're gonna freak them out. One of the earlier, I don't know if it's a debate or not, but differences of opinion was if it should stay black and white or not.
Oh, yeah. That was in Yankees video, the old one.
Yeah, and it's not. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're. Well, obviously we made them in other colors, but that was mostly because there's nothing but demand for them, so we did. But going forward, I don't know. I kind of think that's not that big a deal. It doesn't need to be. The thing itself is we're just making shelves, so who really cares what the shelves look like? And it doesn't really matter as long as they're well built and they're going to stay there. It's what we're putting on the shelves is what matters. So I kind of like the idea of keeping it all just black and white, but on the other hand, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Like I say, if it turns out to be super popular and it needs as much back end as gun channels right now, then we'll definitely have to do some runs because gun channels cost a lot more right now, and that's all just server. So the upfront cost, like I say, is already paid for. It's not even an issue. I can pay myself back eventually, but I'm not. I do other things to make money, so I'll pay myself back if I have to. But if we need a lot of server space, like if all the organizations do jump on, yeah, we'll definitely be doing some merchandising. So maybe then we'll readdress it. But I do kind of like the idea of having black and white. Plus, it makes it way easier to read when it's black and white. Every other patch has been more difficult to read.
Yeah. Well, I always think the original logo, whenever it's put on something for a purpose or something like that, it should always be the original black and white.
And I've noticed just wearing it around and having it on stuff, if you put it on a patch panel, the black background usually stands out because most people's patch panels, if they are black, are covered with patches and they're not black anymore, or they're green or tan or something. So the black almost always stands out because there's just usually not that many black patches, and there's enough border around it that if there are, like, even if you put it in with all your black patches, I've sorted my patch panels out by color before, and even when you put it with other ones, there's enough border that it still stands out, and it's a stark contrast there. So even if it's with other dark patches, it still does a pretty good job of standing out. But as soon as you put it with other colored patches, then it definitely stands out in black and white. When you start messing with the colors at all, it just blends in, and then it becomes kind of wordy, and it doesn't stand out at all. But when it's white and black and you see that second, I guess our eyes just work where you see, you read it. Your eyes get attracted to it and you've read it.
Yeah, it's a good logo.
I still think it'd be cool if there was an every second matters with rainbow.
That's what you want. Every
unicorn matters.
It's a double rainbow. It's a double rainbow patch, actually.
Yeah.
Second it.
But the background is a horizontal rainbow, but then the lettering is a vertical rainbow. So it's all but impossible to read, and people with color vision have a stroke.
We need an every Tack Daddy matters patch.
Everybody is a Tack Daddy.
I'm actually pretty sure that the one we have doesn't matter, so how could everyone matter?
Here we go. You can't even not say hello and be polite.
Moments into
Hi, Dave.
Every second matters chat, and it goes through.
Come on, hit me with the midget joke. Let's just get it out of the way real quick.
I don't think we need that. I think everyone's already aware.
Small but strong.
So Harley on the YouTube side is saying it's looking good via Chrome, looking good on the TV via Chromecast. So is that like Apple TV for Chrome, like little box again?
Basically, it's basically Kindle Fire or whatever the hell it's called. It's a little.
Yeah, it's like a little stick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little stick with a HDMI port, like male port on it.
Oh, so you
Is it
literally
wireless?
TV.
Yeah. Like legit, you just plug it right into your HDMI thing, and then like it picks up your wireless signal, and then
what?
it's a streaming device.
Magic.
Yeah, you get to watch like internet stuff on your TV. That's why I got to get one so I can watch, because I've got Amazon Prime, yet I never watch any of the Amazon Prime content because I've got Apple TV, and you can't get that on Apple TV. So I need to get me one of those little Chrome sticks so that I can watch my Amazon Prime on my main television.
I have a smart TV, so I don't need it, right?
Yeah, if you got a smart TV, you don't need it. But my TV's fucking old and won't goddamn die.
The Chromecast can do some stuff that a smart TV doesn't, because I have all smart TVs, and I can cast Netflix from my phone or from whatever onto my smart TV. But what I can't do is, if I'm using Chrome as my browser, I can mirror my browser onto my TV with a Chromecast, which my regular smart TV won't let me do. So
both of my kids have smart TVs in their bedrooms that are LED smart TVs, yet I'm stuck with this crappy old ancient LCD non-smart stupid TV downstairs because it won't die.
You just got to pull an Elvis.
Damn, I run my house.
Yeah, I moved into a new house and bought a 65-inch TV and stuck it in my basement, and made the mistake of putting one of our game consoles on it, and my 9-year-old monopolized it. I hardly ever get to use the damn thing.
Well, we don't have video games on the main TVs, just on their ones in their rooms, so I don't have to worry about that because I don't play video games.
All right, well, I'm going to let it go to video games. All the other stuff up until now is still on topic because we're using the internet as a medium, and it is interesting to know all the different ways we can get these internet streams and whatnot up to our old-fashioned television monitors. So I wanted to do a break, though, because we're approaching, we just passed the 7-hour mark, and a couple of people had asked what's going on. They just joined the text chat. So this is Every Second Matters. It's the second day of the month, and the awareness campaign that a bunch of us came up with. An awareness campaign a bunch of us came up with a long time ago is that we get together on the second of the month and we talk about Second Amendment issues. So I'm trying a new system over on. Am I still live? I'm running a new system over on YouTube where I'm streaming. It's on my computer, and then on my computer I started a Google Hangout on the Every Second Matters channel. So that's this window on the right side of my screen. Then we're running that live. We're also running it kind of simultaneously live on the Gun Websites chat, our YouTube channel, and that's what we've got over here is the Gun Websites YouTube channel's chat room. We then have that over on Gun Channels. We're simulcasting it over on Gun Channels, and I think that is what I actually closed a second ago, and I'll be bringing back that chat room here in a minute. And then, of course, we have the Every Second Matters YouTube channel out there with a chat room going. So we're basically monitoring 3 different text chats, and we've got Google Hangout open with, looks like 6 or 7 people in it right now. And I'll just take a second to introduce everybody. We've got Yankee coming in from Washington State, Flippy in Houston, Texas, Tech Daddy out in Florida, Matt's coming in from St. Louis, Missouri, Moon is in Pennsylvania, Smeggy's up in Michigan, I think he's still around, he hasn't said stuff in a bit, and then I'm out in Arizona. We've got links out to other people on YouTube and to some of the people I'm familiar with or know in the Arizona Citizens Defense League, Florida Carry, also some links out to the California, Georgia, and other gun rights organizations I've met along the way, and using this all day long show to basically be here in case any of them have the ability to jump in and see how the new Every Second Matters website works, or to just get familiar with how these online conversations go. So I guess I just needed to do kind of a station ID there, and again, thank everybody for participating who's out there. Like I say, we've been going for 7 hours now, and I don't know if there's really been more than a few moments of pauses or downtime in that whole time. So thanks to the people that are watching us live. It looks like we've got 19 people watching on the Every Second Matters YouTube channel. And then if I flip over here, we have another couple of people watching on the Gun Websites YouTube channel. And then there's a bunch of people over in Gun Channels that are participating as well. So thanks everybody who's watching it live, and thanks for all you guys who have jumped in to be part of the show.
My hand is raised. Gee, what's up, man? I didn't get a chance to say hello. Hello to everybody else on the panel. If I walked into your house, I'd say hello to everybody. Not just get insulted by Yankee as I walked in. But what's up, everybody? And to anyone that's unaware of what it takes just to run a Google Hangout with success, what you're doing today, bro, kudos. Because when you started rattling off all the shit you were doing, I was like, damn. You know, I know what that takes technically and behind the scenes, so well done.
Right on. Yeah, we tried to explain it as I was turning it all on, how actually simple it is. This just looks weird because I've got mirror to mirror happening. But what we've got is the one channel over on an Internet Explorer browser. This is the Every Second Matters live hangout, and this is where the up to 10 people can join. And this is as simple as going to YouTube, creating an account, and then going to where you would normally post a video. Over on the left, there's a thing that says live events, and then just starting a live event. It's using my screen capture, and that's why you're seeing what's on this monitor here. And I just brought its own screen in front of itself, so that's why you're getting that mirror effect. It goes away.
Oh, so you're using the actual internal software that's in YouTube for that live stream option that
Right.
they've been working on for 6 months or whatever.
So let me bring
Got
that over now. So now I'm bringing over onto my screen, which is going to look super weird because it's now double mirroring, which is kind of cool. But anyway, this is a thing called Open Broadcaster. It's Open Broadcaster here. It's open source software. So this is on the Gun website's YouTube channel, and I'm running this stream live through my machine. And then I set that up, and then I went over to another browser. That's over on, this is a piece of software, so this isn't any browser. This is just a piece of open source software running on my machine. It established a connection with YouTube as a stream, and then it was on the Gun website's YouTube channel, and it's been running live for like 7 hours. Then I went over to Internet Explorer, a browser on my machine, and opened up the Gun, or what is it called, the Every Second Matters YouTube channel, and started a live hangout, and I invited people into it. I then took the link to the live hangout, and I went over to Gun Channels and embedded it there, and we're just looking at it on the website over here. So it might seem a little complicated. I guess I just wanted to explain it because we're here to encourage and inspire people to do this stuff. It's literally costing me zero. I woke up today and I wanted to do something like this, so I mean, it's costing zero. That's open source software. It's a bunch of browser windows. All I had to do is set up some email accounts, and you could be doing this. So do it on motorcycles, do it on guitars, do it on whatever you do for a living, whatever it is. Do it for your church, do it for your school, your PTA or something. But then every once in a while, mention the Second Amendment in there, and then we all win. But anyway, thanks, Tack. Yeah,
Well,
not that.
And the other thing, G-Webs, that whole streaming thing, like that's all new. You don't need to even mess with all that. If you just do the Google Hangout thing, you can talk to people, and it goes to YouTube.
Good point. Yeah, I just explained a whole bunch of dumb stuff because I'm just trying to be clever today and play with some of this tech. And basically, I'm trying to get around the 8-hour rule. They only let us record for 8 hours normally. I'm hoping that this new streaming thing will let me do the whole 24 hours. But that's just sort of a little tech experiment. But you're right. Thanks for bringing that up. All you need is one email address, like a Google address that you can get for free. You set up a YouTube account, and you don't even need a webcam. All you really need is a microphone and speakers, and you can broadcast live, or participate in somebody else's live broadcast, right?
Like Big Gunner 81.
Yep.
Shout out Big Gunner. How into California did you get at the beginning of the broadcast?
We only did a couple hours on it, so we really didn't touch the subject.
Fair enough.
Hawaii, but no, we can definitely go into any and all of that again. That's the whole point of a whole day show.
I think you need to have people that live in California and get their reaction.
Well, I liked DB's point of view on it because, you know, it's like they were like laws for set up for confiscation, basically. None of the laws would have prevented any of the current or past mass murders.
Right.
If you look at all the laws in that, they are a registry, basically, and I don't know.
Now, DB's not here to state his position, but I'm pretty sure I understand his position on the California situation.
Seriously.
If we quoted him correctly.
He's out. People should move.
Yeah, he's all about just giving over states. We don't need California anymore.
Well, I kind of
Just
agree with
let
him.
it go. Just let it go and be done with it.
I kind of agree with him in a
Interesting.
sense. I mean, I don't know. It's hard because Pennsylvania's always been pro-gun. But if they were to turn anti-gun, I think I'd be more inclined to stay and fight. But then again, I just couldn't imagine staying in a place like California or Hawaii or New Jersey or New York with the gun laws the way they are.
But my family's here. My job is here.
That's what I'm saying. It's not an
you
easy
can always,
thing to do, is get up and move.
you can always make more family and get a new job.
Who's in the
What the hell is that?
If you're just joining us now, Cat Daddy fucking is involved in a plane crash apparently.
No, not me. I'm just sitting here.
Oh, maybe you got a bad mic plug or something. It just sounded like Terminator robots landed and took out the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
I'll change headsets.
Fucking Skynet just blew up your house.
But you're saying that it's not so easy to move when you've got ties.
Yeah. Like, I can't, right now, I couldn't just pick up and move. So it's understandable to stay and fight also if you really have a connection with your state like that, I guess.
But haven't they been moving towards it? Haven't they been saying they were going to do it? Haven't they been slowly but surely enacting things and proposing things and getting things through the things that they need to do to get to the final signature? It's kind of like the ISIS thing. Haven't they said they're going to kill us? Haven't they said kill all infidels and Americans and Westerners?
Yeah,
Haven't
we
they
know
said
we
it?
know what their goal is, but it's getting it. It's not. It's not such issue of letting the people know what their goal is. It's letting the people know what is being taken away from them, or what they're voting against their own interests.
Well, I think making politicians actually state their true goal actually does matter, because if ISIS was just a militant religious group that said, we just want to be free of Western intervention and we'll do what it takes, you'd have a lot of people being, they just want to be free, leave them alone.
Oh yeah, and there's plenty of politicians that slipped up and revealed their true goal, or have said it, and it's been recorded and documented.
Yeah, because
But,
the only reason people are unanimously against ISIS is because they're openly saying, we want to kill all of you.
But they're not afraid to stab you in the stomach and smile to your face, meaning they don't even care about if you know that they've said that. They're totally into just lying to your face and saying, we never said that. We don't want to take any of your guns. What are you, crazy? And then they laugh at you, and then the rest of their constituents laugh at you.
I would assume that the breakdown of gun deaths in the state of California is commensurate to the national list, at least on some level. There's a couple things that I've been thinking about. One, it's a huge state, population-wise, area-wise, everything. It's huge. Just again, as part of this, not talking about a tiny little state that's decided they're going to go, and say you can't have guns here. It's not like Maryland. I lost my train of thought. Hold on, it'll come back. It's been a long day.
Well, like, I love Texas. Texas is a great fucking place. But, like, if, say, a week from now, Texas was like, yeah, we're done with guns. They're evil and they kill babies and yada, 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 whatever.
It came back to me when you're done.
I'd have really no issue just being like, all right, well, I've been here my entire life, but I like my guns more, so I'm going to go to a different state now. Toodles.
Well, let's go down the road of what it's going to do in California, in theory. So all of a sudden, in however many years, all these things are actually enacted. So now you have the bad guys, i.e., the gangbangers and the people that are killing each other, in gang wars, which again is a pretty big percentage, if I'm not mistaken, of what's going on in terms of murders or gun deaths. And they're going to have more than 10-round magazines, so then you're going to just be throwing on an additional charge to a murder charge on a gun that was used because it had a 15-round magazine in it, an extended you know what I mean? So what does it do?
Well,
It's
they're
just
even
added,
trying to do away with those minimum mandatory sentences. So you're not going to even see that.
So if they get rid of a minimum mandatory, what does that do? That's just everything's a case by case all of a sudden again?
Yeah, it
based
goes
on the judge?
case by case. Yeah, case by case, and it keeps non-violent felons out of the same criteria that it would take for you to get a third strike or
Right.
whatever. You know what I mean?
It was
This
the
may be weird,
cocaine
but
thing,
I'm
right?
actually
Yeah.
I'm against mandatory minimums because it paints with too broad of a brush.
Yeah.
So I'm
It
actually
really
okay
does,
with that.
and it's
but-
why we have the #1 highest prison population in the world.
That's where I'm
that's
going
all
with it.
thanks
'Cause
to
ultimately,
Thanks,
We're
Bill
number
Clinton.
one. We're number one.
I mean, it's great that we're good at something. Who doesn't want to be #1?
No, it's horrible because the prisons are a lot of them are privately owned, so it's become a business to get people in them. And when it's become a business to get people in prison, then you have more incentive to put innocent people in behind bars for longer periods of time.
And then once they get out of prison, they got a record. It's hard for them to get a job, so you've got them in the system with all the welfare crap and all that, right?
Yeah.
what about the notion that a state has again with the stroking of a few pens has now overridden the federal law that we all stand by, i.e. the Second Amendment, but not the federal law, the federal statute. So they've superseded that on their own, and now there's how many tens of thousands of people that are felons if they don't turn in their guns that meet these new requirements and their magazines that meet these requirements that don't meet these requirements. So now they're all of a sudden all literally felons, after the stroke of midnight on that day.
Well, yeah, but where's the
How
line
oppressive is this government?
Where's the line between we're going to come get you because there's not a whole lot of you to it's a mass civil disobedience to where they cannot enforce the laws that they just passed?
Well, didn't that happen with the SAFE Act in New York?
Pretty much. And then the 7-round limit got changed back to 10. Same thing in Washington.
Just because it's not necessarily enforceable as of right now doesn't mean that all those people who didn't comply, they might feel great because they've never gotten in trouble. 10 years from now, whatever, something happens, and all of a sudden law enforcement are notified that they own, an AR-15, and they check the serial number, check you're not registered, bam, you're in trouble. I mean, that's the thing. They don't come and get them all at once, but slowly people are going to get traffic tickets and, I happen to be going to the range. I have stuff in the back of my car.
I understand that, and that's one of that's supposed to happen. Because one of those people are going to eventually fight it all the way up to the Supreme Court.
That's what everyone keeps backing up to. Well, eventually
it takes years.
It's going to get taken on in court. It's going to get taken on in court. Well,
once Hillary Clinton appoints 2 more lefty anti-gun judges, how well do you think that's going to work out for us when it goes to the Supreme Court?
Well, I'm not trying to be that pessimistic right now. So I'm just saying if in the future we get a Supreme Court that's not so politically activist and maybe more just interpreting the Constitution.
Well, I think the biggest thing we can do now is start being more proactive in preventing things like this from happening to where they have to go to the Supreme Court, because I think there's going to be much more support on local levels than there is on the Supreme Court level here pretty soon.
Well, California's obviously didn't care enough or see it coming, or combination of both.
Well, even the Democrats are trying to keep things out of the Supreme Court because of the 4-4 split right now. But I do agree. I mean, Hillary's got an advantage right now, and it looks like she's going to be...
Because I just got someone who commented on my video I just made, and they're like, "Oh, you all are just saying Hillary's going to take your guns again, and that y'all said that about Obama too, and he never took a single gun." I'm like, Obama tried multiple times to take guns away from people. Do you not remember all his fake crocodile tears on TV? The only thing that stopped him from taking guns away are our representatives that we had in the Senate, who are likely not to be there next time. So to try to say Obama didn't take your guns, he tried his hardest. He just failed to take your guns.
Yeah, and even if Obama succeeded, they still would have said Obama didn't take your guns, and that's their misunderstanding of the whole taking the guns. We're not worried about them coming door to door and confiscating our guns nationwide. That'd be impossible. They would have to legislate them out of the hands of future generations, and that's what taking them means to me. I don't think they'll ever come and try to physically take my guns away, but I know that they'll eventually try to legislate them out of existence.
Dude, that killed the chat in a good way. Everybody's thinking about it now.
Yeah, serious.
Sweet.
So do I need to like get a shovel and start burying guns?
No, everyone was trying to think of how they're going to pass them down without getting in trouble.
Well, a lot of things that people, I hear that a lot from some of my, anti-gun friends and acquaintances that are, well, nobody's trying to take your guns. Quit being ridiculous. Don't be paranoid. And it's not even about that. It's about that we can't give an inch, because when, if we facilitate what it would take to take them 10 years from now or 50 years from now, our next 5 presidents might not successfully take them, but if we're giving the inch here that facilitates 5 presidents from now somebody being able to take them, then we've lost already, right? We're losing it right now.
So does it break down to you just being on your team state, whatever state, insert state name here, and that's where you stand your ground? Because obviously we're not going to all go jump in a car and go to California and go fight a fight right now. It's up to them.
No, but we can get on the phone and we can tell people in California that we're not going to vacation there, we're not going to do our business there, we're not going to choose to buy products from there if we can help it because of their policy. And if you let them know, I think there's that concept that one person letting us know represents X amount of other people. And if they get told the same time that they actually feel a hit in sales, and we know that their metrics are going to let them know where sales are coming from, or the lack of sales, or the decrease in sales. If we can actually effectively wage those kind of economic things, I think we as non-residents have some sway.
Interesting.
The states that travel. I know we may not be huge, but if the NRA, for example, started saying, a lot of NRA people might be old fat white guys, but they go on vacations every year, and they're going to start making decisions on where. And Florida has pro everything, and California is anti everything. I don't know if that's necessarily going to win everybody over, but at least it's an option that we can do.
I know what you're saying. I'm still trying to make heads or tails of what the registry on purchasing bullets is going to achieve other than a hit list. What does it do?
Yeah,
it keeps count of people's ammunition, right? It's going to keep count of people's ammunition, so that then they can put a limit on how much you purchase the next time they go to put a law up.
Think about how out of control they get concerned about the AR-15 when one out of however many millions of AR-15s are used or are possessed, I should say. Millions of AR-15s are possessed. They'll say that in one breath, and then they'll tell us about how they're concerned because how one was used inappropriately. All of them are worried. But then, damn it, I'm trying to watch too much shit on the screen. Yeah, I lost it.
They said they were gonna. They say that there's a million AR-15s, but at the same and on the other side they say that, you know, bullets and how many. I just always go back to how many bullets can you carry. You know, someone just needs to point this out and go from there.
Thanks. Yeah,
Doesn't matter how many you have in a garage.
So much because of the AR-15 and its the perception that it's so violent. Imagine when they start to actually hear how many bullets we use, because they have no idea what a carbine class might be, or what a 3-gun match might entail, or even a recreational weekend with your grandkids. If you got 2 grandkids, you might bring 1,022 bullets with you. Holy moly, 1,000 bullets. So once they start seeing the actual number of bullets that recreational shooters go through, oh man, that's.
What about the competition world in the state of California? Does this effectively kill it?
I don't know if anybody's brought that aspect up, but what is it? Shooter's Mindset is probably looking at it from that angle. We should get Foose and Ballistic in here. They're our 2 resident, like.
Because all of a sudden you can't have magazines over 10 rounds, right?
It's a good point.
You can't have detachable magazines.
That is.
What's everyone going to do? Take their rifle apart and start loading it from the top?
No, they'll just bring like 3 rifles, like all pirate style. Instead of reloading, you just drop your rifle and pull out a new one.
Well, I know Rick goes from state to state to different 3 guns. I'm sure he's going to hit California eventually if he already hasn't.
Either there's going to be a huge amount of people that become gunsmiths. Because apparently there's a clause in there that says if you're a gunsmith, you can get around a lot of these things. I don't know which law that applies to. I'm talking quickly, but
I
it
think I'm
definitely
going to
does.
open up a gunsmithing school. Send me $5 and you'll get your certificate for gunsmithing.
It's called kitchen gunsmithing with Schmeggy.
I do it all with onepunch.com.
A Glock tool, it's all you need.
What was the Clinton school?
Trump University?
I thought there was a Clinton version of Trump University, but for the Clinton, like, made it or whatever. Either way.
They have some scandal also.
Yeah, they had some scandal that happened around the same time as Trump University. And it was basically the same thing, but more nefarious somehow.
Darren said on the gun channel side that he just had a good Every Second Matters experience at a grocery store in Vegas. He had a chat with a fellow carry person, and then a non-carry person walked over and joined in the conversation. So, right on.
That's good.
Nobody got too badly hurt.
Now we'll see a news thing about like a gang of Trump tried to take over Albertsons in Vegas.
Parking lot scuffle stems from conversation.
Sometimes you can't resist talking to another person with a gun when you see them.
Safe spaces invaded.
Sometimes they'll be weird, and you'll just walk away, okay. But sometimes they'll engage in a conversation.
Yeah, you brought up something about oh yeah, nothing bad happens. That's a line I've used on my anti-gun coworker. And I've said it before because he purposely pisses me off. Like, he says stuff he knows makes me mad. And I said, honestly, dude, if gun people were as scary as you think they were, you'd be dead like 100 times.
Exactly. That's the funny
but I'm
part.
an actual human being who does not want to take another human being's life if I don't have to. So
it's like the funny meme that I've seen float around Facebook a couple of times. That's the picture of Spock that says logic dictates that if gun people were as violent as anti-gunners think they are, there wouldn't be any anti-gunners.
Logic dictates.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to take off. I appreciate you all giving me the chance to jump in here. This was my first experience in a live chat. I watched the videos later on a lot of the stuff that's on gun channels and all, but this is the first time I've gotten to jump in on one myself, so I appreciate the chance to come in and do this. It's been fun. If this really does go 24 hours, I'll probably pop back in later tonight, but I got some stuff to take care of before putting the kids to bed and all that sort of stuff, so appreciate y'all hosting this and having me in here, and maybe I will catch some of y'all later.
Right
Nice
on.
to meet you, Matt.
That gave us the hour warning, so the hangout that's happening on the Every Second Matters YouTube side has an 8-hour expiration. I knew that one. But the one that I'm doing on the gun website side, the bigger one, I guess, the one that I started first, the older one, hasn't given me any warning. I'm running in a different type of a system, and it has about 20 minutes until I hit the 8-hour mark. So we'll see if it ends there or not. So basically, we'll just kind of play it by ear here. We'll either start it right up again if everybody's ready to go and we're in the middle of a good conversation, or we might break for an hour so I can get something to eat or something, and then start it back up. And or if this thing keeps working, I'll just start up another hangout on the other side right away, and we'll just plow through and see how long. Because one of the points here is to see how long this live stream thing can go. Because I don't know, it's always fun to have a live 24-hour assault rifle chat where you watch an assault rifle for 24 hours and see how many people it destroys.
Right, yeah, because the hangouts are limited by 8 hours, but maybe not the stream.
Yeah,
and,
so it hasn't given me any warnings or anything.
And it's unfortunate he jumped out already. I was going to mention, I'll mention it to people listening. We do lobby chats, which are a lot more off-topic, every night on gun channels, and every so often in the afternoon when I'm around. I like to host one. So everyone's always welcome in the lobby chat, and that's when you can talk about video games and what optic you got and whatever else you want to.
Popsicles.
You can talk about popsicles if you want.
See? Twin pop.
Rocket pop?
No, twin pop. Well, rocket pop, yeah. Raspberry, lemon, and cherry all in
I
one.
find that the second fudgicle is the one that matters. The first one you eat real quick, but the second one you really savor. Just to bring it back on topic.
I agree with that.
Ice crystallization formation. All right. Back to guns.
Yeah, I'm going to take another, let's see, where's my screen? I just moved everything around. So I'm going to, we're at the, well, it's been about half an hour since I did like a station ID break or whatever. I'm going to go through and explain what we're doing here again for anybody that might have jumped in. We're, how did I screen this over so I can't, right over there. So I'm going to open up a whole nother window over here and talk about Every Second Matters again. So Every Second Matters is an awareness campaign that we came up with at the end of 2013. As we were kind of discouraged by the lack of, I don't know what to call it, interest, I guess, in the just Second Amendment issues at the end of 2013, with the beginning of 2013 being a very interesting time for gun owners when our rights were under attack and everybody came together and the internet was, running strong, and people were marching on their state capitals. We were out in numbers, both physically and on the internet. We made our position known and basically ended any of that stuff before it even got out of committee, if I remember right. So we did a really good job of emulating what happened just naturally back in 1994. So, we knew that was important, just a group of us that would chat, like Smeggy said, we just kind of get together and chat like this. A bunch of us knew that was an important aspect and that was something that was worth fostering and not letting slip away. So trying to come up with how do we, with our resources, which are basically nothing monetarily and very little otherwise, except for our time, what could we do to work towards that? So one of the things we do like to do is get together online, and one of the things we all do is interact with firearms and the rest of our, the rest of people in everyday lives. So how do we incorporate all that? We get together, long story short, we got together on the second day of every month, and we talk about Second Amendment issues. In addition, in real life, we try to either bring up the Second Amendment in a discussion or do something like wear a shirt or a holster, like open carry or something. Do something that would maybe let people in our lives know that we're gun people, just so that they subtly know that there's somebody they can talk to if they have a question about gun stuff, or you can maybe start a conversation on gun stuff with someone. I guess with the overall concept that if every gun person was able to bring over one, non on the fence type of person, bring them over to the gun side, eventually we would double in size and then quadruple in size, and then we would be a segment of the population that weren't attacked like we are right now. So anyway, that's where Every Second Matters came from, and we've been doing that for now, I guess, going on 4 or 5 years. I forget if we started it a whole year before gun channels or not. I guess I know, 13, so there's 3 years. And end of last year, we started to invite some of the Second Amendment advocacy or gun owners' rights groups, members of those groups to the panel. And Sean from Florida Carry joined a few times and then encouraged me to take this Every Second Matters concept to the next level, and finally getting around to doing that now in July. And what we've done is we've taken the platform, the software that we used over on gun channels. It's basically a software that's designed to create a community. On gun channels, we created a community based focused on firearms and sort of built for the people that are creating firearms content to help supplement their effort or enhance their efforts and help them share an audience. So knowing what that software can do and having a few years under our belt managing it, I thought after going to the Gun Rights Policy Conference, this could be the kind of software that could be used to give us the Gun Rights Policy Conference every month, really, every day even. So when I think I mentioned that, something like that to Sean, and he suggested taking it further. So like I said, that's where we're at now, and we've got the software up and running. It's a membership-driven site. It's a community type of site. It's focused on Second Amendment advocacy or gun owners' rights organizations. So when you come to the site, I'll go ahead and log out. When you come to the site for the first time, you'll just get a little, whatever you call this kind of thing, of the various groups that are in here already, and you can scroll through it. It says welcome and all that kind of stuff, tells you what it's about. You can either create your account or sign in. I've already created an account, so I'm just going to sign in. Once you log in, you're at a page where it says welcome, and it shows you like a news feed. So this is posts that people have made or events that have happened, like Artisan Tony signed up. Looks like we posted something from the Firearms Policy Coalition, another article from them, going down to something from the Second Amendment Foundation, and so on. So it's got the news feed on your main page, and then it's got basically just 3 pages. The news feed is your main page. It's got an events page, which is fairly obvious. It's for events. And then you got an organizations page, and here you can scroll through and find organizations that are either in your area or of a certain category. And anyway, you scroll through them however you want to find them. And then once you dig into one, I'll go to Firearms Policy Coalition because they're over in Florida, so they're obviously active right now. In there you'll see some whatever current events they've got posted, maybe their videos if they've got an event coming up, and that kind of thing, so that each of the groups can keep you informed. The way that the system is set up, you can chat with each other and tag events. You can say that you're going to be at an event that they're hosting. They don't happen to have one here, but it's a community system, so it's going to allow people to interact with each other, interact with the organizations. It's going to allow those organizations to get information out in one spot. So it's not to it's really to duplicate their efforts online. So if they're doing something on their website, if they're doing something on YouTube or on Facebook or on a podcast or any combination of those, they can just continue to do what they're doing, and their members or their people that are following their group can go over here and kind of repost it or amplify it over here on the Every Second Matters page or website, so that then all of us who are advocates can keep a track of what all these different groups are doing, and those of us that are interested in starting something can quickly look around and see if someone's already doing it, so we don't waste our time duplicating effort, or if there's somebody's already doing something that we're interested in supporting, we now know how we can get to them to do whatever support we can offer. That's the Every Second Matters thing where we're at right now. And I don't know, do you guys got any feedback on that? Like you say, we're kind of in the beginning of it. This month is our first kind of every second matters with the new software. I've invited some of the people we hope to use it eventually to check it out, but we're in various levels or degrees of getting in contact with them and showing them what the new system is. Unfortunately, not everyone is fluent in Google Hangouts and internet chats.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that. I think it's a really cool idea, and from the user point of view, from the member point of view, it's a way of condensing everything on the internet to one place. All the groups you might be a member of, and then from the organization point of view, it's a way of getting your information out to like-minded people, and hopefully the organizations will start sending message back and forth to each other. I know you've mentioned before the firearm policy conference has kind of inspired you, where that's once a year, all the groups get together and talk shop. It's kind of insider. This is what I did. This is what I need help with. What are you doing? Whatever. Well, why do you do it once a year? You could do it once a week, once a month, once a day. I mean, on this site, it's just as easy as checking an email.
Yeah, seriously, you can set up your profile. Let's see, you go into your profile and then you go into your profile settings. And then you go to your notifications, and then you tell which of the things you want to get emails about. So I usually turn most of them off because I get a lot of emails, but then that way, yeah, you can let it know if you've got a group or something that you're following and you want to get the email from it. You can literally don't even go to the site, just get an email from when feed is shared or whatever.
So far, so good, I think.
And you just saw on the screen how you send a message.
Yep. And we'll
When I
elaborate as time goes on. As we get more members, we'll enhance the pieces that need enhancing, and strengthen the pieces that are getting used a lot, that kind of thing.
And when I was in the truck listening on the YouTube side a couple hours ago, what was the one from Jamaica when you was having a discussion with them?
Marvin.
Yeah, Marvin. One thing that I was seeing, that I see from this, is that it's a way for all the groups spread out across the country to come together into one unit. If something is happening in one state and it's already happened in a state, like what happened in Oregon, if Bloomberg's going after a new state, they can be in contact with groups from Oregon and find out exactly what they did in that state and how they can counteract it and things like that. They can share information. This makes it easier for all the groups to come together and start a dialogue.
And I guess something we can mention too is that you can build stuff that's behind the scenes. So the leadership committees and the groups that are doing their behind the scenes stuff, if they don't already have something, they can use this as a way. You can set up a hangout and use it the way we use it for moderator stuff on gun channels, or anybody can have private conversations as well as public. So hopefully they'll facilitate just getting work done. Hey, Eric jumped in from Florida. Thanks for jumping in. Does that mean Sean's on his way too?
Oh yeah, Eric, I bought that bayonet, by the way.
We were probably talking about bayonets. Eric's the lawyer.
Oh. I have no idea who I was talking to about it.
Eric must be shy. We're not hearing you if you're trying to talk there, Gay.
Yeah, he's joined a couple of chats before, but it might be a mic issue if he's saying stuff. Well, I would say mute or not, but we're not hearing anything.
I left.
He's
our legal advisor.
Just gotta restart.
Just him joining the chat would cost a normal person like $500 consultation.
Like, don't lock it on somebody else. Then it gets all weird whenever it pushes on this way.
Poor Flippy. Looks like he's about to fall off the edge of that box of 45 AARP.
Don't push me because I'm close to the edge.
Did you guys see what the horse was saying in the chat before? He said he found a wheelchair, a small wheelchair. Turns out that somebody got their car stolen. They got their car stolen, and they were mostly concerned with his wheelchair, because it's custom made for a little kid. And he was able to return it to him. And I guess he's going to be on the news now tonight.
Nice.
Good Samaritan, little kid.
Oh yeah.
Douchebag steals a car with a wheelchair in it.
I mean,
a pretty big douchebag.
To the guy's defense, he might not have even noticed the wheelchair. It's a small wheelchair.
He stole a car that wasn't his. He knew that, or he should have known, that there could have been anything in there that somebody needed.
Yeah, but who thinks, hey, I'm going to steal this dude's car, hopefully there's no wheelchair
He's a
inside it.
crackhead, or whatever the hell the guy's motive was. He's a criminal, and he's a scumbag. Either way.
Well, maybe
No
he needed to borrow
wheelchair,
the car and planned on bringing it back with a full tank of gas.
What if you're having a shitty day, right? You're just walking down the street and everything's like going wrong, a bird shit on you, and everything, the whole day's ruined. And then you walk up to your parking spot and your car's gone.
I just want to say, I think
the guy is a scumbag at that point.
Yeah, I think it's nice of Dead Horse to return the wheelchair from the car he stole. I just want to say that.
I mean, it's no big deal. I just call the police and I call my insurance and I go buy a new car.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Well, you know what, though? If this thing goes off here, because I just got the warning for the half hour. Sorry to interrupt with behind-the-scenes stuff, but I just got the warning for the half hour on this one, but I can let this one go off air, and it doesn't matter if this one's broadcast, and all we'll lose is one text feed. We'll still have it live on the gun website side and on gun channels. So I might, because I was thinking if this one dies, or when this one dies and goes off air on the Every Second Matters page, then the links I sent out earlier to all the Arizona and Florida people, would I have to send them a new link, and that might be confusing for them. So I could leave this one just as an off-air chat like we do, and the same link will apply, and then they can jump in, and that chat, your chat, won't be live, but it'll be live via my machine.
Yeah, I would say as long as you let them know that they're live when they jump in.
Yeah, exactly, because they won't see the live light.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're gonna jump in naked, so you gotta let them know it's live.
Well, yeah, but some of them are comfortable with these chats, and they're going to know to look for that live button, and then might feel comfortable saying a bunch of swears or something.
Oh yeah, I was kind of on the fence on that one. Am I allowed to swear?
We try not to swear on anything.
I tried not to, but I let one slip.
But if you're talking about Hillary Clinton, we can't be liable.
Yeah, these types of chats are the ones, kind of pretend like you're on the radio. That's what I try and do. I forget and slip sometimes
the
too.
FCC is on our butts, right?
Well, I don't necessarily know about that. It just.
I mean, if I was on the radio, I'd have a dump button, so I can just hit that because we'd have a delay. So.
Well, I do have a delay on the stream side, I bet, because that's one of the things the stream lets you do.
You can figure out a way to have a guy press a bleep button.
Yeah, just like every time I swear, just like bleep it.
Yeah, well, I don't know where the button is, so don't swear.
Or just if you swear 10 times, you get kicked out.
I was going to say that'd be the eject button.
I wonder, you can still eject when we're off air, right? Yeah, so that'll still work.
Yeah.
Hey, Tony just jumped in. Hey, Tony.
So Tony, I was always meaning to ask, is that your picture, or is that a picture of John Goodman from that one bit he was in?
Something's busted because we're not hearing Tony either now. You guys are talking. I'm hearing you.
It's a new people curse.
No, your mic is not currently working.
How about now?
Oh, there we go. Okay, so it was just not a permanent thing. It was just a setup thing.
It's been so long since I've been in a hangout, I don't know how to do it anymore.
It's all still pretty much the same, I think.
Well, I don't know. If you haven't been in a while, I'm sure they changed the layout. Keep changing the layout all the damn time.
Well, I had to install a new plug-in, if that tells you anything.
Alright, can y'all hear Eric Friday now?
There we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got you, Eric.
Hooray!
Apparently my webcam does not work with Windows 10. Since I upgraded, I didn't buy a new webcam. I tried to download the new software, and it doesn't exist.
That'll do.
Gotta love Bill Gates.
If your mic is in the webcam, then that's why we couldn't hear.
That's the problem.
Yeah, see, that's the problem I had when I did that upgrade when I was down there at the NRA convention. Came back, I couldn't even start a Hangout. Didn't matter what browser I was in or anything, it would not let me start a Hangout. So I had to actually back up and go to Windows 7 again.
Well, I guess I'm buying a new webcam next week.
This Logitech webcam I have is it's 1080p. I don't know. It's pretty good for $40. I don't use the microphone on it though, but it has one.
Yeah,
well,
so
we got Eric in here. Let's not talk about U.S. webcams. Let's talk about either Florida or Hawaii, if we can be so inclined.
Well, was there any backlash in Florida, gun law-wise, after the event?
Well, our local Democrats are trying very hard to get a special session ordered. Basically, if 20% of them, and we are just under a supermajority in Florida, so yeah, we're just under the Republicans being 2/3 in control, and that includes the rhinos. It takes a 20% or 20% of the legislature to ask for a special session. Once they ask for it, the Speaker and the President of the Senate are required to take a poll of the entire group, and then it takes, I want to say 40 or 50% of them wanting a special session. I forget the exact number, but the bottom line is they're not going to get there with, they've gotten enough to order the polling, and so they're calling that they're using that as a way to, well, we're calling for a vote on whether or not these particular members want to support the idea of keeping guns out of the hands of terrorists. But fortunately, we got enough Republicans that are willing to say, we know what you're really doing, and we're not going to fall for it, and we're not going to bend down and agree to a special session. So we are not going to have a special session despite significant efforts to do so. And this is particularly important to us because, for those of y'all that don't know, we lost open carry in a special session that was called for other purposes right after Florida first passed concealed carry in 1987. We passed concealed carry in the regular session. A special session was called on other issues, and there was a local prosecutor by the name of Janet Reno who came up to the special session and said that our new concealed carry law was going to allow people to openly carry in courthouses and other such places. and that we needed to ban open carry, and that's why Florida is one of the 5 states that does not allow open carry today.
Well, maybe you can use it, the tactic against them and trick them and be like, okay, we'll do a special session. Then when they come back for the special section, be like, oh yeah, by the way, we got open carry now. Now we're going back on vacation. Bye.
Well, that actually has already come up. We've had some of the senators and representatives that pushed for open carry and campus carry in our last regular session have made very clear that while they are going to vote against a special session, should one be held, they will be also introducing campus carry, open carry, and 10th Amendment no federal regulation bills. And I think that's kind of calmed some of the Democrat interest in having a special session.
I like that idea. That's sort of like saying, okay, you want to push it, then we're going to push it the other way. So now you've got 2 fronts. You're not just pushing against us and our resistance, but now you've got to come up with a defense against this other initiative, and therefore they're not going to bother.
Exactly, and we're in a situation in Florida where we had a very weak leadership during our last session, and they weren't especially. I don't know how familiar y'all are with the legislative process, but to a large extent, it doesn't really matter what the rank and file want to do in a particular situation. It's what leadership wants to do, because leadership can change committee assignments. They can get rid of committee chairmen. And so the situation we were in last session is we had a leadership problem where they weren't necessarily, the leadership wasn't necessarily predisposed to pro-Second Amendment, even if the majority was. We're going to have a very different leadership next session.
So is the new leadership like a bad thing, or is it like?
Well, I will tell you this: one of the our incoming Senate president was a little irritated at us this year because we were trying to fix our stand your ground law, and we were going to actually force this. We were doing 2 things with our stand your ground law. We wanted to, number 1, put the burden of proof on the state, and number 2, require that the state attorney's office or the sheriff's office would have to pay damages and attorney's fees to the true victim if they were granted stand your ground. And in order to get the burden of proof changed, we agreed to drop the penalties provision, the sanctions provision. And our incoming Senate president actually was a little upset with us that, why are y'all dropping the penalty provisions? If the prosecutors are behaving this badly, they need to be punished. So it's going to be a very different legislature next year. The problem is that we've had redistricting in the past year, and we might have a little the Republicans might not have quite as much of a majority next year, depending on how November goes. And unfortunately, we do have a lot of rhinos in Florida, especially out of the southern portion of the state.
So explain, how does it work now, in the sense where like someone gets accused of whatever, their stand your ground like is covered and all that, and then like.
Okay, so under our current law in Florida, and this is actually, I would say this is the majority of the states right now. If you're accused of murder or attempted murder or ag assault or ag battery because you defended yourself, it is your burden. All right, I'll back up and explain the basics for anybody that doesn't know. The general rule is the state of whatever state you're living in is required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed a crime. Now, depending on the state might be required, or you might be required to prove by some level that you acted in self-defense. Or in Florida, the state's required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt not only that you committed the act, but that you did not do it in self-defense. That has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Florida. And the part of that is the judge, if the judge says, I don't believe the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that you did not act in self-defense, the judge has the authority to issue what's called a judgment notwithstanding the verdict, or to issue a directed verdict to the jury saying that because the state did not prove its case in my opinion, I am going to direct that the jury find the person innocent or not guilty. So that's how a normal trial would work without stand your ground. With stand your ground in Florida, the current law says that if you want to avoid a jury trial, you have to prove by a preponderance of the evidence, in other words, 51% or better, you have to prove by preponderance of the evidence that your acts were not, or excuse me, that your acts were in self-defense. And I actually just lost this case at the Supreme Court last year trying to change that, and the Supreme Court said, if the legislature doesn't like what we're saying the law is, the legislature can change it. We don't care what the law actually says right now. We're gonna make the legislature be more clear if they don't like the way we ruled the law to be. That was what happened this last legislative session. So right now in Florida, you have to prove at least by 51% of the evidence that you acted in self-defense, or you have to have a jury trial. And that was never the legislature's intent. In fact, the very legislators who wrote Stand Your Ground in the first place were some of the sponsors of the new bill, saying that's not what we meant. The courts have bastardized what we intended, and we're going to change it now because the courts didn't do what we originally intended. And for those of y'all that don't know, Florida's Stand Your Ground law was passed unanimously in the Senate. In other words, every Democrat in the Florida Senate voted for Stand Your Ground. And it was a supermajority in the legislature, and I think it was something like all but 5 or 10 of the Democrats in the Florida legislature, or in the Florida House, voted for Stand Your Ground. So they were for Stand Your Ground when it was originally passed.
Well, it's really a law that makes a lot of sense and is pretty common sense until the media demonized it back when the Trayvon Martin case happened.
But we just had a case that just resolved here in the past week or two out of Tampa. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Ybor City. It's kind of a entertainment zone in Tampa, similar to maybe Buckhead in Atlanta, or I'm not familiar with any comparisons in other cities, but if you're familiar with Buckhead in Atlanta or Ybor City in Tampa, I would compare the two of those together, or maybe the beaches area in Miami. We had a young man who has no criminal history. His name was Amore. Mr. Amore, who was from Lakeland, Florida, which is a pretty rural area. He and some friends went to Ybor City back in 2013. And there was an incident that happened between Mr. Amore's group and another group that involved a gentleman named Rankin. Mr. Rankin sucker punched Mr. Amore and gave him a grade 3 concussion, which is the most severe level of concussion you can have. Actually knocked him out for 20 to 30 seconds. A few minutes later, Mr. Amore's group was walking down the street. Mr. Rankin's group was in front of them and almost back to Mr. Rankin's group's car. Mr. Rankin's group turned back around and came back toward Amore's group. Amore, who was still concussed and still in a somewhat altered mental state, was attacked 3-on-1 at one point. He stabbed and killed Mr. Rankin. He stabbed and injured another one of the attackers, and then everybody ran off. Mr. Amore then ran to where he had last seen a police officer and reported the incident to a group of police officers. Mr. Amore was then arrested for second-degree murder and attempted murder. By the way, the attack of Mr. Amore the second time was caught on video. And despite the second attack being caught on video, the statement was, and this is the scary part, the state's argument was, well, Mr. Amore was hit and knocked out the first time with just fist. he had no reason to think that he was going to be attacked with a weapon the second time. Therefore, he should have just taken the hit and dealt with it the second time, instead of pulling out his pocket knife, not some Bowie knife, not some fixed blade, dangerous, weapon, but a common, what is in Florida is considered a common pocket knife. He shouldn't have pulled out his common pocket knife because he was only hit the first time and no weapon was used, so he should have assumed that no weapon was going to be the second. And therefore, he should not have used the deadly force of a pocket knife to defend himself a 3-on-1 attack. And the trial judge in that case, I'll take your question in just a second, but that is one of only aware of in 2 or 3 cases I'm aware of in Florida where a death occurred and stand your ground was granted at the trial level. And even then, with it being on video, the state of it, and this young man has spent probably, I would guess, somewhere between $20,000 to $50,000 to defend himself in case that his parents had to put up the money so that he could defend himself and say, I was attacked, I was scared for my life.
You lose him?
His attackers had bath salts or synthetic marijuana, ecstasy, excessive amounts of alcohol, and Xanax.
Well, that sounds like they shouldn't have been very violent at all.
No, that sounds like a
Well,
mix
the
that
bath
will
bath salts have a very bath salts have a very interesting effect on people, especially when combined with other drugs. We see a lot of very interesting behavior out of bath salts takers. It's while it's called synthetic marijuana, it is not. Yeah, while it's called synthetic marijuana, it's not nearly as chilling and laid back as regular weed might be. Somebody said they had a question.
Oh, I'm just curious how all this relates to November. Where does Florida stand as far as November is concerned, the national election?
I would tell you that the current polling is not very good from what I've seen.
For who?
From a national level, I mean, look, I had my own particular. There is a very good likelihood that Hillary will win Florida based on the current polling.
Yes.
And I don't remember the last time somebody lost Florida and won a national election or won a presidential election. I don't remember when that was.
Do you think
somebody
that's
might want to Google that?
Hillary, or because they're anti-Trump?
I'd say it's a large combination of both. Trump blew the Republican primary in Florida. I mean, he really did. He blew it
against the hometown boy.
He calls Rubio the hometown boy, but it was I think a lot of it was, I think a lot of Republicans stayed home because there was no interest in the race anymore because the various candidates that a lot of them had supported, Chris Christie had a lot of support in South Florida because let's face it, South Florida is South New York.
But Chris Christie is still Chris Christie, and who cares?
Well, exactly. But what I'm telling you is, Chris Christie and Donald Trump are polar opposites in a lot of ways. Of course, they're very similar in other ways too. But I can't. I have no idea what Florida's going to do for the presidential election. I'm very concerned.
Are they pissed because Bush is not the nominee?
I think that's a lot of it. I think there was a lot of support for Jeb Bush in Florida. Jeb Bush was a very popular governor. Have any of y'all seen the NR ad with Oz Geist? And do you know who I'm talking about?
I have no idea who Ozgeist is.
Oh. 12. He's a former Marine who was working as a private military contractor, and he was one of the gentlemen who went to attempt to rescue a U.S. ambassador from another facility in Benghazi. He basically lost his. They were able to reattach it and recover some use. But if y'all haven't seen it, do a YouTube search. RA.
I just grabbed it and I'm sending it out to
Wait,
everybody.
are you talking about Oz?
I just grabbed it and sent it out to everybody.
Yeah, Oz.
Yes. So he just did an ad for the NRA that basically was I understand a lot of people are staying home and aren't planning to vote in November because they don't like our nominee. But I got some friends who can't vote, and the whole thing is shot in front of a cemetery. I got some friends that can't vote, and they really don't want Hillary. So I'm asking you to get out and vote against Hillary, regardless of what your other beliefs may be. I'm asking you to get out and vote against Hillary because I got friends that can't, and they need your vote to stand up to this woman that caused our death or caused their deaths. And I got to tell you, if I wasn't willing to get on Trump train before because of my personal beliefs, that video says a lot to me. I mean, we've got a choice. We can vote for Hillary. We can vote for Trump. We can vote Libertarian, or we can sit on our ass and stay home.
I personally think it's one of those elections that you have to sort of put your sort of self-righteous voting, tendencies behind you, and I'm not my first choice was not Trump, but in this case, he may be the only person that can beat Hillary. So,
Personally, I've never voted a presidential election where I didn't hold my damn nose. And I
think Trump's going to be awesome.
All the time. I'm sorry. You said what?
Oh, I said I think Trump's going to be awesome. I'm super about voting Trump.
Okay, Ryan. Look, I'm glad for you. I just the problem is not those that are stoked about voting for Trump. It's those of us that weren't Trump supporters and don't necessarily agree with some of the things he said. We are the group that has to decide what we want to do. The people that supported Trump from the beginning or support Trump now, to them it's a no-brainer. They're going to go out and vote come November. It's what are those of us that didn't support Trump, that maybe don't necessarily agree with some of his stances, what are we going to do come November? I've decided what I'm going to do, but what about the rest of you? What about the rest of us that are like me? What are we going to do?
Well, we know nobody's voting for Hillary. So the question is then, I might as well get into it, are we going to vote for Trump and bite our tongue and vote for Trump if you're not a Trump supporter? Or are you going to play the game that, I guess the only other option is the game, well, I guess there's two ways to play it. You're just going to vote Libertarian because you think it's great, or you're going to play that game where my state is already, it's in the bag for so-and-so, so my vote don't matter. I'm going to vote for the Libertarian so that they get on the plate next time.
And listen, I have no problem with that concept. When I lived in Alabama and Georgia and was voting in those two states, I knew what the outcome of the presidential election was going to be from the perspective of my vote in a solidly red state in those cases. And so voting for a voting for a Libertarian, which is my personal philosophical preference, was no problem at all. But I live in Florida now. I will tell you there was actually a movement last election. I don't know if it's come up this election yet or not, but there's been a movement of libertarians, let's say a libertarian in Florida, calls his solidly Republican friend in Alabama and says, you know and I know that your vote in Alabama doesn't matter because Alabama's going red. But you're a libertarian, you want to vote, or excuse me, you're a Republican, you want to vote Republican in Alabama. If you'll promise me to vote for the libertarian in Alabama, I'll promise you to vote Republican in Florida despite my philosophical differences. I'll promise you to vote Republican in Florida because Florida matters, Alabama doesn't. Does it make a difference? I don't know. But if you are that philosophically or principled in your vote, I would encourage you to consider that as an alternate option if you live in a battleground state.
Yeah, you might be able to do that kind of arrangement with family as well, I would think.
I think so. Look, I have begged I'm from Alabama. I have begged my parents. I cannot vote Libertarian in Florida as much as I would like to, and as much as hell, I think Gary Johnson would be one of the best presidents we've since the number 3rd. But the reality is, my vote in Florida matters. Their votes don't.
I mean, Gary Johnson only seems to really care about weed, and that's about it.
No, Gary Johnson is playing to the weed. Gary Johnson is playing to the pro-weed movement. It's not that that's all he cares about. That's what he's saying towards. Because it's a way for him to grab both Democrats and Republicans. Look, the Libertarian Party's got 2 objectives, okay? Objective number 1 is to grab as many votes from both parties as possible.